Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the channel. I'm Captain Quasar, and welcome back to another live stream. We do have quite a few things to talk about today. A lot of Instagram posts. I guess I was on Instagram a lot the past few days, but then we have some Reddit posts. That was actually quite a few less. And then moving into a few videos that I find a bit interesting, including a new video by Conduit, shout out, about ASMONGOLD. So we're going to check that out. But as always, we got to look at the Instagram post. So let me actually make sure this is posted on Discord as well. Do. We are live. Yes, yes, yes. Cool. Just making sure. Just making sure we're all on. We're all good. Also, if we have time towards the end of the stream, if it's like I'm not running too late, I might watch this video about Yule, but we'll see. We'll see where the tides take us. As always, let's get into the Instagram posts. This was just I mean, it was posted by Nitro Circus, so I guess that I should have expected. I mean, I guess I shouldn't have expected what happens, but I should have expected what happens because he's blind. That's the only spoiling I'm gonna give. So check this out. I need to follow Nitro Circus too. Just a blind skater about to drop in. I got a little crush on Asmon, but I think he's like 5 years younger than me, and I like a guy my age, as it should be. I gotta be honest. I don't get it. I guess he's not ugly. It's not like he's like a super. It's not like his face looks like destroyed or something, but I think the main problem is that he's gross. But I guess he's probably gotten better to a degree. But I guess we'll find out more today because Conduit spent a week watching Asmongold, and that's the part I find crazy. Is he's done quite a few of these videos now about different content creators that he's watched for a week. I mean, it's got to be difficult. Got to be honest. It's like because all you're watching for that week has got to be that type of content. Otherwise, like I don't know. I feel like you could easily miss things if you're not like rewatching it or taking notes, and that's gonna take time. But let's check this out. Blind man skating. I know they just didn't see him coming, but just two people having a blind guy just land next to them, falling from the sky. I mean, that's got to be a different kind of experience. It's kind of because I have 70 cats, though. Okay. So they could help. They could, if any mice are getting around Asmongold's place, you could just set a couple in. They'll clean the place up. I guess he just didn't anticipate how much speed he was going to have. He thought he probably was going to come up the other side a bit slower and just kick turn back. But look, I think he kicked this kid in the back a little bit too. I really hope he's okay. Apparently, people were saying he's okay and just, yeah, P.S. He was perfectly fine, got up and started skating again. I don't know if this is true, Nitro Circus. I don't know if you were the one recording this or if just someone sent this to you. But regardless. His premiere has been going for an hour and a half and it's day 4. Yeah, so we'll be there for a while once we start. That's why I also wanted to give it a minute, make sure that it was done with the premiere. Make sure anybody that wants to go check it out first, be in there with his chat and do all that. Go get in there. Because that's how we do it here. Even though I am doing the same day. Cruz is back. JH Cruz, welcome back. Christmas shopping done. Corona Rita straight to the dome. Cap and stream just started. Are we eating, boys? I think so. I think we are eating today. But let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Got that one. Blind guy bailing. We love to see it. My Instagram feed is basically just America's Funniest Home Videos. I mean, that's kind of just what it is at this point. We got this kid. I don't know why this was so funny to me when I saw it.
What are your thoughts?
I mean, I guess I know why, but parents need to stop putting their kids in front of cameras and just on podcasts like they have something to say. So, what are your thoughts?
On Pantoja getting injured within like 30 seconds of the fight?
I feel like that's stupid, and I feel like...
You know, he's got a point. That was pretty stupid how Pantoja fucking snapped his arm in half at the beginning of the fight. That really did suck.
Van didn't earn that. If Pantoja didn't...
Hey, Van earned it by stepping into the ring and leaving the victor. His arm didn't snap in half. Now you can justifiably say, hey, let his arm heal, run it back. That's completely fine. But listen here. Start scolding this kid.
His elbow didn't do anything. I feel like Pantoja won if his elbow didn't do anything bad.
What are your thoughts on Pantoja getting injured within like 30 seconds of the fight?
I feel like that's stupid, and...
He couldn't believe what he said. Oh, I saw this, and this made me respect Young Gravy even more. Because I've said this before, right? And I don't think you should go around assaulting people. I think violence is never the answer. But I think that a lot of these people nowadays really do... they love the ability to be confrontational without the fear of somebody, like, you know, pushing back, let's say. And it seems that Young Gravy did do that. So if they wanted to, and I'm not saying it should be a legal right that you should be able to, again, it's assault. But hey, gotta give it to him. Let's watch it. Young Gravy getting spicy at TikTok Awards. Little cringe though going to the TikTok Awards. You know, I was giving you a plus, Gravy, but now we gotta knock you back down. I don't know if we're gonna. This can't stand.
I want to ask you a question. No, let me ask you this. Are you pro-Israel or pro-Palestine?
Wow, all right, bro. You're not going to get views doing that.
Wow, are you pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, bro?
Hey, man, this got 15,000 likes.
Hey, Young Gravy, brand new single. I write hymns
Are you
on traps. It's out
pro-Israel or
there.
pro-Palestine? Oh, you just assaulted me, bro. That's assault. You know that, right?
I was gonna say, I think there's better positive ways to spread awareness. It's good that you're spreading what you
Right,
believe.
I'm paying for my people, so I don't know why these guys gotta hit me.
I did not.
I don't know why you gotta put your... Would you like to apologize?
I'm sorry. I blocked your phone, brother. I'm sorry.
Bro, you didn't. You hit me.
I wouldn't like somebody's phone this far away from my face.
I didn't
either.
Hold on, you guys are TikTokers, right?
No.
So you know how this
You don't
works.
know who Young Gravy are.
No, bro, I have no idea who you are.
I find that part kind of interesting too. He doesn't know who anybody is. He just sees that they are at an awards show and he thinks, "Oh, I should confront people, confront anybody, and hope, in the hopes that it's somebody important." And honestly, they seem to luck out more than they don't. Or maybe those are just the ones that get popular. I guess they probably post like 20 in a night. Yeah, he's there for her prob. Oh, true. Yeah, I don't know who she is. I only know who Young Gravy is. Yeah, that guy is insane. He did that to Ethan too. Yeah, no, it's the same group. I'm pretty sure there's like a few of them like that do this around. Oh yeah, Dan Blazarian in the comment. Nobody knows who those dildos are. Okay, Dan. This is where Dan Blazarian's getting all of his news about Palestine. What is PNN too? Is it pressure P, Dr. Pressure P, but then it's PNN. Does it say on the page? I do like too that you can tell it's like they recognize faces. So they go like, I know that guy's from somewhere. So I'll ask him the same question I ask everybody. Content, content, content. I can't stand Brazilian Dan. Ari and Gravy love to troll. I think that she was trying to diffuse the situation for sure, and I think that that was definitely a good thing to do, because if it went any farther, it would be a bad look. But like I'm saying, paparazzi's never been a good look, right? We can't act like just because you're asking a different type of question now that somehow it's good paparazzi. But here we go. It's a statue prank with Dax Flame and Boy Throb? The collab of the century.
Today, I'm going to be playing a prank on a boy band. Evan's going to be helping me out.
First, we practice the prank.
Well, how can I look like a sculpture?
Look like completely monotone.
I'm ready to do the prank.
Now, Evan's going to go get his bandmates.
Okay. Hey, guys. There's a statue in the back that we should check out. I just saw it. Statue? Just come with me.
Here they come.
Are we having a little debrief on the intense debate? What is there to debrief? You know, it's funny. I did listen to it back because I was like, how did that actually go? And I was like, oh, okay. It did go about how I thought it went. I am throbbing right now. Did anyone go and check out my intense debate from Saturday? Saturday's stream went crazy. Went a little wacky. We had my first ever debate. But here, let's see if Dax Flame can trick our boy throbs.
I can't wait to scare them.
What the?
Got him.
Did I get you for a second?
I thought it was going to be an actual statue. You got me.
Did you like that prank?
I love that prank.
What went through your head when you saw that?
I thought, oh, it's a statue. And then I thought, oh, it's an actual person.
Did I get you?
Yeah, you got me.
Okay. Really hitting that shit. I am obsessed with their new song Finger, unironically. If you haven't listened, do it. Well, I have listened to it. We'll definitely put that on the playlist. I usually do it for about a week and a half, just putting together more songs for the music streams. We don't have one this week. We're not doing one tomorrow, but we're doing one next week. But I'll add that song to it. The boys be throbbing, what can I say? But great video from Dax, as always. Here's a great throw. Let's see this javelin throw right here. This is a 12-year-old boy. Sorry, this audio is terrible. Check that out, though. Look at that. Look at that distance. And he hit it. I'm going to assume that was intentional. Skill. Moving on. There's not really much else to say there, right? It's a great form, though. You can tell. The form on that throw. I love it. Here we go. Here's something a little fun, a crazy experiment. I don't know if you would call this an experiment. I guess the experiment is to see how high the tire will go. Or I don't even know if it was intentionally trying to get it in the air. Maybe they're trying to knock these kids over you'll see. But maybe they're trying to knock them over like bowling pins. No, honestly, he just has really good aim. Because he was definitely trying to hit that ramp. I couldn't remember if there was a ramp or if he was just bouncing it off the wall. But now he was definitely doing... There's skill, I'm telling you. Skill around the world that goes unnoticed. Next time, watch your mechanic change your oil. You might see a little something. Yeah, just like this. When you're at the next time you're at the gym, take a look around. You might see something like this. I forgot there was music. Honestly, I was super impressed by this. He doesn't. I thought when I saw this the first time, I thought he was just gonna eat shit. I literally just thought, oh, this is just a video of somebody dying on the treadmill, but no. Straight back to it. And he starts going full speed. This is slowed down. You know that he is absolutely booking it. Another one. Another one. Then he runs like Naruto. It's definitely on a slow speed, but come on. Oh no, I am scared. Well, he's running away. You don't have to be that scared. You know, he's stuck on the treadmill. He's not going anywhere. Just everything about this. Doing this in pants. These, I mean, I can't, these don't look like athletic shoes at all. I'm only looking at the soles though, really. Maybe they are. I mean, the form is great though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just regular street clothes. Bro's just about to go out. He's finishing up his workout and he's about to go to he's about to head out and go to class. No shower, no nothing. Doesn't need to. Didn't break a sweat. What's the point of athletic gear? About to drive. See you silly goobers later. See ya. Have a good one. Have a good drive. Drive safe. All of you. Check this one out. Again, skill. I realized all of these Instagram posts were talking about skill today. True talent. I didn't even know this was possible. I mean, I guess I knew it was possible. I guess I don't know if it's intentional here, but I'm assuming it's intentional. I keep forgetting there's music on these. Knocks them both in, but knocks the white ball in, and I was like, what? What kind of magic is this? This is insane. This is redonkulous. Next level pool. I think this guy's just yo-yoing. He's just showing off his yo-yo skills. Like I said, what's your hidden talent? You know, let me put that as a question in chat. Start a Q&A. What is your hidden talent? I guess not hidden, just special. What's your special talent? Doesn't need to be hidden. The reason I'm saying this guy's is hidden because you know that they don't see him whip this out at work all the time. And actually, he might. When you get to this level, I think that it might be necessary to show off. But what is your special talent? I need to know. The pool guys, you playing 8-ball on iMessage. That's your secret. That's your special talent, right? 8-ball on Messenger. Ooh. You don't want to see me. I'm nasty. That's what you tell people. You're like, oh, you don't want to see me. What's your score? What's your level? Yeah. No. You're not even logged in? I don't know if they actually have levels on that game. But here's something that definitely has levels to it. This is skill. This is athleticism. This is also like probably terrible. Like I imagine VR isn't as, because everybody, VR is getting better, but I feel like everybody at a certain point, it's like it just becomes too much on your eyes and on your head. and it starts to hurt. And I imagine being like actually moving around in a space might help with like the motion sickness of like feeling of like seeing movement but not feeling the movement. But let's just watch it. So this is introducing Nathan. God damn it, this one has music too. Check it. Check it, there they go. Ooh, ooh, hit it. One more, one more. Ooh, slide, slide, ooh, jump. Ooh, look over, oh. So from what I've gathered, I'm good at domesticating wild animals. That's a good one. That is a very good skill. A very special talent. Can't even hate, he's locked in. See, this guy gets it. From what I've gathered, it's basically like VR dodgeball. I don't know what else to say other than that. I wish we could actually see what the game looks like. But they decide to just show us them running around. Okay, is this what they're seeing? Okay, this is what they're seeing. This is pretty cool, I have to say. This game was developed purely because they were trying to think of ways to make money with VR. And they're like, if we create a game where you have to show up to a location, to a court, the monetization factor completely skyrockets. Very hard to see right there, sorry. Let me see if I can get a better clip. I don't know why why are all of these ones like this? Oh my god, and then these are just kids sliding around on the ground. This is the only one that looks like this. I'm trying to get a... Oh, nice. Whatever. I think you basically get the gist of it. Here's something I want to get better at. Fist bumps? No, in reality, I really thought about this and I was like, could I beat this? I don't know. You gotta have that, you gotta really have that ability to just jitter. I don't know what the right term would be. But most fist bumps in 30 seconds. This is the Guinness World Record attempt. I don't know if he beats it then. He says it's an attempt. I guess maybe it's submitted. I do want to try some world records. We'll see. We'll see what they are. You know, I was looking up the peanut butter and jelly one because it was like, how many peanut butter and jelly sandwiches can you eat? And, you know, X amount of minutes.
Here we go.
Oh my god. But then when I looked into it more, it was like 1 minute, and I think the total was like, what was it? PB. Peanut butter and jelly. They eat 9 sandwiches in a minute. That's more than one every like 10 seconds. You're eating like one every... Like, I just don't know if I could do that. Almost one every 6 seconds. But I guess it also depends, because if you do... So the official one, I guess, is 6. That seems more plausible. That's the Guinness World Record. But Matt Stoney did 8 to 9. And I guess it does depend on how you make the sandwiches, because to be fair, when I make myself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I learned this when I was a kid, because this is the way my dad used to make my sandwiches for school, because my mom, you know, either or, my parents used to make my sandwiches like this. If you have a peanut butter and jelly, you put peanut butter on both sides of the sandwich and jelly in the middle. You might think, oh, that's too much peanut butter. If you add the right amount of jelly, it's fine. But that way it prevents the jelly, you know, the jam from seeping into the bread, and it makes the sandwich, you know. But maybe you like that. Maybe some people like that. They like it being a little bit of a mushy jelly bread. That's also a possibility. Not me though. Couldn't be me. But let's check this out. Most fist bumps in 30 seconds. Guinness World Record attempt.
3, 2, 1.
Crust or no crust? I think they have to be crusted. I was wondering what the Uncrustable world record would be. Can I set that? What type of jam? I imagine that might be to your preference. Can I use jam or jelly? Do I have to specify?
Go.
Wow. Really take it in.
A little bit, or face it up. Twist it up so it's aimed higher. No, up, left hand. Aim it up so it's flat. There you go.
Stop.
Come on!
Oh, I think he might have done it. I was trying to count them in my head. I remember when I was 10, I bought a Guinness World Record book from the book fair, and the first page I opened was most bras undone using only your teeth. Do you remember what the number is? That does seem like a skill. But again, we have a lot of questions there. What type of bras? Like, what's the... Does he have to specifically go for the clasps, or could they help him like through like could he take off the straps first, or does he have to only do the clasps? What considers undoing it? Does it have to fully come off, or is it just the unclasping? Interesting. Yeah, those zip ones in the front. If it's the zip ones, it feels like that would be super easy, right? If you're having to do clasps in the back, that feels like it'll be like impossible. Like the hooks. I'm saying clasp, but you get what I mean. But I think this guy did it. You know, maybe it's just me, but I think so. The front ones are trickier, really? I guess I'm fairly certain it was clasps. I guess it depends on what. But again, now we're just getting into the question again of what defines undone or off. It's a cruel world out there for a world record holder. Now, this is something I'm actually trying to get better at. Let me zoom that out for you. Here's someone who's whistling. You know, I'm not too bad at whistling. Whistle warning for anybody with pets. Feel free to mute right now if you don't want your pets hearing whistling. But yes, he's doing the Star Spangled Banner. I think the guys didn't know how to take off my front ones. He threw him a curveball. they went into it being like, okay, I studied for this. And then they were really just like, oh, fuck, it wasn't even a curveball. You threw him a knuckleball. They were like, oh, no. What do I do now? Yeah, this guy is cool. I like this guy. Oh, I didn't follow him yet. I think I liked a couple of his videos.
I better stand
I am the walrus.
up for this one. I am the walrus.
Like the music's playing in the back. It's just so good. I don't like that that's possible. It's fucking with my brain. I'm confused as to how he's doing it too. He's using his tongue to whistle, it seems. Cuckoo ka-choo. Now here's a little something. I'm the Cuban sandwich head man. Here we go.
A Cuban sandwich. I am the Cuban sandwich head man.
Mm-hmm.
I am the Cuban sandwich head man, the Cuban sandwich head man, the Cuban sandwich head man. I am the Cuban sandwich head man, the Cuban sandwich head man. Have you ate your Cuban sandwich today? It's
I have not, Cuban sandwich head man.
delicious.
You're right.
I am the Cuban sandwich head man, the Cuban sandwich head man, the Cuban sandwich head man. I am a...
We love it. Love a good Cuban sandwich. Hell yeah, he is. I don't know how I feel about this guy, I've got to be honest. Vegan vampire music. Let's give it a listen. The music's pretty good. It's pretty. I gotta, you gotta give credit where credit's due.
Don't smoke the government weed, the government weed. It's a time bomb. It's a steel train.
I'm really hoping this one doesn't give me a copyright claim. It doesn't say that this one has. It's saying original audio, but I don't know if it actually has a copyright. Like, I don't know if he's posted this elsewhere, like on platforms. But this is the Vegan Vampires tour teaser. Why is he transparent? He's a vampire. He's the vegan vampire.
Don't smoke.
That's not even a Cuban sandwich. Is he a sandwich man that is also Cuban? I think that was maybe what it was. Hey, don't... Hey, who is the Cuban sandwich head man here? I don't think it's you. To be fair, I think you're questioning, though, his validity to the name. Welcome back, King Von.
The government weed, the government weed. It's a time bomb. It's a steel train.
Yeah, that's enough of that. That's kind of how, I mean, they're not that bad. All of his songs are a little bit much, though. I love them. I love them, though. I don't know if I should say that. He gives a little bit of a bad, he has a bit of a bad vibe to him. There's something about it. Like his song, like I said, his songs are pretty good. But maybe it's the fact that he's a vampire. It feels off to me. Hey, aren't we all Cuban sandwich head man at the end of the day? I am Cuban sandwich head man. No, I am Cuban sandwich head man. No, I am Cuban sandwich head man. We all rise. I have a bias against white people with dreads. Sorry if there are any in the chat. See, I've had this conversation many a time, I feel like, and it really does come down to, people always go like, oh, but it's an appreciation thing. And it's like, yeah, but there's also like a difference in the ways in which you do it, because just like people who don't like, I think this is just a wig, but people who just like, I've known people throughout my life who would literally just like not wash their hair and then get locks that way. And it's like, you're not getting actual locks. You're not like, you don't have the texture for locks. Your hair just isn't clean, and trying to claim that you're doing it is like just weird. But I don't know. It's definitely a complicated issue. I think too often than not, though, you see people get a certain hairstyle and start acting a type of way, and that's the bigger issue. That's when we start bringing in the microaggressions into the question, into the equation. You just described ASMONGOLD, who doesn't wash his hair. Hey, I like to leave in my natural greases. What can I say? But here is Andrew Tate, so-called alpha, losing to reality TV star Chase Demore. He wasn't like a big football player, but he did play football. He played like college football, and he played for what was it? The USFL? Is that it? Yeah, the United States Football League. Chase Demore. How long did he play? But yeah, I mean, he's a big guy. He's like 6'5". He outsized him. And I think he's like 10 years younger. Andrew Tate, and here's the thing, people are being like, he's an old man now. If he would have been in his prime, all this shit. Here's the thing, he's at the end of his career, or would be at the end of his career if he had like consistently done boxing or whatever, like, or I don't know if he would be necessarily, but boxing, kickboxing, mixed martial arts in general and stuff, they usually end at around 40, like late 30s, sometimes early 30s, depending on like the type of career that they've had. And then you can look at people like Anderson Silva. How old's Anderson Silva? What's his age? He's 50, just turned 50 this year. And he's knocking dudes out. So, obviously, different levels. One UFC star for like UFC legend, you could say, versus Andrew Tate, who was a minor kickboxing champion. But here's the punch he got hit with, and I think that's kind of more of what we're speaking to, right? We're not talking about comparing it to other fighters. Let's talk about the actual fight that happened.
A shot like that, absolutely not. It's too easy to see, and Andrew Tate's simply fatigued, and he wasn't able to get out of the way of it. Too much weight. Beautiful shot by Chase around the Chase Demore. Clearly dominated in round 5. A shot.
Tate is a kickboxing dude that hasn't been fighting lately, so he isn't gonna have it in him. And you can tell by his stance that he's like much more trained for kickboxing. And I think that the biggest like point that it's making though is he has this like alpha persona. Just recently he did like I guess it wasn't too recent, but a little while back, he did a video of like Andrew Tate taking on 50 dudes. Andrew Tate takes 50 guys at once. It was something like that where it was like back to back him taking dudes in rounds. But it was like him boxing different guys for like it'd be like 30 seconds a round or whatever, so it's not like they're actually doing 50 rounds. Is Chase Demore that obnoxious reality TV dude? Yeah. He's also the guy that did this boxing. Here's like his kind of claim to fame, I would say, in boxing. He is a champion now. He is a champion. But here's how he boxes.
Foundation really wobbling. I mean, he's standing straight up. There's no bend in those knees.
So here's Chase. Check this out right now. Check this out.
Bend down, break your knees. I like that. Oh, boy.
Ooh, the skill. And to be fair, here's the thing.
Chin down, break your knees. I like.
In this moment, right, they're both just like, this just doesn't need to be like some big boxing event. This is like clearly like an amateur fight. Like let them like do an amateur circuit and see how that goes. Because even in this moment, right, like this is like a perfect opportunity for this dude to load up, set up. Like his form is terrible. He's completely off balance. Right here is the perfect opportunity to come in with like a cross or something. Like wait for the moment for him to kind of like, set. But then he decides to hit a body and then try and go with like a fucking flail hook that hit him in like the throat. But this is like the level of fighting that Andrew Tate, didn't they call him like a 2-time world champion or something? Isn't like what they called him in kickboxing? Hey, y'all, doing great. Interviewing Hunger FF in a little over an hour. Oh, that's awesome. I'm excited to see that. But then he hit him with like a cartoon uppercut. Here, I don't even think it starts at the right time. This isn't even the full thing. He winds up so much and hits him with a cartoon uppercut that actually lands.
A shot like that.
This is literally when you hit an uppercut in Mike Tyson's Punch Out. This is literally just throwing a huge uppercut in Punch Out.
Absolutely not. It's too easy.
But got him with that, rocked him a couple times, and then this is how it ended. And honestly, I think that this is kind of a better show than it being a knockout, because that way it shows that it also wasn't like, oh, he was winning by points. He was winning by points, but then Chase Demore got a lucky knockout. It's like, no, he lost. And I still see people coping, being like, he actually did really good throughout the fight, but Chase just wore him down. He wore him down, and it's like, okay. That means he lost the fight, is what you're saying.
Judge Gary Kitanowski scores the bout 58-56. And your winner by majority decision. And still, the Misfits Boxing Heavyweight Champion of the World, Chase the God Demore!
Is his nickname the GOAT? Is that really what his nickname is? And he hugs Andrew Tate and was like, this guy saved me from killing myself. That's actually what he says. Which, I mean, I'm sorry to hear that you were so depressed, but I'm also somewhat sorry to hear that it had to be Andrew Tate that brought you out of that space, because, I mean, you were able to make something of yourself, but Andrew Tate's definitely not a person to look up to in any regard. And that's why you smoked him, Chase. Don't forget that. Andrew needed the hug. I think Jake Paul needs a hug. I found this. I don't know if this is what everyone was talking about. I saw a worse image, basically. I thought that we were talking about the worse image. So this is Jake Paul with a super fat cheek, fat jaw from getting absolutely chin checked by Anthony Joshua. Like, I don't know. When Anthony Joshua can put away Francis Ngannou, I don't know what we expected. You know? I don't know what anyone expected, really. But the photo I saw was quite literally the the inside of he opens his mouth, it goes like ah, and you see his teeth like folded in on like over his tongue, like crazy. He is this one photoshopped? Same thing, I don't care. This chop one's gonna be a generational meme. Is this photoshopped? Okay, cool. They got me. It's not even AI. They literally just got me with a Photoshop. How sad. Is the original one just like a bruised cheek, or did he post this one? This is like fall. I feel dumb. I feel like I fell for the I feel like I just fell for this Jake Paul camera arm.
Alright.
I just got by Jake Paul.
Alright, just got done with my surgery. First ever YouTuber with a vlog camera in my arm. Hey, yo, what up, gang? Get on that level, cuz. Nestle, first ever rapper with auto-tune in his arm. Check it out. Yeah! Woo! Yo, we out here, cuz. Look at that. What up, gang? Alright, alright.
He needs a government weed after that. Yeah, probably. But a pretty good one. Was it labeled a goof? It's labeled it. It's happening. Come on, guys. I'm too boomer for this. Yeah, he's hurt today no matter what. Hey, gang. What up, cuh? So true. Hey, that's how you do it in Team 10. So here is crazy. Myron calls a pregnant lady a fat fucking Jew. I mean, I don't think we expect much more from him, gotta be honest. Kind of what you expect, but this is the part I find hilarious, so let's watch this.
This girl's a fat fucking Jew. Who gives a fuck?
Coward, immediately after saying this, like a coward, decides to walk away, turn away, wearing his fucking skinny jeans and the big 2025. Look at how tight those jeans are, my god. Well, I didn't notice this at first. This wasn't the part I was drawn to. Maybe the jeans are the distraction. He wears the skinny jeans so you don't look up top and see that he's balding.
What? Wait, about what? Wait, what? Wait, who? You guys already talked with Sean about this, right? Like
You can tell he's like struggling to keep the hairline down. Like you can let it go just a bit. Like it doesn't need to be perfect. Maybe it's just the low resolution, but it looks like there's like quite a bit of like.
Already like fucked that up. Oh, I fucked it up now. Andrew also fucked it up now, right? Okay. This girl's a fat fucking Jew. Who gives a fuck?
I'm looking at it, Myron. I'm looking at the balding. Skinny jeans so tight he has to keep his phone in his back pocket.
Run away! Run away!
She's literally just a pregnant lady. Myron being classy as always. Not much else to say, to be completely honest. Basically, the all you have to say about the Myron video is, and again, no shame to the balding. You can be good and bald. You really just have to accept it. It's the shame that people can smell. But 35-year-old man ashamed of his balding wears skinny jeans while calling pregnant woman fat. What else needs to be said about that? Jeans are so tight it's actually in his front pocket, but squeezed so tight you can see the indentation in the back pocket. Yeah. But here are the few little clips from Hassan real quick. Hassan pretends his community harassment has had no impact on Ethan's life. Let's see.
Jew here. I respect people who hit the Nazi salute in front of me and call me gross and spit on my face for being Jewish. And I really don't like people who say genocide is bad. Yeah, I mean, that's the argument. How much of this do you think comes down to him being rattled by the abuse his family has gone through due to online shitters? No, that's fucking absurd. That is 1,000,000,000,000% max copium, okay? I'm sorry. There are plenty of things I do not reveal about my private affairs.
Honestly, I do find it interesting because I don't know if these people are just like... And again, I don't think if you are an H3 fan, I think getting the clips are probably as far as it needs to go. And the people getting the clips are the ones having to go watch Hassan. And I don't think that they should really be doing it either if all you're doing it is to hate watch. Because it is snarking on some level. But there is a legitimate criticism here. And I do find it interesting that there are people pushing back in his own community about these specific topics. And the fact that he's just willing to kind of brush it off. And beyond that, willing to brush off other people's like the impact on other people because of some like issue that he is having to deal with that he's not willing to admit, like that he's not willing to talk about. Like, oh, well, I'm going to be the bigger person and not talk about all these crazy things that are happening in my life, but I'm going to say that they happened so that you feel bad for me anyways. Like, it just seems like a weird thing to kind of complain about.
Or the things that I go through in the backdrop that I promise you I don't like to make content out of, but like has not changed my worldview as dramatically as Ethan Klein has spent his past 2 years actively hounding people. Actively fucking hounding people that were daring to call out Israel committing a...
Recently, I've been criticizing Asmon more than Hassan. Not that Hassan doesn't deserve it, but it's mainly because the right has the dominant narrative, and I don't want to infight as much. See, I think that the problem is that it's fine to have a justifiable criticism without it being infighting, but people like Hassan make it infighting and want the divisiveness within the left. And so I think that that's like an issue to definitely be brought up. But I do agree with you that it's good to kind of you got to look in both directions. You got to look at yourself and you got to look at everybody else in terms of like ideology. But I also think that Hassan's narratives are a bit repetitive at this point, and that's why I definitely focus on it a bit when I see something interesting, but there is a level of repetition that I do see, and I do find it interesting more when these bigger things happen, like when he went to China and other things. But I do get what you're saying.
Genocide. No. This is his entire content. His entire content is just like bullying people. That's all it is.
He subscribes to no bad tactics, only bad or just bad targets mentality. Harassing Ethan is holding him accountable. Yeah, and that's what I mean too. Is it's like in the same way, then I think that Hassan definitely needs to be held accountable for the things that he says. But I don't know. It's also funny to me because like I made that video, that clip, and a lot of people, I got a lot of hate comments on it and stuff, just being like, "Oh, who the fuck cares about this anyways?" And it's like, who cares about the conversation of microaggressions? I think a lot of people do. It's just funny to me how many people were trying to be like, oh, this isn't that big of a deal. And like, you can say that you don't like necessarily care about this or whatever, but it's not like I'm saying that Hassan should be like arrested or like he should be kicked off the platform or he's being some abhorrent racist. It's a weird, bad representation in the Black Santa that he uses. I think that's easy enough to say. Hassan is only pro-Palestine, not because he cares that people are dying, but rather he hates the West. He downplayed Russia invading Ukraine by saying crime everywhere. Yeah, we all know. I agree. I think it's simple as that. The only thing he really supports is like China and Russia. He's like, if they have like an arm in some kind of race, if they have a leg, if they have a leg in any race, then he's going to have some opinion in that direction. Have an arm in a race. We're running like the guy I showed in the Instagram clips. But here's a little thing. Epstein files fallout. Hassanabi claims ASMONGOLD is backtracking on Trump, just like Israel, and that his subs partnered with the ADL to deplatform streamers. So I think this is literally just his go-tos now, just like Israel partnered with the ADL. I feel like this could be grounds for defamation, right? Like, I guess it's... Because, like, could he just argue that there's no way that I would have the knowledge one way or the other, so why would, like, there's no way that I could be like lying. I'm just making a statement. I don't know. I don't know what he could. It's just so crazy that he says shit like this. But let's hear it. I thought this one was appropriate because we're going to be looking at ASMONGOLD in just a second.
What? Even Asmongold took Trump's dick out of his mouth on this one? Yeah, because he's fucking seeing the tea leaves, okay?
I think this Diddy Hassan blood is Epstein. What is this Diddy blood doing on the calculator? I think this Diddy Hassan blood is Epstein. What this Diddy blood doing on the calculator? I've only heard that song like one time. True brain rot.
That's the other thing. Just like with Israel, Asmongold, who spent the last 2 years consistently complaining that I and many others needed to be deplatformed because we were anti-Semitic terrorists, has now turned around and is like defending Puka Nakua.
Yeah, both Hassan and Asmongold make shitting on liberals their main focus. Hassan doesn't cover right-wingers with the same vitriol that he does liberals. Yeah, and that's kind of the reason that I find it necessary to criticize specifically Hassan on some level. Because, like, other people, yeah, it's like, obviously there's people with disagreements and people that even have, like, opinions that I might find abhorrent on some level. But there's a difference between having an opinion on, you know, others' viewpoints and just Hassan's overall just like he's stoking the flames, I guess is my point. Hassan and Asmongold both like stoking the flames, and in a way that's worse than just people speaking abhorrently in a way that I'm in opposition to. He says "I" in such a chest puffed out sort of way. Well, do you know who he is?
Needed to be deplatformed because we were anti-Semitic terrorists, has now turned around and is like defending Puka Nakua and saying like the primary party responsible for anti-Semitism growing in America is Israel. It's like, bitch, that's my take. You called me a fucking anti-Semitic terrorist for that for 2 years. Asmongold is backtracking his support for Trump and Israel as their approval nosedives. Despite a year of daily praise, Asmongold now claims he never trusted Trump. And he says protecting Israel is America first, despite prior calls for protests to be jailed. Protesting Israel is America first, despite prior calls for protests to be jailed and deported. Are people that I've seen defending Asmongold being like, well, he changed his mind. No, he didn't, you fucking idiot. Last week, he was still saying, I'm the primary vector of anti-Semitism growing on this platform. My opinions didn't change. His did. One must ask the question, why? As a matter of fact, even when a shit ton of people in my community after October 7 were like, fuck you, I don't want to hear from you. I can't.
Can I have a pat on the back, please? My hoarder ass got 99 kilograms worth of children's clothes out of my attic and donated to help those in Ukraine. Oh, that's going to a great cause. Awesome. Big ups, big ups. And now you have more space to put more clothes in.
Believe you wouldn't immediately say like these guys are, you know, barbaric.
Sorry, let me run it back just a second.
And a shit ton of people in my community after October 7 were like, fuck you, I don't want to hear from you. I can't believe you wouldn't immediately say like these guys are, you know, barbaric super rapist monsters and have no emancipatory need here whatsoever.
Who the fuck said that in any way? Like, who actually said that? And the fact that he uses such like a specific language, like that is such a fucking specific statement to make. Like, what are you talking about? Like, maybe the most radicalized right wing. Like, I don't get it in any way. Like, what are you talking about?
And how dare you say this is, you know, Israel's responsibility after.
You know, and I brought up a point on a previous stream, and it's kind of interesting now because I pointed out that I felt like Hassan and a lot of the streamers in like his circle, they speak about October 7th in the same way, which is avoiding the actual day of October 7th and only speaking about the unreciprocal retaliation that Israel like did back to you know, Palestinians, you know, enacted back on Palestinians. And obviously it was, like I just said, unreciprocal, abhorrent, and like it's just terrible all around. But to ignore the actual evil and horrible, terrible things that happened on October 7th as well is also ridiculous. And in that way, he's doing that in a sense right now by saying that the people that were coming on October 7th only wanted to talk about it to try and because like the conversation could be had about the inevitability of something like October 7th happening with the state of like Israel and Palestine. And I don't mean state as in like nation state, but you get what I'm saying, like the current state. And so there is like a conversation that could be had there, but that's completely different than just ignoring it and being like, well, what do you expect? This was a good, like this, yeah, it happens. So what? And yeah, maybe I'm speaking a bit uncouth. You didn't just say so what, but that's kind of the vibe that's being pushed across when you act like the only response anybody had was that this somehow removes the emancipatory rights of the Palestinians. Like that's wholly a straw man.
After 75 years of apartheid and genocide and ethnic cleansing, everyone that left this community realized perhaps I was right and they might have been fucking wrong. ASMONGOLD, 100%.
And I'm sorry, right about what? I kind of cut him off. Right about what?
ASMONGOLD, these guys are, barbaric, super rapist monsters and have no emancipatory need here whatsoever. And how dare you say this is, Israel's responsibility after 75 years of apartheid and genocide and ethnic cleansing. Everyone that left this community realized perhaps I was right and they might have been fucking wrong. ASMONGOLD, 100% spent the last 2 years going after every single fucking person that called out Israel with maximum intensity. He aligned himself with Ethan Klein. He was one of the major advocates for deplatforming. And I kept calling it out. And I said, is this free speech? How is this free speech? And now that Donald Trump is losing his momentum.
And wait, didn't ASMONGOLD get banned for saying like some fucking crazy thing about October 7th? Didn't that literally happen? And I know, again, Twitch and their fucking short bans, but isn't that what happened? Or suspended, sorry, not banned, but you get what I'm saying. He got suspended for, how long? I guess it really doesn't matter how long he got. I doubt it was that long, but my point being that Hassan does not face the same kind of backlash for insane claims that he makes and statements, and it's just so weird. I think he said Muslim communities are inferior or something. No, but that's my point. Yeah, it's like, yeah, he did say that, and he should have been banned for that. And I think that is probably in some way equivalent to the way that Hassan speaks about Israelis. Just, even if you don't want to say Jewish people, just Israelis, like it's a crazy thing to say. Because that's kind of like the question, right? Okay, so you're saying all Israelis are like that. Is that any better? That's xenophobic. Even if you don't want to say that it's anti-Semitic, it's still xenophobia, and that's wrong. And then you could be like, well, I'm not talking about all Israelis. I'm only talking about the expansionist, the settlers, the cool.
Momentum, he is slowly going to back away. Okay? And I told you this already. I told you this from the start. His subreddit was
Yeah. He said that they had an inferior culture. That is what it was. Yeah, ASMONGOLD said that they had an inferior culture. which is just like the worst type of phrasing. Because if you want to say that they have like, because again, you can't speak for like as if all Muslim culture is monolithic, like if all communities are monolithic. But you could talk about like in the same way, like I said, that you can talk about the inevitability of something like October 7th in the with the way that Israel handles the Palestinian people. In the same way, you could talk about the issues with not Muslim culture. That's the issue. He's just fucking stupid. The way he's talking about it is just dumb. Because it is just always about like extremism, right? It's like extremist culture.
Partnering with the ADL. Partnering with the ADL to deplatform people like Morgan, deplatform people like myself, deplatform other pro-Palestinian content creators. And now he's over here talking about partnering up with Nick Fuentes, an actual anti-Semite.
Yeah, and that's fucking crazy, and I think it's fucked up that he does that. That doesn't negate from any of the issues that get, made it, like, any of the issues that people have with you. It seems ridiculous to try and make that claim. But then this was really funny. So this was just like something really, really quick. So this is, I have MS, multiple sclerosis. Is that what it is? Yeah, multiple sclerosis. So he wants to give money away. $100,000. He wants to give money to end MS forever. He's giving $100,000. Right now he's raised $2,925 in like a month. Tomorrow it will lap literally 1 month. So good job, Ned. Doing what you can. Let's just hear the intro, and then I'm gonna skip to the ending because it's pretty good. And then you can go check it out on your own. Great video, Ned.
How far can I walk without stopping? Here we go. Let's find out. I'm going to keep walking until I stop, and hopefully I can make it 50.1 miles to Disneyland. For every 10 miles I walk, I'm going to donate $1,000 to the National MS Society. It's Crash Dummy. So let's talk about gear. Okay. What do I need to be prepared?
Let's talk about gear. How much steroids? What cycle? How many types of steroids? How much can I take? Gear. Let's talk. I know he's talking about like pack, like what should I have in my backpack? But I do like that he said gear.
Okay, for your feet, nice, comfortable shoes.
Oh, I was thinking clogs. Oh, who'd have thunk?
Make sure they're not brand spanking new. You don't want this to be the first time you've worn them.
Yeah, I definitely have broken these in.
You're gonna want to get nice and lubed up.
Wait, what?
Vaseline or...
Well, Ned, ciao. I hope it's good. Vaseline your feet up. But let's see how this ends up. Go check out the video.
Getting pretty bad. Yeah, I'm like feeling like I'm not able to walk straight anymore. I'm wobbling back and forth. The mental isolation. 24.8. And every step, my brain is just telling me to stop walking. A new car! I'm just like limping forward one step at another.
We're watching a man slowly spiral downward, I fear. Like he just keeps... Everything he's doing just feels like it's like a detriment to his mental health. In every way.
My time to get to Disneyland keeps going higher and higher. How am I kidding? There's no way I can keep going. How am I gonna keep going? Okay, I hit 25 miles. Wow, I've been walking for 13 hours and 55,000 steps. Ow.
You haven't even done a full marathon yet. Come on, grow up. You're not a child. Did you not train for this at all?
Oh. I can do it. I'm starting to feel it in my hips are completely on fire. And I like 25.4.
0.8 miles. My breathe with you into America. Oh my gosh. I made it to 26.27. I have completed a marathon.
This feels like a Dan Henschel video. Is that who I think it is? Is that the guy that's always filming in his car? Yeah, it is. It does seem like one of his videos, this guy.
Okay, this is something that has caused a lot of problems for me in my past relationships, my past friendships, my past whatever ships, my past really like getting people gifts. Odds are they probably put on a great show about what a great person they are. But deep down, that conceals selfishness.
That's amazing. I feel like I'm gonna vomit. Oh my gosh, hitting a milestone like 26.2 miles makes it really tempting to stop. Avenue, oh that's where I live, just all the way up that way.
Oh my god, it's such a fake crier. Come on, man. There's nothing coming out. I guess he's dehydrated, right? He doesn't have any tears up in there. He had to open his eyes again to make sure the angle was okay. Oh, he really had to improve the angle. He said, this angle isn't flattering. One sec.
Well.
Oh my god.
I stopped walking.
Wow.
We're done with the challenge. Oh my god.
Yeah, we don't want to see your feet, bro. Cool. Great video.
There's been a lot of excitement about...
You made it to Disneyland. I don't actually think he made it. I think he just stopped. I think he said he was going like 50 miles. Is that what he said? How long did he say? How far did he say he was going? Didn't he made it halfway and put on his Mickey ears? Okay, but the video is fully up. It is 2.5 hours. My lord, Conduit. I guess we'll keep it at normal speed right now. I might speed it up. I guess let's see what it is at 1.25 speed. ASMONGOLD doesn't speak that slowly, though. Whew, this is going to be a little something. But definitely go check it out. I'm going to link it in the description. Let me do that right now, actually. So I spent 1 week watching ASMONGOLD at Asmon TV, and now my walls are full of alarm clocks.
There's been a lot of excitement about bringing back slavery. It seems like we won't have to. If you steal from a store, instant mandatory prison time. I would do mandatory prison labor, and I would punish the people that wouldn't do it. But I would actually be the most pro-freedom president ever. In general, there was a big protest yesterday. People broke into the Capitol building, did all kinds of bad shit. Most reasonable people look at this and view it as a disgrace. This is the Gutex. Is there going to be civil unrest today? It is about as close to a call to violence as possible. That is almost verbatim what Aragorn has said in Lord of the Rings in Helm's Deep. There's a lot of people out there, they get left behind by the system. You know, they get themselves into these like real deep conspiracy theories, right? Some people find Jesus. Some people find Alex Jones, some people find Antifa, but the end result of all of these things is dogmatic behavior. It's a vicious cycle where like you get crazier and then more people don't want to talk to you, and more people don't want to talk to you, so you get crazier, and then more people don't want to talk to you because you're even crazier, and then you get even crazier than that. I think anybody who stepped foot inside that Capitol building, there's been a lot of excitement. There is a process to changing how things are. Is it right to kill terrorists? Not without a trial. You don't just shoot people randomly. Who determines who a terrorist is? The person with the gun? What happens when they're wrong? Do you ever think about this? We have a system for dealing with people that break the law and are threats to society. Use the fucking system.
I don't even know where to begin with how to describe Asmongold to someone who's never heard of him, the dead rat he used as an alarm clock, or the fact that he's one of the biggest streamers in the world, likely because of the mindset that would use a dead rat as an alarm clock and freely admit to it. I will say that if it weren't for his politics, he'd probably be the platonic ideal of a streamer. Someone who can spend hours a day enthusiastically yapping about anything, but mainly video games. In a similar experience to reconnecting with an old friend, but then you hear the political takes and it becomes less like reconnecting and more like getting cornered at the high school reunion. Still, the man dominates in the streaming space with 2.2 million followers on Twitch, 30,000 concurrent viewers, and over 4 million subscribers on YouTube, despite never really changing up his core format, where some streamers will grow into new settings, bigger guests, more production value, fancier shot callers. Asmongold's brief expansions have found him ultimately reverting back to his starting point. What bits of Asmongold I've encountered myself are the clips that get passed around on social media, so I want to see whether they were a good representation of what he actually believes,
I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
or if he's just been taken out of context all this time. And so, I watched his streams for a week, and I'm going to tell you what I learned.
The one question I really have is, it seems that Asmongold leans heavily on the trolling angle, that he goes, I troll a lot. Oh, we're just trolling people. Asmongold does all this for trolling. And that's good. That's fine and dandy. But again, we talked about this when we were talking about the debate I had, the amazing debate. Well, actually before the debate, but when we were talking about Perry, what we discussed was, fuck, I completely lost my train of thought. Amazing stuff. This is great content, isn't it? What the fuck was I about? What we were talking about during the original? I started thinking about Perry, and my mind melted, I guess. He truly did own me in our last debate, I guess. In the original?
A matter of when?
Or if he's just been taken out of context all this time.
Oh, the trolling aspect. I completely forgot. Yes, the trolling aspect. Trolling only makes sense so far, and then at a certain point, who are you trolling? Because if your trolling is just making yourself look stupid, or like I just did right now, that was a troll, actually. I was actually just trolling everybody. You see what I mean? It's just like, if I was to say that was actually just a troll the whole time, that could be a way of working your way out of it. But I'm actually just a fucking idiot, so it's like, you gotta take it for what it is. Lay off the weed? No. Don't tell me what to do. I forget stuff just because I forget stuff.
And so, I watched his streams for a week, and I'm going to tell you what I learned. And if you enjoy my suffering, please subscribe to my Patreon, no obligation. Starting in 2026, I'm going to start providing more rewards there.
Oh, I only caught a minute of it. Is it worth to go back and watch the conversation with Perry, Gap, and Quasar? Honestly, probably not. I guess this video is going to be a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. I guess I could go over it quickly. The little convo we had.
The discussion at hand. Yeah.
Basically, the best way I can explain it, if you want to go back and give it a full listen, fully unedited all the way through. My take is basically, I said that Perry was a troll. I guess he didn't like that, so he wanted to actually debate his opinions. None of his opinions actually convinced me anymore that he wasn't a troll. Still feel like he's a troll. He made people in the comments pointed it out the best. His arguments made no sense, arguing that if you had one baby and one adult, you'd probably choose the adult to live over the baby. And I'm like, even if that was the case, which I argue that I don't think most people would say that, because his arguments don't make any sense. A baby's life is less valuable than adults because an adult has lived experience. But if a baby would have like the propensity to do more because they are untouched, untapped. So it's like, it was just a dumb claim in general. But he said that that's why cancer, who cares about kids' cancer? But then he also argued that you can care about multiple things at once. He said that it was okay to call CPS. Yeah, the stream was fun after the call ended. We had a good stream. Yeah, and then at the end, he kind of just kept running circles because he kept only focusing on the transformation aspect of fair use. Like, he kept going, it's transformative, even though there's 4 pillars of fair use. And so when I kept bringing up the harm on market, like the effect on market value and the stated intent of their effect on market value, he said, well, just because that's their intent doesn't mean that's what actually happens. And it's like, yeah, but in a court of law, now they do not have as much of an effort that they have to take to see that they gained money. Their intent was to siphon views away from the original. How is that not a market substitute? It seems pretty plain and simple in that way. But he kept just reiterating the same points over and over again, going, just because they said it doesn't mean it's true. But it doesn't matter if they said it or not, because it's true regardless. Them saying it only adds to the credibility of the truth. Yeah, his metaphors were the worst. At one point, he literally said, what's the difference when talking about people calling CPS on Ethan's kids versus talking around the water cooler with a coworker and so them talking about beating their kids. He was like, would you call CPS on a coworker who's talking about beating their kids? And I was like, maybe, maybe not. It kind of depends on the scenario. If they're just talking about it like as a joke, I might question them and be like, hey, that's fucked up. Why are you saying that? But I wouldn't I mean, it kind of depends on what the question is. But then beyond that, that is still a whole completely different thing than a random person online that you know nothing about. So that was complete. But then he literally said, what's the difference? And I had to ask him, I said, did you really just ask me what's the difference between your coworker and a streamer you watch? And then he did explain it for me, so I was happy about that. The best part, let me see if I can find it actually. The best part, let me see, paper. Drawing. This was the best part right here.
Because I'm from Europe.
Are
But
you,
no, I'm serious.
Are you
like,
writing? Are you writing with? Are you writing with a pencil? Are you writing with a pencil right now?
I'm just like doodling.
Oh, I heard a scribble. What are you drawing? What are you drawing?
It's like a tip or a tip.
What are you drawing right now?
It's like a bunch of circles or what's
just a bunch of circles. Like,
circles
do you just
squares.
scribble?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Do you just do shapes or do you do other
No,
stuff too?
listen. Oh, I can draw quite. I have. I drew Guts from Berserk once.
Oh, really? Oh,
see
that's. I mean, that's pretty sick. I don't need to see it. I believe you.
But no, I should like do more painting, man. I just don't.
That'd be cool. I mean, honestly, some painting streams, like drawing streams, those are. I think those have been doing really well.
I did one of those.
Really? Okay, I might have to check that out.
For you, they're doing well for you, or just like.
No, I've just been seeing them. It's a niche right now. I'm actually. I know I'm a smaller streamer than you, so maybe you're not a part of it. I'm in the small streamer Reddit, and so our small YouTube Reddit.
Oh.
So I look at different people's posts.
I was in that one years ago. Yeah.
That's been. I know, man. It's that many. Oh, so long ago. Yeah, we had a good drawing convo. But good stuff. Go check it out if you'd like to see. So are you guys friends now? I don't think so. I did want to see if he said anything about me after, so I went and watched like 2 minutes after I hung up on him, because I did just kind of hang up on him. And he knew that I was trying to end for like 30 minutes, so he definitely just likes keeping the runtime going. He just likes to keep asking questions and saying stuff just to keep the runtime going. But then I went and checked, and he said that he was like, oh, he seems like an all right guy. He said he liked my art. He called what did he call Alex? He called Alex the Fiction the R word, and he called him a bunch of stuff. So at least I'm not to that level yet. Once he calls me that, then we're gonna have issues. Oh, you watched after the call? Kathy called in. He interviewed Brad Taste in Music's ex, which is how I discovered he existed, and he kept watching her, or he kept asking her what her favorite Pokemon is, her thoughts on Destiny, lyrics, Rose Mullet, and a bunch of other unrelated questions pertaining to abuse she experienced with Brad Taste in Music. I just can't. I'm not going to believe he's anything but a troll. Like, legitimately. He honestly seems like a decent person if he wasn't legitimately a troll. That's the part I can't get over, is that I'm just like, I don't know what his actual beliefs are because it is just pure troll. Yeah, he definitely it sounds like a Hassan interview. Yeah, just going on going on random tangents about nonsense. No, it is what it is, though. You know, if he ever wants to call back in, all I want to talk about, I honestly don't want to have any more debates with Perry. He wins. I bow down. I bow down to Perry. But if he ever wants to call in again, I'm literally just going to ask him if he's ever heard of Perry Grip. You guys know Perry Grip? I hate my life and I wanna die. I ain't got no iPhone. And what else? It's raining tacos from out of the sky. Tacos. You guys remember that one? Or Space Unicorn roaming through the night. I don't remember that one that well. Yeah, the rainbow all across the world. Something like that. Or Baby Monkey. Baby monkey riding backwards on a pig, baby monkey. Remember that one? Do you like waffles? Yeah, we like waffles. Do you like pancakes? See, everybody remembers. But sorry, Conduit. The tangents we go on. Yeah, he did Baby Monkey riding on a pig. That's Perry Grip too. Perry Grip's a legend. You made all those up. Those are all I wish I made all those up. I'd be a millionaire. I don't know if he's that rich. The Lost Primus songs. You know, they might be. I've never looked into Perry Grip's other writing. Maybe he has a couple some hands on a few albums. But here, let's keep watching Conduit.
Than just the opportunity to give me money, which I do greatly appreciate.
Oh man.
Who said this? Joseph Stalin once said, "Death is the solution to all problems. No man, no problem." Crazy. That's a
oh
spooky
man,
thing to
another
say.
day, huh? Another fucking day.
We begin where we'll end, in Asmongold's attic, and much like the Shel Silverstein poem, though the house is dark and shuttered, I can see someone inside looking out.
Oh. Oh god. Oh shit. Come to name a VTuber without the letter B. Iron Mouse.
Okay, I have to go back to normal speed. This is gonna take forever. Okay, let's go. Let's get into it.
Literally in 1 second. Yeah, Iron Mouse, Fillion,
Cap'n Quasar. I'm not a VTuber, but perfect. Why do you know so many VTubers?
Silvervale. Who is this retard? Anyway, it's gotta just
Does Nicholas Diorio count?
be engagement bait, right? It just pissed me off. I saw it, right?
Why would this piss you off out of any post? This is such a this post is nothing. I'm surprised it even has this many likes.
That's true. Yeah, being fat is disgusting. But, you know, unfortunately, Twitch doesn't agree with me.
If you were looking for some kind of filter between the mouth and the mind, for better or worse, you're in the wrong place. Probably should have warned you earlier, but
when do we boycott Twitch? I mean, you are right now. There are millions of dollars that get evaporated from Twitch because they have to pay for my web hosting.
It surprised me to find out it's true that the web hosting for a major streamer is this expensive. However, that's a cost Twitch definitely understands and accepts, given that they've had more than one opportunity to drop Asmongold, and CEO Dan Clancy has a well-known deference for Hassan, who's on the opposite end of the political spectrum. In the lead-up to talking about Hassan's China trip, Asmon watches a video about a fancy Huawei laptop.
If you search 1989, it explodes.
Which segues into a conversation about his broader view of capitalism.
So the U.S. doesn't practice free market capitalism? Wait, no, of course we don't. Like, I mean, not in an ultimate sense. Why would anybody? Oh God, it's a dishonest retard. I don't even want to read it. It's gonna make me mad. If you don't have a regulated free market, you won't have a free market. You're gonna have a few guys that get in control of it, and then now they're the regulators.
It's just, it is funny because what you're saying is true, but that's why the idea of calling it like a free market in general is kind of redundant on some level, right? Like yeah, there needs to be something in place. I don't know. I feel like Asmongold is kind of the most. I don't even. He's just basic. There's not a lot of thought that's put into it, good or bad. Like in the good or the bad thoughts.
Why do you think that we have to have a rule against monopolies? Do we have to have a rule against, selling products for free? No, we don't really have a law against that because it's not business. It's not business efficient to do that.
There are rules against setting prices too low because companies seeking to create a monopoly can just starve out competition.
I didn't really get a lot of.
But then actually look at that in practice and see how many fucking companies are literally monopolies, and they just don't care. And that's why I don't know I don't know what he's arguing in this point necessarily, but maybe we're on the same side here. I can't really tell.
Sleep last night, if you want me to be honest, so I'm probably having a few misfires. I want the Chinese government to get obliterated. Well, then you should hope for the Chinese people to do that. For only the people.
He gave the take that illegal immigrants come into the country with the intention to destroy the U.S. government. That's even more interesting, because you could maybe say, not that this is true at all, but I could understand one ignorant person arguing that illegal immigrants are coming, and regardless of their intent, they are going to cause a deconstruction of the cultural values and the cultural stylings of the U.S. Or whatever country you're in. And I think that that's a stupid point because culture is ever changing based on the people that are living within it, regardless of homogeny or whatever. So yeah. I think Asmon really is just a high school sophomore.
People can hold their government accountable, right? We can't go and change it and then assume that it's going to get better, right?
Tucker Carlson's morning newsletter mentions Hassan's trip to China.
Uh-oh, look who it is. It's speak English, right? So it's just electric dog.
Asmon actually calls it out as disingenuous.
This is right-wing stuff that's disingenuous in the same way that Hassan can be about left-wing stuff. Don't defend Hassan. I'm not defending Hassan. I'm just defending what I think is true.
Yeah, most illegal immigrants come to the country because they want to start a new life with their family. They always take jobs that none of us would take, which is weird because Asmon thinks they steal said jobs. Yeah, Billy Madison ass takes. Well, and that's the thing is, like I said, you could talk about the cultural impact, which again I think is negligible in the grand scheme of your actual policy and stuff, because if they are moving to one specific country, it is because they are at least more aligned with that. Even if it is just economically or whatever, they're more aligned with that country. There's some reason that they're going there beyond wholly trying to dismantle it from the inside out or something.
And I think that if you have to attack people based off of things that aren't true, maybe the reason is because you're actually wrong. I think that sometimes people...
Yeah, and I completely agree. I'll take undocumented immigrants over the thugs kidnapping them. Yeah, our own country is the one ruining the country. Our own government is the one ruining the country. The country's ruining itself. Did they finish the White House extension?
Does
it still just have a big gaping hole in the side?
interpret things intentionally and then get mad at them for that.
The president of Syria and ex-Al-Qaeda member Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani met with President Trump at the White House, which is a sentence that would probably kill the average person from 2004.
You know, they say keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And apparently that's what's happening. This is crazy. This guy is a head-chopping ISIS guy. Everybody has, you know, a rough past, right? I mean, things happen. I think it'd be nice if we just didn't have an endless war with the Middle East. And if that means we gotta invite a few head choppers over to the White House, that is what it is.
This is pretty racist, but you're probably not going to convince anyone that it is, given that Jawlani and members of his government have actually overseen executions.
It's cheap. You just, what do you gotta buy them food? Like, that's it?
Okay, but that actually is racist. A lady at a wrestling show got mad at one of the wrestlers, leading to her getting forced away by him.
Fat Karen versus a big ass dude. There is no need to be going around and touching people. You don't need to be doing that. You can't understand the mind of a fat person. It just doesn't, like, there's no logic to it, right? It's just it's probably maybe he had food. Maybe she thought he had food or something.
The fat jokes.
I mean, Asmongold, you can't make fun of people for being fat because you literally look like you lack the proper nutrients. Like, not even like, oh, you're too skinny. Like, you look unhealthy. You look like you look sickly in a sense. And like it's the pot calling the kettle black on some level.
Are going to be a frequent occurrence. You will not be spared. Someone posted a meme in Asmongold's subreddit about Sydney Sweeney's jeans ad, if you recall that controversy.
Yeah, I don't know how this happened. This was so stupid.
But that's not important. What is important is Asmongold's perspective on intelligence related to someone's susceptibility to manipulation.
So it's easy to take advantage of like a middle intelligence person, and it's harder to take advantage of a smart person, and it's also harder to take advantage of a dumb person. And they never question themselves, and anything that reaffirms what they already believe about themselves, they will instantly agree with it, right? And so because of that, you can prey on people's bias.
Yeah, it's anchoring bias. It's just like, we've talked about this a lot, and he's talking about it in too many words.
And you can take advantage of them that way.
Depends on how you qualify it, but generally speaking, there's no level of intelligence that immunizes from being taken advantage of or scammed, and there's evidence to say that being smarter would actually make it more likely.
Why smart people are more likely to believe fake news, particularly when the statement feels fluent, easy to process, and familiar. We tend not to focus on the details and instead go with the gist. Unfortunately, there are many simple ways for purveyors of misinformation can tweak the presentation of their claims to increase the statement's fluency and familiarity. And that's why I've always said it's like you've always kind of you have to be willing at the very least to believe that you're wrong. Because you could be right, but if you're not willing to at least hear out the other side, hear out like a counter, some kind of counterclaims, then it's kind of ridiculous. And obviously, some counterclaims are more valuable than others, but that doesn't mean that we should just, like, one way or the other, ignore, like, some people are so bad where they'll just ignore everything. They'll hear something like this and go, that's why I don't believe any news. I'll never believe a news agency in my life. As if that's the smart thing to do. Cross-reference. Cross-analyze. Look at the facts.
I want you to hold this in your mind as we go along.
Yeah, anyone can get scammed on a bad day. I do think it's interesting because this isn't necessarily talking about scamming. This is I guess in a way it's talking about scamming, but this is talking specifically about like the abuse of anchoring bias. Or I guess, is it anchor bias? Whatever. I like anchoring.
And smart people can do that too. They can, but I think that with big groups like,
yeah, trust but verify. That's a good way to think about it. Like, you can trust something that seems valid, but then try and do your best to verify that it is valid.
Reddit, it's very easy to do that because of the groupthink that it kind of reinforces. And I think that's what happens in a lot of cases.
Some news about the LGBT community in China.
Apple removes 2 gay dating apps in China. I've always said this, and I'll say it again. Every company All they do is they make money. China hates gays. Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know if they hate gays, but my understanding is that they're not, as progressive as necessarily we are.
I mean, it's kind of like a hyperbolic statement in itself, right? China hates gays. Well, China's a country. The land doesn't hate gay people. Like, yes, we understand, but there are oppressive, like, there is an oppressive system in place, even if there is, like, decriminalization of homosexuality.
Why are you gay?
That was the one I was trying to hit.
The Chinese government is getting worse about gay rights, even as the people are slowly becoming more accepting.
I never even think about whether a guy is gay or not, right? I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe that's weird, but it just never even comes into, like, my fucking, my orbit of thinking, right? Yeah, who...
I googled it. Gay marriage is illegal in mainland China. Wait, actually? Well, I guess gay marriage is illegal, but it's not decriminalized. So if you are gay in public, you won't, like, get arrested. That's, like, kind of the point. No, I think I did know that, actually. Yeah, it's just, it's not accepted. And the whole thing is, right, regardless of your religious values, like, you should understand that there is economic impact from being married. So people should be allowed to be married to the person that they are in a partnership with, regardless of your feelings on the morality of it. That's like that's the truth about equality, right? Guam did a good explainer on it. Yeah, I saw she did one a while back, right? Breaking all that down. Back when Hassan was still in China.
Who cares? Yeah, who gives a shit?
Steam announced new hardware for 2026.
A big black box. Yes, exactly. And what we have here is a small black box. Dreams come true. My best advice is not to buy one of these necessarily. It's not to buy a pre-built. It's to build your own. And my best advice for people that are buying their own, there are two things not to skimp out on. Don't skimp out on your power supply, and don't skimp out on your motherboard.
My knowledge of tech is limited, but I think this is good advice. Someone made a dating sim and included Asmon as a character.
Okay.
I have forbidden you to wash your hair.
What?
I do not wish to see what little hair that remains get washed away.
Are you kidding me?
I'm tired.
Who did this? Sounds nothing like you. That's okay. I mean, again, I don't really care, okay?
And
Asmon is very well known for contradicting his own opinions within the same stream. Hey, at a certain point, you gotta just say, fuck it. Throw all valid thought to the winds. Hope for the best. Just start spouting off. Hope something comes out.
And then he gets to a post about someone fanficking Hollow Knight characters as queer.
Tell me that you have issues with your sexuality without telling me, well, actually, you...
The Steam Machine. RAM will be half the cost if you build your own. If you can build your own Steam Machine, what do you mean? Because from what I've seen is it's basically just like a desktop, right? Like, it's not really a console, it's kind of just a desktop. And I can't even remember what my cousin was telling me. I think he was saying you could you put Linux on it? Is that what it is? Isn't that what you could do with fuck, I can't remember what anything is right now. Any of like the Steam products. I'm a motherfucking meme machine.
You are telling me that you have issues with your sexuality. What a weirdo. Like, putting all these sexualities on different characters in a video game. This is one of the really weird things that, like, a lot of these, like, gender warriors do, is that they try to rewrite everything to include themselves. Whitewashing? Well, I'd say this is rainbow washing.
I'm sure Asmon won't do something just like this before the end of the week.
No, yeah, I am mistaken than what I'm trying to remember. Because SteamOS is Linux. That's right. I'm fucking completely there was something else. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Forget I said anything. I'm too dumb for this. I'm not a computer guy. That's why my stream fucks up so much. We're trying our best with what we have.
I mean, I don't think anybody cares about this kind of stuff, right? The people that do are kind of weirdos. What's next? Smurfette is trans. You'd really be surprised.
Matthew McConaughey and My Cocaine apparently pulled an Ariel and sold their voices to an AI company in exchange for human legs. And Asmon takes it as an opportunity to talk about people on Twitter who dislike AI.
There's like a few weirdos on Twitter that are like constantly at war with AI, and they think that somehow they're going to win. AI is inevitable. Here's how you know that there are only a few people that actually care. That's how you know. It's because you don't listen to what people say, you listen to what they do.
I think this is an imperfect argument because it assumes people playing know it uses AI and that people who oppose AI have equally absolute opinions about it.
Never, because people are retarded. They're going to say things they don't really believe. They're going to say the way that they think should be, the way they think things should be, rather than the way they are. AI is a massively positive and massively popular thing, and don't let a handful of furries on social media convince you otherwise.
A Moroccan immigrant in Portugal mugged someone, which is proof that Europe is being overtaken by criminal foreigners who all need to be removed.
I would never want to go to Europe to vacation.
Europe.
And the reason why is that the police don't protect you.
The murder rates in every European country are drastically lower than in the United States, and overall crime has trended downward the last 2 decades.
I have complex feelings about AI. I mean, AI is probably one of the most complicated issues right now because it's like one of the biggest impacts on I'm just forgetting everything today. On automation, on like automating jobs and like getting rid of people's jobs. So I definitely think that it's one of those things where it's a tool, and like any tool, we need to figure out how to make it work for us instead of allowing it to destroy things. You know, I think about it like anything. There's definitely a utility to having a use to having AI. But it's about finding the proper utility. Because otherwise it will just be abused in the same way that, like we're talking about the way that businesses monopolize, even though monopolies are illegal. Like AI could definitely work around the existing laws to hinder a lot of people.
So yeah, that's Africa, brother. I mean, like, well,
and Asmongold misses someone doing a racism.
What was it? Morocco is like, yeah, that's in Africa. It's at the top of Africa. Yeah, that's in Europe, bro. Like, what do you mean? Poland, I would go to. Okay.
He watches a video about China making robots.
I mean, we're obviously going to make robot slaves that do our activities at home for us, and I think that's a good thing. By the way, this is a great thing. Now, instead of because we won't have to bring back slavery. A lot of people have been talking. There's been a lot of excitement about bringing back slavery.
Who said that?
It seems like we won't have to because we're going to have robots instead. And I don't know what we're going to do with all those people. Maybe we're just going to kill them.
And a clip of people making Lord of the Rings jokes about racial crime statistics.
Orcs only make up 13%.
No. Hey, I didn't say it, okay?
Meme the other day where it was like, the Shire's losing population. Should the hobbits more? Should we import goblins?
And that allows me to say,
I talked about this so long ago. This is my biggest fear. I hate all of the robots that people are making. This came out 10 months ago. Tell me this isn't the most horrifying thing you've ever seen. This is by Protoclone, so this is the Protoclone by clone. Bipedal musculoskeletal android version 1. And so they're trying to give this android like actual like human musculature and skeletal system. I don't like it. Throw some AI in that baby. We're good to go. I do not like it. You think he wants a Modelo? Maybe. He looks like he's drinking a few too many at this point. That's why they had to put him up like this. They were like, hey, buddy, you've been acting out. See, I'm a lover of weird shit, but like if I saw that in like a movie, I'd be like, That's so cool. That looks sick. Seeing it in real life, I'm like, I've seen too many movies. I know where this is going. I know where we're heading. I'm telling you, here's my fear. I've said it once and I'll say it again. And once it finally happens, I will take the throne as the newest the newest That's So Raven. I do see into the future. But I think that the worst way this could go, and this is moving away from AI, now I'm just talking about robots. Have robots that are cops. You have the robots as cops, and then what you have is you have people. So you have like the kind of how they have in Waymos right now, where they have people that are in like facilities or at home or whatever it is that are working through that are looking through cameras in the Waymo to make sure that everything's working the way it should be, nobody's doing anything wrong. And so what if they use the fucking brain chips? They have Neuralink on a bunch. One cop is sitting in a room. He's sitting in a chamber underwater using his Neuralink to tap into 10 different robots all at once, 10 different RoboCops. And when one dies, they just load his consciousness onto another. It can work indefinitely. And then you have like this matrix system of police officers. The RoboCops are going to be insanely racist. Hot take, I did not like RoboCop when I watched it. I feel like when you watch RoboCop, you're expecting a bit more than there is. Like, it's a bit slower than it should be. Human cops are super biased and money motivated, but RoboCops could, well, we've seen the movies. And that's why I think it'll be a merge between the two, where they'll have robot bodies, like robot shells, that aren't running strictly on AI and might have like AI elements, but are then being monitored by people, if not using Neuralink, you get what I'm saying, or watching like Waymos just on computers going, oh fuck, it went rogue, it started shooting this guy. But then it also like, then it also becomes a question of like, if they do that, this is a complete conspiracy theory now. If they were to do that, what happens if they do something wrong? If there is, police brutality, who do you charge at that point? Is it just the whole? I guess it always comes out of the police budget, right? They never have to deal with it themselves. Yeah, like Avatar and RoboCop having a love child. Robotar, Avacop.
Segue into a story about actual immigration. Greece is trying to test immigrants to confirm their ages. One aspect of it, which supersedes the others, is a wrist x-ray that doctors have criticized as having up to a 2-year margin of error, and opting out automatic.
Wait, a what?
Greece is trying to test immigrants to confirm their ages. One aspect of it, which supersedes the others, is a wrist x-ray that doctors have criticized as having up to a 2-year margin of error, and opting out automatically lists you as an adult. So there's no way to know if these numbers are accurate.
What the fuck? Only 10 were actually kids? Ugh. So that means they're going to end up being sent to a high school with kids and they're an adult?
No, that is so confusing. It includes a left wrist x-ray as a part of a multi-layered medical assessment to determine the age of asylum seekers claiming to be minors. The primary goal is to prevent false claims of being a minor to receive specialized housing or privileges. Medical methods such as widely used Grulich-Pile atlas for bone age rely on data from specific populations, Caucasian children from the 50s, and may not be accurate for individuals of more diverse nutritional or socioeconomic backgrounds. Yeah, because I was going to say, like, if this is literally just like a bone density, like, x-ray, there are a lot of things that could impact that. I don't know what the margin would be for, like, age. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I don't know. That does seem complicated, though, and kind of a weird way to do it. Like, I understand there needs to be, like, a way to check, but that does seem a bit odd.
Only if they're going to star in a CW show.
It's always like that? Yeah, that's why you can't let them in. You shouldn't let them in. I say it all the time. I don't know why they do that. And to appear not racist? Yeah, I guess so.
And now we've reached Hassan in China.
You know what? I just realized this is how we know Asmongold isn't that smart. Because he like iDubbbz put himself in the left corner. The only two people I can think of that do that. Maybe it happens more than I'm thinking of, and I'm just so used to people like Lonerbox and Ethan and like I'm telling you, most people I see put it in the bottom right corner. Or if you are gonna have it on the left, you like move it around. You have a lot of corners to work with. I get it, but I think it's good the way I have it, having it all confined to one side here. But it is what it is.
You're not racist? Yeah, I guess so.
And now we've reached Hassan in China. Police Story is such a good movie, you guys. Lonerbox gives the consensus opinion here.
How moronic do you have to be to go to China, a country that you're clearly planning on doing propaganda for, to get your narrative contradicted on fucking day one where some cops come up to
God. That's what happens. You can never be wrong. And when you can never be wrong, you end up never being right.
Hold on to that one because it's time for Trump and Epstein, with the emails released by Democrats after the government shutdown ended.
Dean Weathers says the new Epstein story is 100 times bigger than Watergate. That's way bigger.
Asmon's perspective is that Trump is in the wrong.
Wait, was that... Wait, I wish I could hear... Wait, Conduit. I'm sorry. I needed to hear his full take there, because that wasn't all that he said, but that was so funny. 100 times bigger than Watergate. That's so much bigger. That's like 100 times bigger. Like, I don't know why he said it like that.
After the government shutdown ended.
Dean Weathers says the new Epstein story is 100 times bigger than Watergate. That's way bigger.
Asmon's perspective is that Trump is in the wrong, but he probably didn't do anything, but both parties are bad, and the emails Democrats released are misleading, which means Trump is bad, but he isn't a pedo. If that sounded confusing, let me massage your brain until it is comfortably smooth. Asmon says he's willing to believe that Trump is implicated in Epstein's crimes if there's evidence, but he's not willing to accept the evidence. Here's Asmon's reaction to the
Well, to be fair, the evidence in this case is the lack of evidence that was put out. And the implication of the reasons behind them not putting said information out, which is them saying that, what was it? It was like political reasons. Like they literally said that that was the reason that they weren't putting out certain, why they redacted so much. Which is ridiculous.
Revelation that Trump spent time with the victim at Epstein's home for several hours.
That doesn't mean that he knew that the person was a victim at all. Like, just because you interact with somebody that was a victim doesn't mean that you know the details of what happened to them.
Trump in this email, a quote, dog that hasn't barked by Democrats on the House over.
He does it because he knows people will react to him and will still see him. Kind of smart, but aesthetically bad. Yeah, I guess if you want to go full screen for everything.
It's interesting that he agrees with the release of the...
I mean, I guess a lot of people don't put chat on screen. That's the main reason I don't go full screen a lot of the time, is because I don't want to block any of the video. Like, why am I going to block out what this first couple sentences are? And then if I need to move myself around, I can do whatever. Like, watch. Check this out. Oop, I grabbed the wrong one. There I am. Look, now I'm on top of him. What do you think of that one? Hey, buddy boy. Look, now we're next to each other. Look, it's Trump. Look, and that one's Epstein. There they are. And that's my chat. That's all of you. That's all of you. Isn't this stream so fun?
The emails as a tactic to pressure Trump to release the files, even as he doubts their legitimacy.
I'm glad this came out, even though I think that there's a high probability that it could be fake, misleading, or misunderstood, or misinterpreted. Yeah, I think they should release everything completely unredacted besides victims' names and obviously photographs that could be problematic. Oh, it could make somebody look bad? Too bad. You shouldn't have gone to an island with a pedophile. But like, if you know who the victims are, you know who the survivors are, obviously you word filter searched the name Trump, right? Can't you just do that for the victims and then just omit those two?
The process of redaction is much more intensive to guarantee there's no way to retrieve information that's removed through various recovery techniques in the paper and the data.
I don't think there's hard evidence that commits Trump to doing anything weird with Epstein. If there was, I think they would have...
I mean, yeah, sure. There's no hard evidence specifically about the actions that Trump like made with Epstein, like any intimate moments that the two had. But I think that the level of their friendship has definitely been brought into question for like very valid reasons, and the fact that so many people are willing to just kind of brush it off, push it to the side, and be like, "Well, hey, look at Bill Clinton, though. Bill Clinton was in there." Yeah, and that's the other thing. Yeah, it's like the evidence is under all those black bars. And I understand it's like, oh, there is no evidence out right now. And it's like, yeah, but then it brings into question why they redacted so much. Who was in all those redactions? Imagine, like, that's really what I'm wondering is, like, there's so much that's redacted. Are literally the images, like, of the same moment, but it's literally just Trump in different poses, like in front of crimes that are happening in the background, but it's him just like it would almost be better to just release it all, because the speculation is going to draw more like it's going to draw more questions than they think are going to like just be like people are going to be willing to just drop it. Trump doesn't have friends. His only friend ever was Epstein. Yeah, reminder, that weird poem with the figure of a body. Was it a child's body? It was weird regardless. But yeah. And then the other... Wasn't there another thing? There was something else too that had just come out. It's too much. Too much.
Already released it. And if there is, I think that there is as much, if not more, hard evidence against Democrats doing it too. So
cool. Put them all in prison. They do it too. So what? It's like, cool, bro. Let's play ball now. All the players are here. Let's play some ball. Let's not fucking just run away now. Like, I don't get the perspective at all.
Coping so hard? Well, I'm not coping. I'm just being logical. I don't care. If Trump was in the Epstein files, I would want to know about it. My conspiracy theory...
Well, it's like, what do you define as in the Epstein files? Because it seems like our president has a very, like... If he hasn't had any type of... despicable actions, if he hasn't, like, done anything terrible and evil, then it would be, like... It should be in question what his knowledge is. Because he can't just go, I barely knew him. We weren't really friends. I never knew the guy. Like, that just clearly isn't the case. So give us some kind of, like, breakdown of what you do know. Because otherwise, it kind of just feels like you're going, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. And that doesn't mean you committed the crime. But it definitely draws into question what you're trying to not, get yourself in trouble for. It wasn't a pedophilia. It was, I saw some people saying, what was it? They were saying it was a tax fraud. Oh yeah, I don't want people to know that I committed tax fraud, so I'd rather have them think that I'm a pedophile. That makes a whole lot of sense. Like, I don't get it.
Is that I think that both
my favorite politician won't be in the Epstein files because I don't have a favorite politician because I'm not a weirdo. Yeah, you shouldn't really have that's my guy. Like, you could be like, that's the guy I voted for. Even if you are like, that's my guy in some regards, I guess. Like, that is something people say. But putting your stake in, like, wholly in one person, you literally are putting your eggs all in one basket. Why would you do that? That's what you're not supposed to do.
Parties have a piece of the Epstein files. And because of that, they don't want to release it because I think there is a...
No male faves, no political faves. No faves. I don't like people.
A third party, my opinion is that the most likely candidates for that third party are Israel, China, Russia, in that order, that have the entire Epstein files. And if these files are released in a partial amount, they will then be released by this foreign third party in their entirety.
It's always Israel. At this point, no, I don't think I'll ever actually be numb to that.
These mails are nothing new. They were already released in 2024.
These emails were not released in 2024. Separate info from the Epstein case was ordered unsealed by a judge in 2023 related to a Ghislaine Maxwell defamation case, but did not contain much information not already known to the public.
Virginia Giuffre has testified multiple times that President Trump did nothing, and she never even saw him at Epstein's house.
Additionally, Greg Price, whose Twitter he's looking at here, is a conservative journalist who got in trouble in 2022 for editing the audio of John Fetterman in his Senate debate to make his ability to speak sound worse, which is the exact same criticism Asmon has of these emails for their redactions.
So it's bullshit? Wait, what? You can tell that he's lying by his eyebrows. Like some merchant or something like that that's going to sell you snake oil. I don't understand. It's obviously not a White
He looks like a merchant because of his eyebrows? What does that even mean?
House cover-up to snake oil. I don't understand. It's obviously not a White House cover-up. I mean, was Biden covering it up for 4 years?
Biden wasn't covering up the case. The case was still open for Ghislaine Maxwell's trial until her last appeal was denied in October of 2025. He did not have the authority to...
I mean, it's also just so stupid because it's like, what if we just say, yeah, sure, maybe they were. Like, obviously it's wrong. But does that, just by going, what about you, does not negate from what's happening in this current moment.
intercede in the case to reveal the evidence, and doing so could have given Maxwell grounds for an appeal.
I mean, what are we talking about, a White House cover-up? I mean, if anything, I feel like Trump is really kind of a piece of shit. It's like if you can't even find any evidence of Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew, like why are you going and dragging their name in the mud by saying this if you can't even prove it? That's crazy. The problem is that we can all sit around and theorize on a reason, but we don't really know what the reason is. That's the truth. Nobody really knows. And I think that's why nobody trusts him.
There's a difference between the standard of evidence to convict someone of a crime and the standard necessary to recognize with reasonable certainty that until exonerating evidence emerges, the most likely explanation is the correct one. I doubt Asmon would say that O.J. Simpson didn't kill two people just because the glove didn't fit. ASMONGOLD reads the GOP Oversight Committee's Twitter response to the Democrats and uses their reasoning to dismiss the emails.
So they released something that was already unredacted, and then they re-redacted it again, and they're trying to think that it's new. Are you seriously? Oh my God. It's a clown show? Yeah, there's no way.
And the fix is in.
If you are intentionally redacting a name that was previously unredacted publicly, you're doing that because you're trying to mislead people.
I'm going to put a pretty big if at the start of this just because I might be misinterpreting what I've seen, and this isn't about the victim herself, but what ASMONGOLD is saying about these emails. If I've read what Virginia Giuffre has said correctly, she claims to have only interacted with Trump at Mar-a-Lago when she was employed there, and a couple of times at parties, and said nothing bad happened between them. However, the emails released suggest that she talked with Trump for hours at Epstein's home, which would contradict her testimony. Giuffre isn't alive to correct the record, but if Democrats were willing to lie as Asmon suggests, it would be to their benefit to leave the name unredacted, as it would undercut the testimony frequently cited to say that Trump did nothing wrong. But they didn't, at the wishes of the family who have condemned Republicans for revealing her identity and not Democrats for being dishonest. I won't speak to the rest of the sexual assault accusations against Trump, because even if they relate to the broader context of Trump's relationship with Epstein and how you should interpret these emails overall, I think that might widen the focus too much from what these initially released emails say specifically.
I think people aren't really understanding what happened here. The victim might be afraid. She's dead. She said that she didn't have any problems with Trump and Trump was fine. She went on record and said that.
Again, these emails contradict her testimony, not the other way around.
So the reason why they redacted...
And I'm assuming, well, because here's the thing is, yeah, so this email does contradict it. Worked as Trump, Virginia spent hours at my house with him. Okay, actually, never mind. Never mind. What I was going to say, I didn't realize who this. I guess I misheard him at first when he said this was from Ghislaine Maxwell. For some reason, I was thinking that it was Virginia's statement made like in an email, which was also kind of confusing to me. But I understand now. It's Maxwell talking about Virginia. Yeah, my point I was going to make was kind of it makes no sense now, because what I was going to say is her testimony under oath would matter more than like her statements in an email, but her testimony under oath might just have been untrue, and this is the evidence of that. And she is again she is deceased and can no longer speak on this, which again at least draws the question.
Her name is because if they didn't redact her name, it would have shown, obviously, that this is the person that had already cleared Trump of wrongdoing.
And again, it would have been more beneficial for Democrats to leave the name unredacted, but they did it anyway per the wishes of the family.
Why is Trump not releasing all of it? I think that is a great question. That is an incredible, amazing, great question, and I think people should be asking that all the time.
Asmon will not consider whether this conclusion might be based on where he gets his news from.
How do you solve this problem with the corruption? You don't. The reality is that this problem will probably never go away.
And that is why you shouldn't try to better your life, because you might fail, so it's easier to frown.
We will find out the nature of the Epstein files when we are on Social Security, if Social Security still exists by then.
You must all go and spread the word of frowning!
Because this is never going to go away until everybody that was involved, and everybody who was even involved secondarily, is dead.
Pretty soon, everyone will embrace sadness, and there'll be no such thing as smiling!
And I think even then, we won't really know what happened. And do you not feel bad for telling people to vote for him? No. No, he's done a lot of things that I agree with. And he's also done things that I disagree with.
I feel so exasperated watching this because it feels like I should be trying to convince Asmongold to change his mind about these things. But if he comes away from hearing about these emails still thinking that Trump is preferable as the most powerful person in the world, I don't know what else I could say.
But I think that both of them are inadequate candidates. That's why I didn't vote for either one of them. Even though I am much more aligned with Trump, that doesn't mean that I totally agree with Trump. I just view him as the lesser of two evils.
So Asmon...
But you're showing an unwillingness to actually engage with the critical, like using a critical lens and the critiques that are made on Trump. But I mean, not just about the Epstein stuff either, but I guess I'll probably get into that further. That seems to be what this is heavily about. But I mean, also, I love when people say that Trump did a lot of stuff I do like. Name some of it. Name some things that you agree with.
Thinks that Trump is the lesser of two evils. What would Asmon actually want if he were president?
I would want to use the military to deport every illegal alien in the country.
Wow, that is the most insane thing I have ever heard.
Would want to bring back insane asylums and put crazy people in insane asylum. And
you were quite literally just not thinking logically at all. Who's going to work in them? What are the actual procedures? Like, there's just so many reasons that, like, asylums in that way did not work. And we do have mental facilities for people that, like, that if they are to a certain degree can be committed. So it seems ridiculous to just say, we need more of them. We need to be locking people up more, calling them crazy. Like, it's just fucking insane.
I would reduce foreign aid by about 80%. Maybe not.
I like to ask you, do you think Trump cares about people? I mean, honestly, Madman, it sucks, though, because how do you argue, though, when someone just goes, yeah, he does? Because, like, at that point, it's just like, what about what he does to immigrants, even if they are illegal? Even if they are still illegal, is that a way to treat a human being? Well, he doesn't know about every single instance of things that are happening. That's kind of like the clapback that you can get. There's always a what about or a kind of it doesn't matter air to things, it seems. But again, I would like Asmongold to explain all of the great things that Trump has done.
Not 100%. The goal would be 100%, but the beginning would be 80%. I would completely remove any illegals from the census as well.
Illegal aliens are on the census because otherwise resources would get misallocated, and areas with illegal immigrants wouldn't receive enough to provide for those with legal status either.
I would even take people that...
The only people who like Trump, I'm assuming, are billionaires, racist, and/or pedophiles. No, see, the problem is I do think that there are probably a large group of people who don't look that much into politics, don't actually, like, they think about the world and politics as something that's just happening. And it's like, I can vote for it, but it's going to be kind of the same regardless. And I think that kind of, like, apathy towards government leads to people just going, well, I'm a Republican, so I'll just vote for whoever the Republican guy is, regardless of, like, and it's all a popularity contest at the end of the day. He's been trying to get into politics for a while, but I do genuinely believe that Trump got at least as far as he did to start because of The Apprentice and stuff like that. Public knowledge of his name.
Or residents of the country, if they were not net positive taxpayers and they were not performing an essential job, I'd deport them too.
This would basically trap immigrants already in America in their jobs, leading to greater abuse, while also being ignorant of historical data that shows immigrants yield greater returns on their labor than what they cost to take care of.
Oh, I'd add 2 additional tax brackets for people that are wealthy, for people that are making above 5.
Don't tell him that, because then he might just say, then we'll just arrest all of them and then use it as slave labor in prison.
Even $10 million.
That is a good idea.
Oh, I would double the amount of the money that we put on policing.
Functionally useless, but it'd probably feel nice. The issues with policing aren't directly correlated to
his appeal is he's an anti-politician. I mean, he seemed to have been stroking Trump there a little bit.
Funding. They're related to excessive force, corruption, and overall relationship with the population they are entrusted with.
If you steal from a store, instant mandatory prison time. Even if you stole a paintbrush. I don't want to live in a world where people steal. I don't want to live in a world where there's violence, hostility, aggression, and turmoil. So just put them in jail. Simple. I would make it to where every prisoner had an extended sentence by about 30 to 50%, and they could work in prison to reduce their sentence that got increased back down to what it was if they wanted to work in prison. And I would do mandatory prison labor, and I would punish the people that wouldn't do it.
Wait, that doesn't make any fucking sense what you just said. Those 2 statements contradict each other. So they can choose to do work. Oh, thank you so much. Rum Tum Tugger sent 1 Captain Quasar gifted membership.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
But, he said forced labor, you're going to have forced labor as well as having optional labor that can be done for a lessening of a sentence. Are they still going to be getting paid pennies? Like, what's the, like, how does it work there? Is the forced labor going to be paid as well? Like, will they get payment for them to use on, like, commissary and stuff? It just really does feel like a half-assed thought. The same way when Legal Mindset was like, put the prisoners in shock collars. It's like you're thinking about this for like half a second.
This is a violation of the 8th Amendment for cruel and unusual punishment, the 13th Amendment because it's not punishment for the crime they're in prison for, the 14th Amendment because it's a violation of due process, probably the 5th Amendment for double jeopardy, the 9th Amendment just because it's fun, and the 10th Amendment because this isn't a power specifically given by the Constitution to the president, unless in this hypothetical he managed to get this through Congress.
Would you be president? Would you be authoritarian? I mean, I think people would say that I was, but I would actually be the most pro-freedom president ever. Wouldn't reducing the root problems that result...
I don't think you understand what authoritarianism is.
People stealing, prevent people from stealing instead of just adding more people to the prison industrial complex, which is designed to make them repeat offenders. Well, they wouldn't have a chance to be repeat offenders because they'd be stuck in jail forever working. And if they're a repeat offender, that's great. Now we have another worker.
I guess we know who was excited about bringing back slavery then.
The idea that poverty causes this to happen is a complete removal of an individual's agency. If you give people more opportunities and more abilities to do things and have a degree of ownership in their own life, then yeah, there are going to be less crimes. So I agree with you. But there will still be crimes after that goes away, because there are people that commit crimes that do have money too. After all, people, universal healthcare? Yeah, we'd have universal healthcare. Because we'd get rid of all the people that are causing problems.
People causing problems, the way Asmongold implies, are not the main impedance to universal healthcare. These ideas contradict each other. You can't create a society without violence and turmoil, while aggressively enforcing laws with maximum punishment. You simultaneously need a populace willing to go along with and enforce that system, which creates the dehumanization.
He also, that didn't make any, like, just nothing he says makes any fucking sense and is so, like, half thought out.
That leads to greater violence. All the while, they need to bear the increased cost of social services that would face more strain from fewer people being...
You know, I see stuff like this and I think, damn, how does someone like this ever become famous? But it gives me hope that one day I will become a big streamer.
able to pay into it.
Did you ever steal...
Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Thanks to all the members out there.
Stoic. Previously? Yeah, I've stolen tons of things. And you know why? It's because I knew I wouldn't get in trouble. Better social services? Yeah, absolutely. I'd give people food stamps. We'd give people... I would invest a lot into autonomous driving cars. They will reduce a number of different industries that are massively, like, I think, a tax burden.
I have no idea why Asmongold thinks this. Maybe there's some logic to it I'm not seeing.
Did you steal when you were an adult? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, multiple times. Tons of times.
Wait, but then why?
How about social parasites? Citizens can be freeloaders too. There are going to be social parasites, and there are going to be useless eaters, and there are going to be...
It is a beautifully green chat for the holiday season. Yes, it will go gray. I think you... honestly, shout out Rum Tum Tugger. I don't know how many have been just you specifically, but I think I have gotten like over 20 gifted memberships. And so shout out to everybody who is a member. Shout out to all the gifted members, and shout out to everybody who became a member on their own as well. I really do appreciate everybody, all of you.
Yay! I got a subscriber.
Stoic. To be retards, and you know what? That's fine. We're always going to get some of those. That's the way it goes. How would you build up universal income? By taxing corporations that utilize a tremendous amount of automation and then making them have to help pay for it. And if they don't want to get along with that, then I wouldn't give them access to the American economy, and I would heavily tariff them.
Why would they automate when they could just use cheap prison labor in that case? And why would the American market be so valuable at that point when the population is spending so much more of its wealth and resources on maintaining the strict social systems that are implemented?
I have a lot of other ones that are, some of them are a little bit more not stream sufficient, right?
I am incredibly worried about what those could be. But I guess it makes sense given his response to a TikTok compilation of women losing their jobs in the next video he watches.
Total Karen obliteration. Absolute Karen destruction.
These aren't Karens by any stretch of the definition. All they've done is say they lost their jobs. Actually, I don't know what Asmongold's definition of a Karen is. Later on, he explains the attitude that makes someone a Karen, but he'll still apply the moniker to basically every woman that crosses his screen in an unflattering way.
I think that there's a lot of people in these PR, marketing, and fake jobs at these companies, and the companies are starting to realize, hey, wait a minute, we don't need to pay this girl to come here and drink boba tea for 8 hours and then complain that somebody said something that made her mad. And they just fire her.
As Asmongold will come to understand over the course of this video, that is incredibly not what's happening.
Elon Musk took over Twitter, fired 80% of the staff, and nothing changed to the product. In fact, I think the product got better.
Twitter did not get better. Monetization of posts has created an incentive structure for people to post the most salacious rage bait possible, like the one Asmon got caught in earlier, in order to get more views.
It just pissed me off. I saw it, right?
Musk has had the website intentionally altered when it doesn't give him enough attention, or it corrects his unsubstantiated claims. For example, when he said Joe Biden stranded an astronaut on the International Space Station. Also, Musk himself has said that he would unban at least 2 accounts that were removed due to posting CSAM.
Every single other business owner in the world saw that. It's bot crazy now. YouTube is bot crazy too, but YouTube didn't fire 80% of its staff. So is Facebook.
This is where it starts to sink in. What's that?
Honestly, I don't feel like YouTube... I mean, YouTube has crazy bots, but I don't even know. Like, Twitter is insane. And not just like it's not just like the amount of bots, it's the level of the bots. Because not only are they bots, because like people will create bots on YouTube and it'll be like them saying like fucking insane, crazy things in the comments. On Twitter, it's like actual replies and like it's this bot network that is like absolutely insane.
actually happening.
So 13 million people have been laid off in America. How many people are in the U.S.?
Yes, big thing. I think you two are my biggest supporters this month for sure. Rum Tum Tuggard and Beppis. I think you are my biggest donators this month. My very generous benefactors. Thank you very much.
Stoic. U.S. workforce. 10%. Oh my God. A little bit less, but still. Holy shit. The reality is that these decisions are made in order to maximize shareholder value.
That is true to an extent. The priorities and obligations of corporate boards are to seek greater returns on investment, but the goal of a CEO and the goals of a corporation are not always in complete alignment. The average tenure of a CEO does not match the average lifespan of a company, so the goal is to maximize the amount of money they have by the time the CEO leaves, which means that they can ignore long-term strategy in pursuit of short-term gains, which then become the next CEO's problem. For an example of this, see the 2008 financial crisis.
People that work in Amazon fulfillment centers, that's probably the least fulfilling job that you could ever have. People take these jobs because they have to, not because they want to.
Yes, but eliminating the job doesn't solve the problem of a person needing a job. It's just reducing their options.
They're trying to plot a trajectory for where their business is going to be. So right now, it's doing some people's jobs, and later on, it's going to be doing everybody's jobs, or more people's jobs.
And again, as ASMONGOLD is about to see, they aren't just letting go of people who don't do anything.
A perfect example of this that we saw earlier this year was when Microsoft let go of Ron Buckton.
That's right. They fired because they didn't need him.
Suddenly discovered to be a slacker after 18 years of promotions? Or is it that executives looked at a spreadsheet, saw his senior level salary, and decided that number was too big?
I do think that, to be fair, I'm in general in favor of AI, but I do think they're probably overshooting and probably firing too many people too quickly. But I think that the inevitability of this is not to be denied.
Earlier this week that was talking about the fact that last year there were 1.2 million graduates for 17,000 jobs.
Then why the fuck do we keep importing people?
Without validating the premise of his description, because that's not how immigration works, put simply, expanding the population isn't as...
I wonder if the ranks are BS on purpose to incentivize folks to donate. I don't know. You guys should test it out. I'm joking. Donate if you want to, obviously. I'll always appreciate it, but I won't be one of them. I won't be a beggar. Beggars can't be choosers, you know? And I'll choose all damn day.
Zero-sum substitution of laborers. The necessities of immigrants provide the demand for new services that allow companies and social programs to grow their customer base and funding.
There used to be a retard that would sit there with a screwdriver and screw a bolt into a tire and get paid the equivalent of $75 an hour, live in a beautiful house, have every benefit that he wanted, have a family that he supported, 2 cars and a boat, and go on vacations.
This is what happens when propaganda is too effective. This belief is based on the visualizations used in ad campaigns merging with stories of expanded workers' rights. Things got better, but the reason we have that imagery is because that's what people aspire to. If they already had it, it wouldn't work in advertising.
What do we do about it? Well, you have to tax companies that are using automation in a way that, you can redistribute the money into the population. But it's not going to happen. I think we're going to have to bring back somehow slavery or something like that. I don't know, maybe feudalism. It's one or the other. Maybe both. Or you could have a plague. Maybe all 3.
And once that's done, we can finally eradicate all the Puerto Ricans on the planet!
What do you say? Wall Street literally rewards human suffering. And some of...
Oh my god. Thank you so much. Rue Archive sent 5 Cap and Quasar gifted memberships. Oh. My heart. It's filled. My heart just grew through however many sizes the Grinches did. Truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Woo woo woo. That's W Rue. Thank you so much. Let's keep it going. I really appreciate that.
Well, yeah, of course. There's a lot of money you can make off of people.
I didn't even hit the sound bites. I'm so sorry.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
That also gets a for me because I forgot. And a
stoic.
Did I hit it the first? Maybe I did hit it. I don't know. Get it again.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
There was 5, so.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
I still haven't fixed it. There's definitely still static on it.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
being sick.
Some of you may own.
I went into the fucking the oncology place. I felt like I was walking into the Hilton fucking hotel with my dad. He got pancreatic cancer. And I walk in there, I say, oh, there ain't no way they're curing this shit.
It's not like that as a show of wealth. It's because cancer treatment is awful and treatment centers try to make things as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, I was about to say, what kind of do you want them do you want like cancer patients' final moments, possible final moments, to be in squalor? Like, I'm so confused on that perspective. That made absolutely no sense.
Possible for what minimal relief it can provide.
She is right about everything, and it doesn't matter. Nobody knows how to think. Everybody is going to be turned into a battery, and that's just the way it's going to be.
I'm not sure how to square Asmon believing in AI as something that's good for humanity, while also seeing it as something that will help facilitate the destruction of people's general happiness.
I think that if things keep going the way that they do, we are going to have a eugenic effect of the lowest IQ people literally die because they can't take care of themselves. No way, ChatGPT will take care of them. Well, it will tell them, no, you don't want a soda today. You want to drink bleach. And they'll be like, really? Okay, all right.
And as you can see from the smiling mask behind ASMONGOLD's head, the next video he watches is an anti-Semitic right-wing nutjob. And I don't mean that as an insult, I mean in his video about the Inquisition, he is
Why the Inquisition was awesome, actually. What the fuck? I mean, maybe it's just a crazy title.
asserts anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. You can check out this guy's video if you want a full breakdown, telling us why the Crusades, which killed millions of innocent people, were good actually because at least it was in the name of defeating Muslims.
Ridley Scott, the director of the film, is an atheist, so we can see why he deliberately decided to portray things this way. The events are held as a staple of why we need separation of church and state.
Asmon can recognize that it's propaganda, but much like Hassan, he basically leans into it anyway.
By 900 AD, Islam...
My doc only charged me $10 for a copay that should have been $35, so I gave you the rest. Oh, I really appreciate it. It was free for you? Well, it means the world to me, so thank you so much. Literally a woo moment. Woo moment. It sounds like I'm shouting out Wu-Tang. Real woo moment.
had expanded, by conquest, all the way to France and southern Italy.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
They turned the Mediterranean into an unsafe hellhole. This crashed the European economy and made...
Wait, so you're telling me that all the way back then, they were going out and fucking with boats? And now...
What?
They're still going out fucking with boats. 1,000 years. Been doing
Are you... Yes, battles on boats have existed for as long as boats have existed. I understand he's trying to make a joke about the region, but it's like, it's just like a fucking... He makes no sense. Like, it's literally just him going, oh my god! What is happening? He kind of sounds like Glenn a little bit sometimes.
These guys fucking with boats.
According to the UN, an estimated 32,000 people have died since 2014 trying to reach Europe by boat.
Islam's so-called Golden Age came at Europe and Christianity's expense. This is the true reason that many consider the years 600 AD to 1000 AD a dark age for Europe.
The label Dark Ages is a misnomer based on the premise of this period in history not having a significant number of written records, which in itself is also not true.
Here's how historian John J. O'Neill describes the
Thank you so much, Stacy. I'll just say Stacy. I don't know if it's MOC or Mock. I'm talking about it for too long. But thank you so much, Stacy. Sent one Captain Quasar gifted membership.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
Why would I ever listen to Perry, who said that I shouldn't read them out? I love you guys. Of course I'm going to read it out. And when you guys get those month membership thing where like you're allowed to send a message for free, quote unquote, where it sends you that like monthly message, I will read all those out as well. I will read every message. What does he think this is? Until it's like flooded, then it becomes an issue. It's turned on, but YouTube just hates me. Oh no, Tanya. Everybody's spamming until everybody in here has one. They're all coming in. They're coming in hot. Got to be ready to catch them. It's like rolls at those restaurants where they're throwing rolls at everybody. They might not see you in the right moment. Damn. And it went to M. Mooney. M. Mooney is in here a lot, but thank you so much, Rue, for the 1 Captain Quasar gifted membership. You were really directing that one, Rue. Rue was really trying to like shoot a directive shot. But send Captain Quasar 1 gifted membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yay, I got a subscriber. Yay, I got a subscriber.
I don't know why that one was quiet. Thank you to all the people donating. Thank you to all the members. I'm sorry for now, Tanya. You're not missing out on much though. We do have a member stream this Saturday though, so more donations might come in. We'll see. More gifted memberships might be on the rise. It is the holiday season, like I was saying. We got some good content coming up.
Circumstances.
John J. O'Neill is not a historian. I couldn't find any actual mention of him on the internet outside of the ebook PaxTube is citing.
Oh, thanks again. Rue Archive sent 1 Captain Quasar gifted membership.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
I really am wondering how this works, how the gifted system works. It really does seem to just pull randomly. It's rigged. It's rigged, I tell ya.
Here. Oh boy, Burning Cross imagery.
Who's controlling Jerusalem right now? I actually don't even know.
Hassan doesn't know what the Western Wall is, but Asmongold doesn't even know where it is.
Jewish?
Numafor, thank you for a member for 2 months, said family, 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 family. We need Russ. You know, I don't want to, I would never call upon Russ's name, but if Russ stepped into my chat, I'd go ape. Even if he didn't send me money, just because he is such a big name at this point. But obviously, I think he might be tapped out for a minute. He really gave a lot. I mean, I don't know what his finances are. The dude seems crazy wealthy, but with how much he donates, but he might be tapped for a second with how much he sent to love. Shout out Russ. Thank you so much, Spookyon. I'm gonna say it for real this time. Thank you, Spookyon, member for 2 months. Poo poo PP.
People have it now. Israel has it now. So all this was for fucking nothing. I'm sorry, but like I cannot get over the irony of the Muslims and the Christians fucking fought and killed each other over Jerusalem for like 1,000 years, and now the Jews have it. Neither of us have it. It's the Jews that have it now. But I do think that it seems like the Crusades were not a universal, like one-dimensional moral evil. I think that seems to be the case.
Nope, millions died. The threat to individual people...
He went crazy in AB's stream the other day, even made a new account to keep donating. His bank must be hitting him up all the time. Like, is this really you? Spookyon is a made-up ghost evolution. My daughter named, sorry, Evolution. Let me make sure I enunciate that properly. An evolution of Eevee, the Pokemon. Thank you, Caterpus, for the 2-month membership. Pee poo poo. Okay, a little bit of a reversal action on there.
People on the ground does not justify the actions undertaken in the name of conquest and empire by kings and popes. Lastly, Asmon gets triggered by a video game review.
Eurogamer is totally captured by identity politics and progressive values. And all these people are...
Oh no, Asmongold. The Crusades were bad, bro. Welcome in, girl with a microphone. Yeah, I honestly... This whole video so far has been contradictory statements. Have we even gotten to day 2 yet? I don't think so. Everyone was saying this video is so long, and it really is. But everything has been him contradicting himself and just agreeing with basically the first either preconceived notion that he has or whatever is the thing being presented to him. He kind of just rolls with it and he's like, oh, that's so interesting. Wow.
Or losing their jobs, and we're going to send them all back to McDonald's. All of these different media companies, they are all biased. None of them should be trusted. The only people you should trust are individual YouTube creators, and even them you should take with a massive grain of salt, even including me.
I'm friends with Russ. I told him in 2026 he's got to chill out. It's like, save some money for yourself, man. You could buy a car and another car and another car, like another house. Keep some for yourself, man. God damn.
There's never a book in cursive. I don't need to read that. But I never read books either.
Yeah, it's only been 35 minutes. I've been pausing it quite a bit. You know, we given that reaction. But it does feel like he's also saying a whole lot of nothing. Thank you so much, Rum Tum Tugger, for the 1 gifted membership.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
Thank you for the gifted. Oh, if you have a YouTube creator account, you can't get gifted membies. You got to do it yourself. It took me forever to figure out. Oh. Interesting. Wait, I don't think that's true. I've been gifted from the H3 podcast before. Because I think I not this break, but I think last break I canceled it, and then I got donated one. I don't know though. I think that the system's probably just a little broken. Rob's Media just dropped an almost 4-hour video on Chank's nephew, on Hassan. God, that just feels like we're eating, but eating what is the question? I find Asmongold hard to listen to. I appreciate your commentary. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot.
It was the same thing you were talking earlier, where like people grind for games because they don't have anything else going on.
You canceled it? OMG. Hey, we're not all made of money. And when they're on break, I'm like, I know I'm just watching, like, I can watch the old episodes, but there's no new members content coming out. So it's harder. I think they said there's members content coming out this month, but I don't know if I just misunderstood what Dan was saying. I think he might have just been saying that they were making clip compilations or something, maybe. I'm home from holidays, so can't be on my PC for the whole stream, but have fun, guys. Well, thank you for stopping in. I think that the gifted system is probably just a little broken. The same thing with their new top chatter system. I forget what it's called. What do they call it? Ooh. Can I even clip it? Yeah, the top fans. Because it just caps out way too early. Like, why is everyone just capped out at 225? That seems also like an arbitrary number. But, sorry, let's continue. Let's continue this video.
On real life,
And
when I
that
would go
was
from,
just
like,
day 1.
Silver 2 to Silver 1, I was like, oh fuck yeah, dude, I'm so sick. I'm killing it in real life.
You feel like you're not wasting your time.
Exactly.
Like there is no.
I got banned from the H3H3 subreddit for agreeing with Olivia a while back. I canceled over that, but I keep getting gifted. Still family, but for real, unban me. Nah, I feel you on that one. It's like, what am I doing this for? Look what you've created. Look what you've done. See, that's like the best case scenario for a snarker, right? It's like, you're not a snarker. You didn't turn into a snarker. You're just kind of like, bruh, the fuck? That's a normal person's reaction. Rue emailed Dan and plead. Gotta plead your case. Dan will look at it and go, barely read it and go, okay, and then unban you. Hype button is broken for me too. I get it sometimes. I have like a personal account that I use on YouTube just for like, you know, all my subscriptions to make sure that I have like all the like obscure gaming channels and stuff that aren't relevant to streams. And so I try and use my hype on my channel. Is that faking the system? Maybe I shouldn't say that. But I guess it's not faking the system because it doesn't work whenever I do it. So maybe that's like not allowed. But every time I try and use the hype feature, it's like broken. It just like fucks up every single time. I got banned from the Discord for asking why they're so ban happy. They just like to do it for the fun of the game sometimes, it feels like. Hey, never question the king. And that king is Dan, I guess, in this context. Yeah, it's like liking your own videos. If you're not going to hype it, who is? I always like my own comments. It's called self-love. I do too. I always make sure to like and thumbs up my own comments. Like, especially on my channel. I actually don't know if I do that on my replies. I should, because it's funny.
No better feeling than to...
Sorry, let me rewind this just a little bit so we can get the full scope.
I was like, oh, fuck yeah, dude. I'm so sick. I'm killing it in real life.
You feel like you're not wasting your time.
Exactly.
Like, there is no better feeling than to play video games all day and to go to bed and know you...
I got canceled from H3 chat too. I never even canceled my membership. I don't know. I get it. Is this just like the H3 banned chat? I've had a few people tell me that they're banned from the H3 chat. We need to like get a support group going. And then we can send it like a petition to Dan, be like, these names, these are the people that need to be unbanned. So we send it all at once instead of all individually. We need a mass unbanning.
Did something. And I felt that way a lot, but the problem was for me is I turned like 27 because I was like, man, I've been doing this for like 10 years nonstop. And my friend just got married, and my other friend has a job, and I have I've got this new mount, you know, it's pretty cool.
You said a quote years ago that really fucked me up. You're on Facebook, and you see all these middle-aged women, posting about the minion.
What are you doing? Get off the table. Right on the table. Right on the table. What are you doing, kitty? What are you doing, kitty boy? Come on, say something. Oh, that's it? What? Why make that noise? Oh, really? 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 Why are you sounding like that? Sounding pathetic. Oh, you don't like to be called pathetic? Is that rude? You want me to be rude to you? You're a good guy. Sometimes. When you're not on the table. Yeah. You are. You ready to go? You want to put you down? He's growling now. He's grumpy. Why are you grumpy? Hey, grumpy. You're on my table. Don't do the grumbles. What? What are you gonna do? You gonna attack? Or are you just gonna flick your head? That's a sign that he's not feeling it though. So I'll let him go. He's good. Y'all good? Come here. You're good. Good boy. My cat yelling at the automatic feeder, it goes off in 40 minutes. His just went off, so I think he just ate a little bit and then was like, I'm gonna go hop up on the table. You just said Olivia is right. You should use neutral language until you know for sure. Banned. That is a weird thing to get banned for. Mods don't like having their language policed, so I got banned. Yeah. It happens to the best of us, it seems.
movie, taking their kids out to the movie theater, and then you realize those middle-aged women were your classmates in high school, bro.
It's a real reality check. I had to lay down after that one.
Yep.
Yeah. And well, I think that also like a lot of these games, right? I mean, they do kind of like they're super cheerful.
See, he has an issue though. I swear my cat has pica. He likes licking so much stuff. He likes licking plastic. Maybe we need to get him more nutrients. Maybe he needs more vitamins and minerals. But it's always plastic and paper. Hey, get off the presents. Hey. Dude. He literally has just been licking the paper of the presents. Get off of it. Can you go? No. Are you trying to bite me now? No. Come on. Get away from the presents. Oh. Oh. Okay. He was going to bite my finger, but he wasn't like actually trying to bite me. He was just going like. My cat likes tape. We had to ban tape. One time I posted a random pic of 2 kids in a tub that was overflowing with bubbles. You couldn't even see their skin, just a funny pic on 4chan, and I got banned for a month. Well, since it was on 4chan, they were like, we better be safe than sorry. We'd rather be safe than sorry in this instance. They were like, 4chan, we never know for sure. No tape for cat.
They're really happy, and so I think that they do have like a big appeal to people that are kind of like feeling empty, or they don't really have something going for them in real life, and then so they play these games and it makes them feel better.
Usually whenever I'm laying in bed, I'm just on my phone. Like video games to me, it's like, oh, that's work, right? Like, cause usually like what I do is I'll just read Twitter and then respond to people on Twitter. I'll be like, yeah, you're fat, something like that, right?
Well, that's a strong indicator for how today's gonna go. Guys, trans in bathrooms.
ATSTs, ATSTs. How is it that we had this right for 2,000 years? And now we're literally reinventing the wheel.
We did not. Bathrooms segregated by sex and or gender are a modern idea.
What did you like watch movies growing up, or are they like the people get bullied in men's bathroom?
Trans people do experience higher risks of harassment and assault when using public bathrooms.
If you make people use the bathroom that their sex is at birth, right? Then you're also going to have.
I feel like the easiest question is this. Do you want, your argument is, you want this guy in a woman's bathroom. You want Buck Angel in a woman's bathroom. I feel like that would make people more uncomfortable. Like, and obviously there's a question about levels of presentation and like the necessity of presentation. Because it's not like you need to be wearing a dress to go into the girls' room. But I think that it is like a ridiculous, like, it just seems so ridiculous to try and just be like, there's such a simple solution to this. It's like people are going to be uncomfortable regardless of what your like perceived solution is. It's about making the people using the bathroom probably the safest and the most comfortable. Because again, like, and people always want to make it about abuse, being like, oh, the trans people are going to abuse kids. Trans people are going to abuse kids in bathrooms. And it's like, you do realize that cis people, or I guess not cis, but you know what I mean? Or it is cis, yeah? Whatever. You get what I'm saying. That, I'm too flooded with terms now. But, like, anybody can abuse anybody in a bathroom regardless of gender, not even in terms of like sneaking into like the opposing bathroom, like literally you can be opposed by the same gender, by the opposite gender or sex. Like it quite literally does not matter. What do you think? Don't be transphobic. Oh no. No, he's grumpy. Why are you so grumpy? You came over to me. Can I give you a kiss? No? I was so well behaved. Oh. Buck Angel has a lot of transphobic takes, ironically. No, I know. I saw his debate with Charlie Kirk. I don't think that they're necessarily the best representation for trans people, but I do think that when talking about like because I feel like people always only like society only seems to care about like gender presentation, like how well you are actually passing. And I feel like that's like so dumb because it's like aesthetically there are different types of people. There are, you know, like you can be born looking more or less masculine or feminine regardless of what sex you were born. Like it's just a ridiculous point. And adding this like extra step to it is only going to like cause other issues down the line when you're trying to check on people that are just do happen to just look more masculine or more feminine when you're trying to like enforce these things.
Women that transition to men walking in the women's bathroom. No matter which way you cut it, you're going to have people that look like guys walking into the women's bathroom.
That is correct.
The best solution is just to have a third fucking bathroom.
While this notion is common, it does not solve the inherent problems for either party. People who want bathroom bans are trying to push trans people out of public life altogether, and trans people wouldn't be any safer because the very premise makes it easier to...
Yeah, whatever passing really means, of course. Yeah, that's why I put passing in the quotations. A lot of trans men are passing, so we get forgotten. You know, and that's why I bring up Buck Angel, because it's like, I think that it is like exactly. It's like passing is such a, like I'm saying, you can be a masculine looking cis woman or a masculine or a feminine looking cis man. Those things don't necessarily mean like they don't equate to any like level of your actual manhood or womanhood. Like that isn't how that is displayed. And yeah, it's just so it's so ridiculous. And I'm trying to remember what Buck Angel's point was in the debate I watched with Charlie Kirk, because it was basically it is weird because it's like fighting for trans rights, but then like espousing the rhetoric that is used and propagated against trans people through like talking about not the abuse of children in the sense of trans people abusing children, but abuse of children as gender affirmation for your children. I think that was basically, if I'm remembering correctly, I think that was basically the biggest contention that I held during that debate, and I'm sure there's other things too. I always feel safe voicing my trans opinions. Always do. And because here's the thing. I'm not a perfect person. I will never act as such. I obviously have my own opinions on like every topic, and I'd like it to be shaped by the people around me. So I'm always here for other opinions. I never feel like pushing back on anything I'm saying is going to get. I'll never ban you. Maybe we'll get mods at some point. Maybe Alex might ban you. If you talk bad about Alex the Fiction, he'll probably ban you. If you speak too woke like Olivia, you might get banned by Alex the Fiction. But I'm the woke king here. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going with the video.
to identify them. The issue isn't trans people.
As Alex might say.
Why are you gay?
Pride Minute, as Alex might say.
Why are you gay?
It's Pride Minute. Pride Minute. Pride Minute. Minute, honestly, I don't mean to side with Jordan Peterson on this one. You never realize how long a minute is until you're sitting there waiting for a minute. Like, it really does. Pride Minute. Pride Minute. Pride Minute. It's never too much to celebrate, though. Always have pride. Alex wouldn't ban me. He'd lose his #1 fan. He couldn't. There's some block on it, probably. He goes in and it would just be like, sorry, this is not allowed. Alex isn't here. We can do what we want to. Feel free. That means, oh my god. Alex is talking to Hunger FF right now. Oh my god. Do you think you got to see the prolapse? I hope so. I swear someone just knocked on my door or something. 1 second. Let me mute this. Don't need you guys hearing this just in case. Maybe someone was drunk. It literally didn't even sound like someone knocked on the door. It sounded like someone fell into it. So I think we're fine. Maybe it's a ghost. Okay. Let's go. Oh wait, he's back. I'm back. What happened?
People. It's people willing to harass others based on assumptions that aren't even correct a lot of the time. But maybe they're all just Karens, right?
Like, ultimately, bathrooms are supposed to be, like, gender-safe spaces, right? I mean, generally.
That was the original justification for sex-segregated
Low-key, if you say that, do you think that would be the way to, like, push back against conservatives properly? Being like, so you want them to be safe spaces? What, so you want your gender-safe space? All the conservatives start going, no, no, please. Damn, he really got me. He really got me on my neck. The cat's trying to kill me. He's coming for me.
Bathrooms when they were established because men didn't know how to handle women in the workplace because they believed they belong in the home.
This would have never happened if women couldn't vote. Man, so true, brother. So true, absolutely.
And that was the original mindset.
Like, I don't think the world has to become comfortable with these people. I think these people have to be comfortable with the world.
There's a slim degree of truth to this, insofar as pushing for rights is a slow, painful process. But the same can be said in the exact opposite direction, that personal discomfort is not broad justification for exclusion. The streamer Valkyrie had a minor controversy over her wardrobe.
Like, I wouldn't wear, like, if Balenciaga sent me something, I would wear it if I thought it was comfortable, or I liked the way it looked.
It's beautiful, isn't it? The Balenciaga.
You get all these strings attached to you, bro. And you get enough strings attached to you and you become a puppet. Said high-priced merch is just a way to liberate retarded people from their money? Yeah.
I think Asmon just indirectly called her the R-word. Hassan's back in China again.
Okay.
Well, I mean, he's done that, like, how many times throughout this? You're acting like that was the first time he said it.
What is he wearing? I don't know what nobody knows. He's in another country, but I'm still on his mind. What can I say? It's because I play video games a lot, and I play their video games a lot. What I think is even funnier is that a lot of my viewpoints on the way video games should be made and the types of things that should and should not be included in video games. Do you know who agrees with me on that a lot? Chinese people.
No, it's the Chinese government. As will be pointed out, media is heavily regulated and censored in China.
Well, but they put people in work camps and they harvest their organs. And I said, I already like them. You don't have to convince me.
So Asmongold's logic is Europe is bad because the cops don't do anything. China is good because work camps and organ harvesting.
I don't know.
But he's being ironic. He's telling jokes. He's clearly being hyperbolic and making jokes and being a troll. You fell for it. He looks like a dumbass and you fell for it. You actually thought he was this stupid? Classic liberals.
They do or not. But either way, it's pretty edgy.
While watching a Steven Crowder video where he mentions Asmongold, we get to hear his policy on lying.
I hate lying to people, to be honest with you. I love deceiving people, but I hate lying. So I love telling people the truth and making them believe that it's a lie, but I hate actually having to lie. I feel like it's like cheating. Because, like, there's, like, the game of deception. People are like, well, you wouldn't eat a dog, would you? I'm like, I'd eat a person. They're like, you shouldn't have said that. I'm like, yeah, probably not. But it's true.
Okie dokie.
Go on a show? Maybe one day I will.
You do not need to go on Steven Crowder's show.
And I don't like actually saying A is B, but I would maybe say, you know, a lowercase a is capital A, right? Because I feel like that's a little bit more exciting for me. It's more entertaining. It's more engaging.
Following another conversation about gay people in China,
why don't these people actually, like, have, like, opinions articulated? I wouldn't say A is B, but I would say a lowercase a is an uppercase A. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's yes, a capital and yes, they're all the same. They're all the same thing. But what is that like? What is the relevancy of that to the actual topic at hand? Actually, give your opinion and be like, I would say that I don't even know what this. He's just clipping out this specific moment, but I feel like Asmongold sucks at actually like articulating what his opinions are. He just says some stuff for a minute.
Asmongold looks at the trailer for the new Black Ops.
I've heard Call of Duty.
Oh, finally, something important.
He actually sucks dick.
Asmon has his own idea for what Call of Duty should do in its next game.
So I told you guys they should have gone with my 9/11 idea. They should put Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, we're done listening to that.
It's the dumbest fuck. Go play Postal 2, you fucking dork. Like, and I love that game, but it's like, what do you mean to make it Bill Clinton 9/11 in fucking 2025? I don't know, when does Black Ops 7 come out? It came out November 2025.
I would have the people jumping out of the building.
Thankfully, Asmongold has the right idea about what age of consent means.
18 is barely legal, and 15 is under that by like 3 years. Like, doesn't she see, like, I mean, that's clearly not, that's like, that's not even barely illegal. That's just illegal. Most of America is 16? Well, it's not 15. Like, what are you even talking about? You're not even arguing. That could be what you're saying too. Like, I don't even, what? 15-year-olds today are less mature than they were 40 years ago? Well, yeah, of course. You know, if you look at history, people very, very commonly, for like 99% of history, had kids before 18, okay? This is an established fact. Everybody knows this.
Another common misconception based on education that centers primarily on the ruling class. It was not that common.
Wait, this is all just 1 week? I just looked at the title. I'm pretty sure we're only on like the second day, aren't we? I'm pretty sure we're only on day 2.
Relative to our modern understanding of sex education and contraception, to have a kid before you were in your 20s. There are obvious health risks involved, but also the fact that whether you were a boy or a girl, odds are you were living on a farm, and farms demand work. But he has the exact wrong idea about why this conversation is happening.
Is that they think that Megyn Kelly is trying to create a future, like a future argument for why it's okay that some political person she was attached to,
Trump,
was in a relationship with a 15-year-old.
It's Trump.
That's, I think, kind of that's why I think people are mad about it. I don't really see a reason for it. There's no purpose. It's totally counterproductive, and it doesn't help her in any way.
Now we're forced to hear about what Asmongold thinks of the Super Mario Brothers sexuality.
Like, Bowser is super rich. He's really powerful. He's huge. And then Princess Peach always just happens to get kidnapped by Bowser. Are we really believing that? Yeah, she...
Bro's really inserting a cuck fantasy into Super Mario Bros. it's not as though the damsel in distress is like the oldest archetype in the book. Like, what are you fucking talking about right now?
He wants that big lizard dick. I'm just saying, guys. Yeah, Mario's getting cucked. He is. Mario's getting cucked. That's why I said that you could prove Luigi had a bigger dick than Mario.
You know what? I get it. I get why people watch him now. It all makes sense. You know, Luigi was a little bit taller. But if you really think about it, Mario's a little bit thicker. So what does it really count for at the end?
Princess Peach is always getting kidnapped by Bowser, but you never see Daisy getting kidnapped.
I prefer Hornet being gay to this person.
I also don't, is that even true? Daisy was kidnapped in her debut game, Super Mario Land, by the alien villain Tatanga, who invaded her kingdom in Sarasaland, or of Sarasaland, and wanted to marry her, leading Mario to rescue her. Yeah. It was literally her first... It's not as if that's like literally the only point of the female characters in Mario. It's kind of just like the point of them at this point, which you could probably make a bigger point about, but that'd be too woke for him. That's too Gamergate.
Version.
Yeah, Donnie Darko Smurfette ass conversation.
Activision released a statement about AI usage in the new Black Ops, and you'll never guess what Asmon's perspective on it is.
If you are one of these dick-sucking retards that likes to complain about AI and, oh, AI is so bad, I hate AI, I'm against AI, AI is so horrible, you know what you're going to be? You're going to be a dick-sucking retard for the rest of your life. And everybody is just going to laugh at you more and more.
I just... come up with a new insult at least. He just said the same shit over and over again. You are gay and R-worded, and those are basically his insults. It's insane. Real wacky.
More and more.
I'm starting to think that people being gay actually crosses his mind a lot, whether or not he's actually into it.
Yeah, where's all the women, guys? This game must have been from a long time ago. You know what's so fucking insane? Is the fact that this actually happened. You guys ever think about that? Like, this shit actually happened.
Asmongold really knows how to sound like a stoner even though he doesn't do drugs.
It's actually so sad how badass video games used to be. And I'm just going to say it. These were games that were made by guys for guys.
Are you ready for Asmongold to turn his gamer brain up to 11?
This is when gaming used to be good. And
you're a bro, this guy's actually just such a dumbass. You want to know what they've always been doing? People always say, oh, gaming used to be better. It's always been for money. Like, don't act like it hasn't always been for money. They were appealing to the fan base that they had at the time. And the fan base has expanded. The market has grown. So now they are changing the ways in which they deal with topics like diversity and shit like that. Not the diversity shit, but you get what I'm saying. Any kind of like a more liberal topic. and like, of course, they're going to take a little bit more concern with how they deal with those topics to appeal to the largest audience, to make the most amount of money, to continue making games. Like, it seems pretty simple. But he's acting like Gamergate is still a problem. Like, it's still just Gamergate.
And now...
yeah, society has started allowing girls to like video games. That's the problem. Yeah, he acts like a woman has never played Call of Duty before. He's literally the guy who plays like Call of Duty, and when he hears a girl on mic, he's like, wait, are you a girl? And you play video games? Huh. This isn't like your brother's Xbox?
Now you have these video games that are made to just be slop that's enjoyable to everyone.
No, no, that's not how it works. This has happened to every single video game, is that women have gotten into video game.
And it's like, again, you're only talking about like these fucking AAA games. Go play some niche, obscure stuff made by an indie studio, and you'll get a more you'll get something that's a bit more like personalized to your interests. I played Call of Duty on my brother's account so I didn't get insulted. Hey, that's how you had to do it back in the day. I feel like I'm the only girl who doesn't play video games at this point. You just gotta find the right one. You gotta find the right ones. That's the only thing. It's just about finding which game works for you. And that's why games have gotten better. And you can argue all you want about, remember when they're... Like, what is he even fucking arguing? Like, I don't get it. Why aren't there women in this? Like, who's saying that? You're making some argument about a game that exists that no one, like, I just don't see it. I don't get it.
And they've made them for women. And I don't like this. This makes me fucking mad.
According to the Entertainment Software Association, 45% of all gamers in 2010 were female, and in 2013, 42% played MMOs. Since then, the total number has risen to 48%.
I am having my culture.
Oh my god. I was going to say, is like, yeah, because it's so stupid to think, yeah, gaming, that thing that literally is like an addiction. Why would only men be interested in video games? And one would say back in the day, well, all of these games are, they're personalized for men. They're like, they're specifically things that men would enjoy. And it's like, okay, yeah, then maybe they should make more games that cater to what women would like. And you know what they'd do? They'd make more money. And they went, that's a good idea. Yeah, Mike Coltree literally sounds like a white supremacist. He's worse. He's a gamer supremacist. Ugh.
Since then, the total number has risen to 48%.
I am having my culture appropriated. Like, I don't go to the salon and say, why is nobody listening to Rob Zombie in here? And we don't do that. We don't do that to them. This is what we used to have. Okay? This was the peak. And I think that it's girls getting in there and trying to change shit.
No, Asmon, it's the fact that you're getting older and starting to age out of the primary demographic these games are marketed towards.
No. Absolutely fucking not.
To show how games used to be good, he compares the Warlords of Draenor cinematic from World of Warcraft to Dragonflight.
Yeah.
Those, what did you say you're having? Coronaritas? Those Coronaritas hitting you, Cruz? We had this kid in my school we called gay. Is it gay Ming or are you saying gay minge? Like pubes? Or I guess it's not pubes, or is it pubes? The minge is the hair, right? The vulva, in Commonwealth English, female pubic hair. So vulva hair. That is crazy.
Because this shit used to be so badass, and now it's cringe.
The premise as...
Yeah, and who says... Yeah, that's a good point. Who says Pokemon is for boys? The earlier games were unisex. I don't get when they decided video games were for boys. Well, I think it was like that early... like Mario, the things like that. Oh, they started getting into war games, and it's like the idea of those things. It's like, yeah, the damsel in distress, the hero's journey, all of those things have always been catered to men. And it's not that they only appeal to men, it's that they've only been catered to men. And the appeal has like existed forever. That's why women have always women can see themselves in male characters, but men for some reason find it harder to see themselves in a female lead. And it's like, it's ridiculous. It's just stupid. All of his arguments are based on emotion. Definitely true. You know what's interesting? Asmongold hates emotional arguments. He has dismissed arguments for being too emotional, but all his arguments that he gives are based on emotion and victim complex. Yeah. You could choose your pronouns in Pokemon as well. I guess according to Asmongold, that's too woke. Well, he would probably say that that's too woke. And again, it's like, how? Because if we just stop there, right? Because the thing is always like, the argument is, oh, it's a slippery slope. Things are going to end up devolving from there and getting worse. Why haven't they? We've started being more like we've stopped excluding people from the conversations about like gaming. Started including different types of people, different characters into gaming. And it hasn't really caused a detriment other than this perception of like, I don't even know. Like, I literally don't know. What are these super woke games that have come out? Like, I can't think of any like super woke games. And it's people that'll say like something like, the new God of War is too woke. And it's like, what are you talking about? You're just saying things. This one aspect, this one singular note in a storyline was slightly progressive. That's too woke for me.
Is working from.
Regardless of popularity, there have always been games catered for both stereotypically boys and girls. They've never only had only boys games on the market. No, for sure. I definitely agree. Yeah, like I'm saying, I think that it's just the appeal to men that they've always done through like just storytelling in general. Like I said, I think the hero's journey is probably the best example of just like long historic. I don't even know what you'd say. Just plot styling. That I think is spoken through. That is what people connect to, or what men connect to in games, and then they associate that with just masculinity. When in reality, it's like there's other aspects to it. BG3, what is that? Oh, Baldur's Gate 3? What makes it woke, though? It's fucking fantasy. If anything can have more than two genders, I think it's a fantasy game, right? If conservatives want to argue that transgender people shouldn't exist in a fantasy game, what part of it was woke? Fucking a dragon person? Was that too woke? Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is basically D&D, but translated as much as possible into a video game. I have seen Baldur's Gate 3. I played it for like, I think 30 minutes once. Baldur's Gate 3 is pretty gay. I mean, you should be able to. In a game like D&D, you should be able to do anything. You should just be able to, like, on any conversation, be like, try and flirt. If you can't do that, then it's not true to real life. Baldur's Gate 3 is gay when I play it, at least. Hey, you gotta make it like that. Make sure build your game your way, right? That's the way I think about it. Slurping the mind flare. It overwhelmed me, but I respect it. It overwhelmed you. It got to you a little bit. When I saw the Dragonborn start throwing it back, I couldn't control myself. Yeah, I customized my wiener in Cyberpunk. What are we even talking about? But it's like, is that woke? Why is that woke? Because like that's the part I don't get. Would they say that that's woke, or is it only woke if you can then change that change a little slider when you make your dick 12 inches long? That you can change a slider that then makes you a female, but you still have the like. I don't understand what the actual like where the line is drawn. It can't be edgy and woke. That's bad.
from isn't men dominating the industry, it's nostalgia.
It's a bunch of it's a Karen game design. That's all it is.
Ban men from games. You know what? I'll still do it illegally, but it might help a little bit.
Literally Karen game design.
What does Karen mean here except problem you are blaming on imagined women?
And so guys should have a complete monopoly on making games? Yes. And if girls want to make games, they should make their own games.
Again, it's you are just dumb. Game companies do not appeal to, well, I mean, they do appeal to gamers, and half of that group is women. You're just dumb. Again, I need to stop doing that so much. I need to stop just saying that he's dumb, saying that people are stupid. Because, again, I think that it is just, he's highly arrogant, that's for sure. Seems to think he's better than people purely based on, you know, things like being a man. And you could say, well, he doesn't think he's better just because he's a man. Well, he thinks he's better for video games because he's a man. Like, he thinks his ideas are better for video games because he's a man, even though his ideas quite literally would cut out half of their market. You can ban me from games as long as I can still play Balatro and COD Zombies. We all get to pick 2, that's it. Maybe that's still too many. No men out of new games.
You have Stardew Valley. You have Animal Crossing. You have Pokemon. And I'm not saying always. I think there's plenty of women who write great stories. But the difference...
Every woke game is problematic, but we can't even talk about it because of people like this. Can you elaborate a little bit? What do you mean? Again, it's hard for me to even think of woke games, but I can, like, here's the thing. I can say that if, it's like the thing of Gamergate could be an issue if it hadn't, like, have been completely blown out of proportion. And I guess I don't mean Gamergate, it's hard to explain because it's like Gamergate from the angle of people complaining about Gamergate and like the aspect of not having women in gaming and acting like that's such like it's a noble cause. We need to keep women out of gaming. Gaming is for the bros. Where else am I supposed to slur it up? I love that people call I love what people call woke is just black representation and when they do graffiti and like hip hop, yeah. No, exactly. And that's what I mean. Like when you can have a slider for your pronouns. That's basically it. Not a slider even. If you can type them in, then you're cooked. If you have a slider, they might be okay with it. Yeah, women do make AAA games, Assassin's Creed, Tomb Raider, Uncharted, and Castlevania franchises. But then they say things like Tomb Raider is too woke, right? Like, isn't that one game that people have said is too woke? I think I've heard that about Assassin's Creed too, and it's like, I don't know if Assassin's Creed's too woke. It's shit. It's been, I mean, I loved the first couple games, but like, what iteration are they on now? Like 15? Only Final Fantasy gets to do that. But they also said Tomb Raider was woke, but it was just like, again, I don't know why. Uncharted is a banger.
Difference is that when
I don't get it. I really don't. I don't get the complaint. And again, it's like, and I guess he is. It's just weird because what you're complaining about is the woke agenda, but shouldn't you be like complaining about the fucking companies that are doing this stuff? Like, why aren't you calling out specifically, like, not calling out the games? Why aren't you being like, hey, you have too many women working in your offices? Like, I don't get it. Like, it's just such a nebulous point that's just like vague. Yeah, they made her boobs smaller. They weren't triangular enough.
And I'm not saying always. I think there's plenty of women who write great stories. But the difference is that whenever you're writing something like World of Warcraft, this is a story about big, hairy, muscular men killing each other and dying for honor, glory.
you're writing something, I think there's plenty of women who write great stories, but the difference is that whenever you're writing something like World of Warcraft, this is a story about big, hairy, muscular men killing.
That's literally like not. I mean, the lore of World of Warcraft is like immensely deep, and yes, it is war and crafting, but it's like just trying to minimize it to it's just men fighting. Yeah, maybe that's the only way you played it. But there's a lot of ways that you can play the game and a lot of aspects to the way the game is like. And I'm not even the biggest World of Warcraft fan, but that just seems like such like a bastardization of the game. And also, I just want to point this out too. He's pointing out World of Warcraft as like a specific example, but it's like, why is that your example? Why not look at like older games? What about like Paperboy? It has boy in the title. It's specifically for men, but like, what about this game is specifically like super manly and for guys? And like, what about Pong? What about Pong is like super like this is started by men for men? Like that was the initial market that they appealed to, but that market has grown. It seems so simple.
Each other and dying for honor, glory, tradition.
Spoilers about the ending of Warlords of Draenor if you care about that. But the main character in the cinematic he watched earlier dies refusing to take any responsibility for his own actions, revealing himself ultimately to be incredibly weak and petulant.
You failed me! You made me what I am!
Don't let yourself get tone policed by these annoying fucking Karens. This is a masculine thing.
Watch him counter someone's transphobia with what I think qualifies as its own transphobia, but in a way that's still inclusive.
Remember valid criticisms of child touching?
No debates today? Sadly, no. No one's come in, huh? How sad. One day. I need to just start doing what all those TikTokers do, where they just sit on TikTok all day waiting for people to come in. Just put on the screen, Trump is dumb. Just stand like this. Till somebody wants to come debate me.
Mentally ill people isn't hate. I mean, I don't think that every person that is a transsexual is a child toucher. I mean, like, that's insane. Why would you even say that? I don't really think that you can change your gender, like, not entirely. Like, obviously, if
You're
somebody...
a fucking idiot, bro. First of all, you just use transsexual. If you're going to say transsexual, but then say you can't change your gender, like, if you, like, you are just like the, like, it's actually so fucking... Oh my god. My brain is so broken on that. That was like that was so dumb.
He wants to go through the
I'm literally not even going to say anything. We're just going to let it continue.
requisite procedures and everything. I'll use their preferred pronouns because I don't want to create a conflict with somebody.
Honestly,
yeah, I couldn't change my gender. That was the whole point of transitioning for me. You know, yeah, exactly. You can't change your gender, but also like from the perspective of like sex as opposed to gender, calling somebody transsexual is definitely like a bit of a dog whistle, if not just ignorant. But beyond that, it's like if you're going to make like the argument about like changing one's sex versus changing one's gender, it would be much easier to argue that like you can't change your sex. He said transsexual. It would have made much more sense to just argue from that perspective. But instead, he wants to be even like even less intelligent by being like, you can't change your gender after that. I said I wasn't going to say anything about it. It's just genuinely like I'm a little lost. It's always a 1-2 punch with the transphobia. No, it really is. Like, it's just so weird. I think it shows like how deeply ingrained it is, though. Like that I think that's kind of like a part of it too. Yeah, he definitely conflates the two. Yeah, it's just
fine with this. Obviously, I have a different understanding of sex and gender, but if we're talking about the broader public, tolerance should be the acceptable baseline. It even gets covered in a World of Warcraft cinematic.
I have learned patience, tolerance.
But you can obviously, dress different ways and get surgery and then, act and behave and be seen as a woman in society. I think that's true.
Here's a good example of why I find Asmongold interesting.
That's also an interesting framing from him. I think that that's true. Do you think that it is a good thing for society to allow people to express themselves as such? Not just, is it true that it happens? Because that's what he just admitted to, is that it's true that that happens, not necessarily that it's true that it is good. And give me 2 seconds. I'm really sorry. I need to go pee. We're going to try and finish this video. I don't know if it's going to be possible, though. But give me like give me like a minute. Don't leave, please. Or leave and come back in like a minute, please. Thank you to all the members. Thank you to all the people. The stream has been going on for a while, though. We've already been going for 3.5 hours. I've been making up for the H3 podcast. But 1 second, please.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
Oh, just show the debate next time? I should do that. That would actually probably be a bit better. My bad, though. I'm back. Let's continue, shall we? Someone frying chicken. I know that I muted it that time. I knew it. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Every time I go to the restroom, though, I get scared. Aim for the bowl, not the water.
Interesting. He just clearly laid out gender presentation as a social standard of expectations with regards to femininity and masculinity. But even with that understanding, he falls back on gender as a binary because biological delineations between men and women, even though trans people aren't even trying to take that away. And
ever since I learned, because if you want to talk, here's the thing. The conversation of sex versus gender is complicated. But beyond that, the conversation of either of the two in themselves is complicated. because one of the best examples of this is when I did my video on Charlie Kirk. I did a bit of research into this because it was a conversation that he had during his Jubilee or not Jubilee debate. The Surrounded. I forget who does that. Is that Jubilee? Whatever. I think it might be Jubilee. I don't know. It's not. It's not Jubilee. Is it? No, it is. I don't care. But they brought up the binary aspect of sex and the fact that it is in reality bimodal and that everybody is in there's a bimodal distribution chart you can find about like where people fall on the sex spectrum, because they're obviously it is a scale of hormones that you develop that then develop different aspects of you both in the womb and outside of the womb. So that even in itself is just a little something. I sent you his take on slavery, by the way, if you're interested in that short clip. Let me see. One sec, it's loading. There we go.
Can save a place like Deep Blue Portland, as over in
They
Chicago.
absolutely can. The way that you do it is you take all of these people, you arrest all of them, you charge them with felonies, you change the federal law so people with felonies can't vote in elections, and then you effectively disenfranchise them out of the voting system. That way, nobody has to deal with them anymore. And if they have a problem with that and they cause issues, then you put them in prison and you force them to work. There you go.
I think people might think I'm an authoritarian, but I'm actually the biggest freedom advocate ever. Like, what?
Problem solved. Felons already can't vote. They can in some cases, they can't in others. It's complex. I have friends that have they've personally experienced this. That's what I would do.
Brendan Gutenschwager shows us they had the same issue with activists surrounding ICE vehicles.
I love how these people are saying, get a real job. Meanwhile, they're in broad daylight, probably on the weekday, going out there, like, get a real job. What about you? Why are you here? Like, they don't even have a fake job.
I think that was basically it. It seems like this clip's just a little bit longer.
And then you can't make them work into prison because their cars.
Never mind.
Also,
He does continue.
if you run over the protesters, I don't really care if they do it or not, but I don't think it's necessary. Like if a citizen gets their car surrounded, I think they have the right to drive through the protesters. I do, because it's endangering their life and every person has a right to self-defense and self-preservation. That being said, if let's say you run over their leg, well, then we're going to have to fix their leg and it costs a lot of money. And then you can't make them work into prison because their leg could be broken or their arm could be broken. So it makes it.
Why does that matter? Just make them work anyways. You're already forcing them into labor. Seems ridiculous. Well, I'm thinking of it to. We can't be inhumane. Forcing people into labor, but being like, we're gonna be humane still. If they have broken limbs, they get to sit out. Cool, bro. Yeah, imagine how many people in prison are gonna start snapping their knees in half just to avoid the forced labor. Sounds like a great way to deal with it.
In the simplest terms, without trying to step on people's personal definitions or present as an expert myself, it's just people who want to exist at certain ends of the spectrum between masculinity and femininity and be recognized as such.
So really, I don't know why there's such a weird distinction for people to have, right? And there's no point to being mean, I agree. Yeah, exactly. The reason why people get hyper obsessed with trans stuff is because it's always being put in their face.
And if I had to guess, I would say the reason this is an issue that comes up a lot for Asmon is that his regular news presents it to him as being one.
So they see a new show comes out and there's a trans character. Trans people are like 0.6% of the population, but if you look at media representation, you'd think that they're like 10 or 20%.
According to GLAAD, in 2023, there were 33 trans characters in total across all TV shows between cable and streaming. Trans people aren't taking up a huge chunk of space. They're just taking up a space.
It keeps getting forced on them.
If the compromise you have to make to enjoy a product made for a broad audience is that someone has a lifestyle you don't necessarily understand or agree with, but isn't directly harming anyone, that's a you problem to get over. Now it's Irrelevant's turn to have his reaction to Lonerbox's reaction to Hassan's reactions reacted to by ASMONGOLD.
And I'm reacting to this. Let's go. Let's keep it going. Mine's going to be the best reaction. Just watch. Here, wait. There we go. Perfect.
That everybody accused him of doing with Israel, which is like some paid propaganda, social credit.
Every Jew is being paid by Israel to promote Israel. I learned this on Instagram Reels.
While I don't think Asmon is being serious, I have concerns if his Instagram algorithm is feeding him anti-Semitic posts.
Oh, definitely. See, I think Asmongold is both the person who he wants to like push back against the system, while at the same time being the most like chronically online person ever. And maybe this is just a facade he puts up, and he truly goes out and plays tennis with his boys, and you know he's having a good time. But when you become so like looped in on these different takes, especially on like Twitter and shit like that, you just get absolutely bogged down in conspiracies and radicalism, really. I hate the cowardly plausible deniability language. People are upset with this thing. I don't care what people think. What do you think? No, yeah. It was the same way that he was just talking about he's done that a few times where he's basically, I can't remember exactly what the topic. He kind of just speaks to, it's like I can give a take in the moment, but I almost can't remember anything that he's saying because it's all like so flippant and like kind of meaningless. But he has been doing that a lot. Yeah, he keeps saying that it's like things that happen. He said that about trans people. He said that some people do present in different ways than what they were born, like what sex they were born. And he's like, that's a thing that happens, not necessarily giving any type of claim on that. Or not claim, but giving any stance on that. On that claim. There we go. We got there in the end. We found it.
There are some other things that I learned on Instagram Reels too, but I don't think the chat's ready for those yet. I saw an AI translate.
Yeah, all the TV show makers can get together and decide who gets to have the trans characters on their show because they all can't do it, apparently. No, that's the other part I don't get, because that's what I'm saying, is it's like the same thing with trans people in video games. It's like you want to be mad at these companies for being inclusive in like hiring. Like, I don't get it. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's just, like I said, it's like nebulous at the end of the day. These are just complaints to complain, not actually to figure out like a solution for anything. And a solution to what? I guess that is still the question at hand.
Speech of obviously Adolf Hitler on Instagram Reels, and it had
yeah, I get, but that's the thing, right? Is they have the token trans person, like they have like they used to have the token black person, but now he is right that it has expanded, and now black people just have like their own shows too. It's not just the token black person. I mean, they've always had, not always, but for a long time there's been black sitcoms and stuff. But like, is that what he's saying though? Does he want like a fully trans show? Because I don't get it. I mean, I really don't. Because I feel like that would be a thing that a bunch of people would complain about, being like, oh, why are they making this? Why is this even a show? This is just a show about trans people and their experience in life. Like, I feel like that would end up being the other outcome if you like tried to do it the way Asmongold wants, of like, segregate it. Hey, segregate it real quick.
200,000 likes. And I was thinking to myself, that's a lot.
Why is that your Instagram recommendations?
I always joke about this, about how wars get announced on my days off. I took a day off yesterday and a war got announced. How does this keep happening?
Knowing that, let's see what Asmongold's reactions to the bombings in Venezuela are.
Now, do I totally agree with the regime change? I don't know really if I do or not. I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on it one way or another, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not totally against it, though. Only the people can hold their government accountable, right? You know, we can't go and change it and then assume that it's going to get better, right? If their economy is built off of basically sending illegal drugs to our country, then it is our problem.
The Venezuelan economy is built on oil. Once again, propaganda takes its toll as Asmon wonders why the military has such a hard time with forces that are seemingly insignificant in comparison.
I always wonder, like, how much of that is like a forced problem and how much of it is that they just let it happen.
Because I've always assumed it's like, if we have satellites that can read a license plate, why can't we figure out what these guys are doing?
Most of the technology developed for the military is about putting as
Well, I also think if we could, they probably wouldn't let us people know that they are, right?
much distance as possible between yourself and a target while still being able to connect with it. Guerrilla warfare is about closing that distance.
And like, my opinion is that, like, with the Vietnam War and with the Iraq War, is that we were not there to win. We were there to continue fueling the military industrial complex. I think if we had tried to actually accomplish any one specific goal there, it would have happened extremely fast.
This would require a much longer explanation than I'm equipped to provide here, but basically the problems our military faces in extended conflicts are not limited to what we can or can't blow up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if he starts a war over there, I think that most Americans probably won't really care that much as long as soldiers aren't being sent over there.
If Trump unilaterally and unconstitutionally decides to throw the US military at a country, regardless of whether any soldiers are in immediate danger, people are going to care.
Not in the Western Hemisphere, not in our backyard, because that destabilizes trade, it destabilizes economies. It's the security of the United States at stake here.
Thankfully, that's the last political story he covers before he gets to the new...
Literally looking at bombing, it's like watching a beheading and being like, oh, what happened? Oh, what happened? Like, you do realize that even if you think these people are criminals, just like make it like it's just crazy. It's wild. I don't know.
Video game where wins meet. You know, I've never actually seen Asmongold play a video game. I wonder what it's like.
Not eating food is really OP in terms of losing weight.
Listen, I'm not an expert, but I think Asmongold has an...
What was that?
I've never actually seen Asmongold play a video game. I wonder what it's like.
Not eating food is really OP in terms of losing weight.
Listen, I'm not an expert, but I think Asmongold has an eating disorder.
You're just like those girls? No, I'm not. You just don't eat food. That's easy. It's easy. You just stop eating food. I don't make a big deal out of it. You just do it. There's a lot of...
That's starving behavior. That's quite literally eating disorder behavior.
Foods low in calories. Most people just want the sugar. I love sugar. I started eating way more sugar, and everything in my life improved.
And that would be a sign of depression.
Like, in 100 years, there might not be anybody with diabetes anymore. Yeah, it probably just gonna go away. Story mode. This is for girls, I guess. This is for, I guess, normal people.
Were you even listening?
Shut up, bitch! This bitch is wild. Damn, bitch. This bitch is mad. You stupid fat bitch.
Please stop calling the child a bitch.
This bitch tries to tell me what to do.
There are a lot of strangers in town lately.
Well, I tried.
So, remember the conversation I've had multiple times at this point about the usage of the B word? And how using it like this, just every time there is a woman you're like talking about, maybe. Hopefully. I've never heard someone say I recently started eating more sugar. Yeah, I don't know what that means either. People usually say I've been eating more sweets. Is he like is he actually like taking a note of how much sugar intake he has? That seems a bit interesting. I think we're back. I think we're okay. I think it was definitely on my end. How do we know why he's calling her a bitch though? This is all super out of context. Yeah, we back. No, yeah, but that was basically my point, is that I feel like people like Asmongold are misogynistic. Like, I don't think that the usage of the B word is always misogynistic, but this person is misogynistic and will just continuously call women that for descriptive purposes.
You guys noticed there aren't any fat people in this game?
Right when I chatted biatch, that's what got it. If bitch isn't acceptable, is biatch acceptable? That's the real question.
Cocksucker.
So this next topic will be regarding the Christchurch.
The store is wild today. That was madness. I'm not excited to go out in a little bit. I'm going to have to. Last minute shopping is not my forte, but what do you have to say? We're doing all right. We're almost done. Last minute stuff, really. I'm gonna fucking scream and shout.
Shooting aftermath.
Do you feel like this person was influenced by these people on YouTube?
If you did read this guy's manifesto, this guy was like an extreme like alt-right figure. He wanted to rely on government to literally kick out all Muslims from New Zealand. So he felt that he needed to go to a place and target and kill the most amount of Muslims possible, and he went to a mosque and did it. I do think that like hateful rhetoric can lead to hateful acts of violence. I mean, that chain is to establish that is very complicated. You know, people maybe listen to a few jokes in one place, start posting on poll in another place, start getting drafted into more extremist groups, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of people that are really good gateways for this. I mean, people have written up so many different types of studies for how you can start watching a Joe Rogan video and then go to Jordan Peterson and then wind up with more extremist figures like Nick Fuentes or maybe Lawrence Southern or something like that, and then eventually go down that extremist road.
I think at the beginning of your statement, you did give a little bit of credence to Nick and also Sargon's point that maybe he didn't feel like he was able to discuss these issues without being like...
Oh, I guess now is a good time as any, right? Good as a time as any to explain that I am going to be streaming on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day around the same time as usual, probably for a slightly shorter amount of time, maybe like an hour or so. Might be a little bit earlier too, depending, because I am doing stuff during the day. But still going to stop in to have fun with everybody, as always. So I'm excited to see whoever shows up. Obviously, if you got stuff to do, make sure to check out the VOD afterwards. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure I gave that note too, because yes, I will be here the rest of this week. The rest through Saturday, because we have a member stream on Saturday as well.
Related or, hated for it.
Oh,
yes.
Stoic. Yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean that I think that those views are legitimate or need to be platformed. I think that's a bad dichotomy, right? If somebody says like, I want to kill all black people, like, well, I'm going to fire you if you say that on Twitter, and then they go out and they actually kill black people because they got banned from Twitter, you wouldn't say, well, hold on, like, should we be suppressing this man's views? He felt like he had nowhere to express them, and now he actually went, well, no. I mean, the idea is we need to not have people have these horrendously anti-immigrant views in society, right? Mm-hmm. So views like Fuentes pushes, for instance, where he seems to be anti-immigrant or anti-person of color or whatever, moving into certain countries where he feels like it violates their Western culture or whatever, however he dog whistles.
How we doing, boys? What's going on? Ready to go again, man.
Yeah, feel free to tune in. Anybody that doesn't have plans, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna talk about some different stuff. About Christmas.
Fucking day.
All right, let's hear what today's discussion will be.
And for everybody that's Jewish and non-Christian, I don't know why I just said Jewish, but anybody that's non-Christian or Jewish, add that as like a secondary. No, but anybody who's not celebrating Christmas, even if you are a Christian, if you're like, that isn't Jesus's birthday, this isn't a true Christian holiday, come on to the stream. It'll be a lot of fun. Hanukkah ended yesterday. Hanukkah ends today. Yule started yesterday. Did you guys know that? Yule started yesterday and runs until like the 6th of January, I think. So it is the holiday season, officially.
Big question of the day. Did Donald Trump suck Bill Clinton's dick? Yeah, stop 9 wars and you suck one dick. You're not a peacemaker. You're a dick sucker. And wouldn't that be crazy for like all of the people that hate Donald Trump if he turns out to be the first LGBT president?
Not really. Like, you're basically saying that Trump being proven to have committed sexual acts in connection with Epstein means you get to own the libs. And I don't think that's the priority.
The French president is the same, apparently. Yeah, I heard about that with his husband as well. Candace Owens and a bunch of other people think that she's a man. Well, we don't really know this, right? It's not something I would bet on. Isn't she also a pedo? Yeah, of course. But it was in Europe, and so, like, it's they do things differently over there.
I think that Macron's relationship is weird, to put it mildly. But yesterday, you called Trump a piece of shit for calling out Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew's relationship with Epstein without evidence. So I'd still call this a double standard even before you get to the idea that any conspiracy theory touted...
I mean, Bridget Macron is a predator. You can define it how, like, you could maybe carve out however you want to describe her predatory nature, but that part's true. Now, do I agree with Candace Owens that she is a man? No. How's that lawsuit going? I honestly haven't checked on it. Is it still on? Is it still ongoing? Has she... That's who they're talking about, right?
by Candace Owens is even remotely plausible.
What's the Discord? I can't find it. If your YouTube is connected to the Discord, you might have to disconnect and reconnect, but it should just automatically show you on the Discord. Is predatory, is not a man. Perfect. I guess maybe I should change it, because I did technically have it set. If you are the lowest level membership, you might not be able to get into the Discord. I honestly have just kept it that way because I didn't want people paying for $1, like paying $1 to come in. But I don't know, like paying for $2 to come in to talk shit like snarkers. But I could change it down to, just because I have so many members now, there's so many of you, and I appreciate everybody. When my membership ends, will I get booted from the Discord? Here was my other thought. I could make it where it's public and have a public channel, like have like maybe a singular public channel, and then have the private channels for members, because I think that's the way Guam has her set up right now, and that's kind of a smart way to do it too. So many things, so many choices. I think that might be the way I'll set it. I'll probably set it up, maybe we'll set that up on Saturday, get it all situated. We still need to do the other thing too. Maybe that'll be the whole members stream, is hanging out with you guys. We'll look at some funny videos while I set up the new month badges, and the Discord, maybe switch that up. Yeah, that's how Guam does it. Yeah, we'll get that figured out then. I'll get that situated, because that sounds like probably the best way to do it. I haven't joined yet because I don't want to be booted, LOL. Yeah, we'll get it set up. Yeah, we'll probably make that public this weekend and probably just put it I'll drop it in chat a few times or something. They do that. I like they have like a timed link that you can send people. Yeah, I want you to be able to find me on Discord without having to type it out here. Yeah, I will say the chat on screen does benefit in like replay value for certain things, but it definitely hinders in if you are do not share personal information, because then I will have to blur the entire stream. Not the entire stream, but that part of the stream. Which I've done, not the whole stream, but I did it for one part for an older stream. But let's continue, shall we? Any more tangents that I should go on? Anybody? I'm distracted too easily.
In 9 wars, you suck one dick. You're not a peacemaker, you're a dick sucker. That's right.
Jack Doherty got arrested. If you don't know who that is, he had one viral moment last year when he crashed his McLaren on stream because he decided to go 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, Papa Gut has it so you can be the lowest member to join, and we hardly get snarkers. Maybe I'll just do that then for now, and we'll make it a public one, like have a public channel once I hit like 5K or something. Maybe we'll do that. Sorry, I keep talking about this too much. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. We'll talk about it throughout this week. We'll figure it out. You chatters, you.
Or in the rain.
Oh. What?
Who that is, he had one.
You're a dick sucker. That's right.
Jack Doherty got arrested. If you don't know who that is, he had one viral moment last year when he crashed his McLaren on stream because he decided to go 90 miles an hour in the rain.
Oh. What? What? Oh.
But there's one moment here I want to show you about a conversation Asmon had with his dad.
And I'm like, are you cooked? And he's like, what do you mean? Like, am I dead? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, I don't know. Come over, let's find out.
This is what I'm talking about when I say his casual yapping is endearing, and it's something I haven't gotten from any of the other people I've watched.
Wait,
about
what? I'm so confused.
Are you cooked?
Show you about a conversation Asmon had with his dad.
And I'm like, are you cooked? And he's like, what do you mean? Like, am I dead? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, I don't know. Come over, let's find out.
This is what I'm talking about when I say his casual yapping is endearing, and it's something I haven't gotten from any of the other people I've watched. Maybe it's just my experience, but when you're dealing with a sick family, it's not just a constant deluge of sadness. There are the funny, awkward bits in the middle where you can eke out a laugh at the absurdity of the process. I think this is a good memory for Asmon to hold on to.
I think this is his stream, so he's showing driving fast in the rain. I was just wondering what the actual like relevance was, but I'm understanding now.
Hassan is back
Yeah, endearing. I'm guessing that's what he was saying.
in China again.
That kid is back on the escalator again.
Someone asks
Mallrats.
Hassan about the gay dating apps China banned, which he incredulously calls a Twitter rumor.
I think you just saw that on Twitter. Meanwhile, Twitter. It's all Twitter. Listen, just because you went to China doesn't mean you have to justify everything that China's ever done. You don't have to run PR for them. Feminism is still a dirty word in China. Guys, I already wanted to go. You don't have to keep convincing me.
You could probably tell from day one, but it's pretty clear this isn't just edgy humor. Asmon just doesn't like women. And if you reject that notion, let's finish up here and you'll see. Before he moves on from the subject, Asmon watches a clip of Destiny's reaction to Hassan's trip.
I think he's like Jackson Hinkle territory to me, like worse than Fuentes right now. I cannot believe that you would do a propaganda trip to China and that you would suck off Mao. I think that
Calling worse than Fuentes is so retarded and biased. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't want to get into it. I mean, I can see why he says that. I can see why people would disagree, right?
Boy, I sure wonder if the implications of his non-comment won't reveal themselves later. This is Hassan's reaction to being gifted a little red book.
Really? Is that a Bible?
The fact that Hassan's entourage would think the Chinese government would offer him a Bible is just so telling about their understanding of the country.
The red book, I don't know.
That is a good, I haven't thought about that. That is a great point. Is he just like bringing them along? He's just like, come with me, please. Like,
wonder if the implications of his non-comment won't reveal themselves later. This is Hassan's reaction to being gifted a little red book.
Really? Is that a Bible?
The fact that Hassan's entourage would think the Chinese government would offer him a Bible is just so telling about their understanding of the country.
The red book, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what it's about. I have no idea. Can you imagine if I did that? Like, let's say somebody gifted me a book of like fucking The Art of the Deal or like Mein Kampf and I did that. Oh my God. Like that would just be, people would be talking about that on the, like around the whole world. Can you imagine that? Oh!
I'm pretty sure Asmon doesn't intend to make any implications here, but he's making implications here.
Because of the implication.
Now Asmon reacts to the trailer for a new Pokemon game.
Wow. It's Ditto. This is made for people that have an IQ of like 65. And I am so excited to see every dumb e-girl probably playing this game on release. Oh, wow, it's a Squirtle.
I mean, it looks like, what is it? Like Animal Crossing, but Pokemon? Like people like Animal Crossing. Asmongold's just a prick. You know what I mean? He likes playing fucking World of Warcraft like a dork, and he's like, oh, people like other games? Those games suck. Everything should be like World of Warcraft. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? And again, I'm not saying people who like World of Warcraft are dorks. I'm calling Asmongold a dork. I played World of Warcraft. Not in many years, actually, but I did for a bit. I literally don't remember anything about it. I think it was between like 8 and 11, I want to say. I played World of Warcraft. The Bible comment is a joke. Everything's just a joke. It's all just memes. They've all just been memeing. It's sarcasm.
Oh, wow. Oh, God.
Remember what he said yesterday?
Like, I don't go to the salon, and we don't do that. We don't do that to them. You have Pokemon.
He watches the trailer for the new Call of Duty.
What a stupid game. This is tough. You can only choose wisely. Yeah, it's bread. Yeah, if it was regular bread, then it'd be a tougher decision. But yeah, with garlic bread, I mean, come on.
And then He finds out that a games journalist said Expedition 33 isn't an indie game, and so it shouldn't be nominated for an indie award. Asmon proceeds to loop.
It's not a loop. It's a spiral.
Asmon proceeds to spiral.
Which dumb retard idiot said this?
Yeah, it comes off kind of sad or something. Waste of time, really. Yeah, I just don't get why he's complaining about it so heavily. Like, different games are made for different people. It doesn't have to be your cup of tea for you to, like, just leave it alone. It doesn't need to be your favorite game to be a good game. Just because you don't like it doesn't make it bad. You know, that's like someone who only likes comedies saying every horror movie sucks. Why? Because there's not enough jokes in it. Like, it's such a weird argument to make. Thank you so much, Rum Tum Tugger, for the 1 Captain Quasar gifted membership.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
Well, thank you so much.
Where's the dumb retard idiot that said this? You idiot! You fucking moron!
Which then carries over into anger at the Indie Game Awards in general for being woke.
Oh. The problem is not in their girth, but it is in their taste. 2 overweight soy millennial men to go and gas up the Indie Game Awards, and you've got a bunch of nominations here of games that nobody even played. This is bad. I am so fucking upset, and these retards are sitting here making these award shows for other retards, and it's making me mad.
So just to make sure I understand, these are people you don't like promoting games you don't want to play to an audience you aren't a part of, and for some reason this is deeply offensive.
This is pathetic.
I mean, I agree, but not for the reason you intended.
Blue hair games? Yeah, all woke shit, bro. All annoying, cringe, like millennial slop woke trash. Oh, it's my lizard. Oh, he's on the wall. I tried to catch him the other day. I couldn't get him.
Yo, is this the reason people watch Asmongold? This is actually gold. Yo, this is a great moment. This is the best part so far.
He's fell trash. Oh, it's my lizard.
Oh my god. That's my lizard. Oh. He's just crawling on the wall. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, he's on the wall. I tried to catch him the other day. I couldn't get him. He's fast.
And now we're looking at libs of TikTok. Why are we looking at libs of TikTok?
Literally all.
Yo, maybe having the lizard inside's a good thing. It's probably eating the bugs that are around too. Yeah, the lizard eats the cockroaches, exactly.
Stoic. We're just having some testicle difficulties.
I clicked that one by accident. Oh my god.
Karens. All middle-aged white women.
But don't worry, it's not over yet.
Women are fed up. What is this, for lesbians? Articles like this are written by angry fat women in their 30s. So they can hopefully, ruin the marriage prospects. And
no, they're written to get rage clicks.
It's all a massive psyop. None of it is actually real. Okay, yeah, let's look up who wrote it. Let's see if it's a fat middle-aged woman. Let's find out.
More woke games media who don't like AI.
It's because all of these studios and all of these people are totally bought and paid for.
I need to run back. Sorry, I was talking for a second. I need to run it back.
What is this, for lesbians?
I might need to get that as a soundbite. I might need that. Yeah, that is like a perfect soundbite.
Up. What is this, for lesbians? Articles like this are written by angry fat women in their 30s.
That is an oddly specific description.
So they can hopefully, ruin the marriage prospects. And
no, they're written to get rage clicks.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the point I was making before about money, right? Like about games working for money. It's like he plays into the hands of these companies, which he acts like he hates. It's so like counterintuitive to the actual things that he should be doing, like to the causes that he claims caring about, which. In which he should be doing stuff like promoting better indie games or promoting better AAA games or actually articulating the reasons that certain games are more woke than others, or the ways in which they could change things so that you could have a progressive tilt in your game without pandering or whatever. Like, I don't know. There are maybe conversations to be had, but it doesn't seem like he's having any of them. And maybe this is just selective clipping by Conduit, but he did spin the week, so I'm going to give him the credit. Oh, thank you so much. Rue Archive sent 5 Cap and Quasar gifted memberships. Let me hit that.
Yay! I got a subscriber.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. They're going to everybody. W gifteds. Still not Tanya. I'm so sorry, Tanya. How does this keep happening? I feel like you are in the chat more than some of the other names that I've seen. But we got weights and fish, y'all. It might be that there are more non-chatting viewers that maybe view more than you, but they don't chat. So maybe their view time is up, so they're ahead of you, but they don't chat as much as you. So it appears as though you are more trying to give it some kind of rationale. I genuinely do not get it at all. I do not understand how the system works. Maybe it was, I know you were making a joke about it being xenophobic. Maybe it literally is like geo-locked or something for your location. I don't know why it would be, but that is just so odd that out of all of the ones that have been sent, I guess I shouldn't focus on it so much. It almost seems rude at some point. But sending love as always. Sent 1 cat. Thank you so much, Billiam Whatlicker, for sending 1 Cap and Quasar gifted membership.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
That one was so quiet.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
That one was a little loud, but it was better.
It's all a massive psyop. None of it is actually real. Okay, yeah, let's look up who wrote it. Let's see if it's a fat, middle-aged woman. Let's find out.
More woke games media who don't like AI.
It's because all of these studios and all of these people are totally bought and paid for, and they are pushing an agenda. I cannot wait for the day that I get to announce that this company is being shut down and they're having layoffs. Once these like weird freaks get into your company, they're like a parasite or an infection. And you can't just, remove every infected cell. You have to sever the limb.
Everyone knows once you start using language like parasite to describe someone, your ideology is a winner.
You can't rebuild Ubisoft. The only people who can do it is China. And the Middle East can also do it. It's because there isn't a cultural cost for them simply firing all of the woke people. Same with Japan. Like, Japan just got rid of all of Square Enix English team. It's because they're a bunch of woke, weird losers.
Hilariously, the director for Final Fantasy XVI said the most unwoke thing possible outside of an actual slur.
Wait, what? Oh, he didn't like that. He doesn't like that they're saying slurs. Or that they're just borderline not saying slurs. Oh, thank you so much. Baguette Boo Boo sent 5 Cap and Quasar gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yay! I got a subscriber.
This is kind of nuts. Yeah, it's because I'm outside of the US. It is possible. I think Asmongold's brain fog is going to be so bad that he will not be able to formulate a proper sentence within the next 5 years. It is possible. That is a possibility, but I don't know. Thank you so much, Stacy, for the 1 gifted membership.
Yay, I got a subscriber.
We're getting so many gifted memberships today. I think we have over... Oh my god. Thank you all so much. I think someone unliked the video. I think it had more likes before, but it's fine. That's funny. Maybe people don't like me calling out all the memberships. Maybe Perry was right. But thank you all so much for all the memberships. We're over 20 new members today. You are all like, I am literally like in shock. You are all amazing. And so I'm so grateful to all of you. Damn, I'm not even a member. LOL. Oh no, Baguette Boo Boo. Someone else donate for Baguette Boo Boo. I'm not trying to encourage too much. I do appreciate it all. It's not like I couldn't use the money, but I'm not gonna be that person that's like, keep them coming. but I do really appreciate it all. Thank you all so much. And thank you, Baguette Boo Boo. Welcome to Quasar's Cadets. I do need to change the membership thing now. I do need to change the Discord. I'll fix that after the stream, then move that down to the lower membership, and then we will talk about more stuff on Saturday for sure too. I'm doing my best iDubbbz.
Stoic.
About the game, and it still didn't sell well. Asmon has a message for the people who don't like hearing the R word from their streamers.
It doesn't matter how many fat, annoying, stupid, middle-aged women.
Okay, I think you get the point now. Mexico had protests against the government for...
How many do you have total now, Captain? After today, how many members in total? Let me see. Yo, that's crazy. I think I have like 80 members. I think I literally have like 80 members. Thank you all so much. Everybody that's a member. I really do appreciate it. All of the members. Like, you are all amazing. And everybody that's donated memberships, donated gifted memberships, you are all incredible. Salut! It is... Yeah, it truly means the world.
Stoic.
And we will stay stoic.
For supposed connections to drug cartels in their country. It's actually amazing how horseshoe theory is proven in real time.
It's One Piece. It's just like One Piece. Are they taking back their country? I think it's because they think that she's in cahoots with the cartels. I don't know if she is or not. I don't know. Like, I think that to some degree you probably have to be cordial with them. But I don't really know that. I've never been to Mexico, so like, how am I really supposed to know? I mean, honestly, how can you run Mexico without working with them? I'd probably threaten their life and family. Well, I mean, else.
Damn. Oh, my things going off. That isn't a soundbite. That was the microwave. Thank you so much, Aru Archive. Sent one Captain Quasar gifted membership. Tanya, they're mad at you. I'm losing it.
Stoic.
Thank you so much, Billiam Whatlicker. Sent one Captain Quasar gifted membership. Oh my god, thank you so much, Baguette Boo Boo. Sent 5 Captain Quasar gifted memberships. We're getting so many. There's literally so many now. Like, this is actually crazy. I was watching AB Sleep stream and someone was like, this has more views than iDubbbz stream. The sad part is, though, some of those were just snarkers waiting for something bad to happen, because I saw some people being like, people saying that Rocky is getting like abused by them, but not just abused, but getting like basically saying that they're essaying the dog. Crazy shit, because the dog nips at them. Because the dog bites, because it's a puppy. People are saying that it's being abused. Actually insane. How close are we to 100 members? I think I am in total, what is that, 34, 84. So I need 16 more. There would be 16 more members until we hit 100. Which is insane. I do wish YouTube had a feature to directly gift a user you want. That would be kind of cool if you could like pick people out. Stoic non-members moment. Shout out Squishy Squonky, the stoic non-member.
Stoic.
You gotta stand your ground. Don't let them play you. Yeah, I saw that tweet actually unhinged. Yeah, it is crazy. Oh, Twitch does have that? I mean, Twitch, I think, it does seem like YouTube is trying to... There's my oven again. Someone before... But I don't think I told you. Someone before, when I did it, myself was like, you need WD-40 hinges, and I was like, yeah, for sure. No, it's fine. But, I think that YouTube is starting to roll out more features that Twitch has, and so they'll probably get something like that in a bit. Ooh, a cat emoji. Yeah, we can get a cat emoji. That'll be easy. I have a bunch of pictures of him. Should I use the sombrero one? I don't think many people saw that on my channel. I did a post, not a when they were live. Where is it? I did this post. Today was a shorter stream than usual, but then I did this. Should I use this as an emoji? I think it's a pretty good one. Just the head. What a good fellow. Can you add an emoji in my honor, Captain? Rum Tum Tuggard. I gotta think of one. Or if you can think of a good one that you like, something that works. I need to go back into my streams and find moments when I'm yelling at people or something, when I'm getting too angry.
Salvador, I mean, the guy over there did it, and, you know, like, as far as I bet they probably tried to threaten him, too.
El Salvador suspended basic rights and arrested thousands of people, overcrowding their prisons even with the opening of CCOT. It's also reported that there are hundreds of political prisoners. Since 2022, the state has arrested over 3,300 children, many without justification or connection to gangs. Interviews reveal that the police were given arrest quotas, meaning that this was likely done to pump up their numbers. They've also been held in detention and prisons with adults, exposing them to potential abuse. Which, speaking of, torture and abuse are rampant. And now with the gangs gone, the ones committing crimes are now the police and the military.
On the president of Mexico seeking asylum.
Oh, one that says fun poll. We did the Q&A today, but I'll totally make that. That's an easy one. I got you, Rum Tum Tuggard. Fun poll. We got that. Show Cat, member for 6 months. I got you. Thank you, Stacy, for being a member for 6 months. Show Cat. Got you. Where is he? Hey, buddy. Come here. Calm down from earlier? I think he's calmed down a bit. You calm down? Bit better? Don't scratch me this time. You okay? I don't know if you guys heard that. He made a little I think he's just camera shy. He talks a lot. He's a very talkative guy. Anything? Anything at all? You got a booger. Put some goobers in your eyes. You get it. Getting crusties in your eyes. Go. Okay. You ask for cat, I show cat. Cat looking like, who that talking? Who that talking my language? Who's talking my language? Huh? Got anything to say? Nothing? Sitting right there. But let's keep it going. Damn, we still have an hour and 20 minutes. This is crazy.
In America?
I love black cats, dude. Yeah, they're probably my favorite. You know, I do like, too, that he is a full black cat. Like, tuxedos are cool. Captain shows pussy on stream. I do like black cats. I do like tuxedos. I like a good tabby. Love orange. But there's something about a classic black cat. And see, when I was a kid, I had a vision. I was like, I want a cat, and I thought of the name 8-Ball, and it was like a kind of like a cartoon idea I had come up with, of the idea of a woman who owns like a what was it? A woman who owns like a metaphysical shop type of thing, or like a crystal ball reading kind of store. Then has a cat, and then the cat goes on these different adventures, like as leaving into the city from that area, and then basically the undertone would be like supernatural comedy. So I've always had a love for black cats. I wish I could show you guys my chihuahua. I had set up, I don't know if it's done yet, I don't know if it works right now. I had set up a community thing where you guys should be able to post on my channel, like on there should be like a community tab. I had set it for public. No, it's still not public. What the hell? I'll try and mess with that too, because I see Smosh do it all the time, where Smosh fans are posting their pets. And so it's like, I want to set that up. My grandma had a black cat that I loved a lot. Black cats need the love. My mom's black cat just died, and an orange one showed up at the house soon after. I think that's the balance of the force. I'd have to agree with you.
I can't believe he did this. They're January 6ing. I'm proud of them. They're January 6ing. Look at them go. Bro, it's like Helm's Deep. They're bringing in the ladders.
Just when I thought the disparity between his initial reaction to January 6th and this couldn't get any more stark.
Maybe this is like an egomaniac thing for me to say, but I do actually feel like I have some degree of obligation to, whenever something crazy like this is happening in the world, that I do actually like talking about it, because I feel like every mainstream media publication doesn't give a fuck and doesn't care at all.
Your obligation isn't to just talk about something that happens without any proper understanding of what's happening. Your obligation is to accurately inform people if this is what you want to spend time on.
Straight up punched him in the dick.
But I guess that might be too much to ask.
Oh my God. They beat him with bolt cutters? Oh, they are. They're beating him to death. To be fair, they're just pushing him around right now. But whenever I see a crash out happening in a country like Mexico, that to me is very different than an American crash out. Because American crash outs are people who are angry because the election didn't go their way. In these other countries, people are angry because the election didn't go.
I think he's talking about no kings as opposed to, you know, January 6th. But either way, he's incorrect because Claudia Sheinbaum won with stupidly large margins, beating her closest opponents by nearly 2 times the votes in an election that no one has called illegitimate. So the people he's watching are, in fact, rioting because the election didn't go their way.
Like, if you don't have a way to democratically be able to...
See, I think most people understand that, like, forms of resistance are necessary, but they're not always necessary. And that's why it's so funny how often people will just go like, oh, whatever, things are whatever, it doesn't really matter. Like, what? They're resisting. That's how it's supposed to happen. What, you guys don't like revolutions? Not always. It depends on what the revolutionaries are fighting for, right?
Voice your frustrations and vent your frustrations, then the only option is violence. But sometimes you just simply lose the democratic vote. To be fair, our democracy probably plays a role in their lack of democracy. I think that you're right, and I think that Americans do need to spend less time intervening in other countries' affairs.
It's horseshoes all the way down.
This is what January 6th was meant to be. Yeah, I do think this is funny whenever you look at this and you compare it to January 6th, you know? It's like, oh, wow. Yeah, January 6th was so horrible. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure, guys.
Most reasonable people look at...
It's such a stupid point, too, because, like, again, it's like, I love this analogy because I've said this since I was, like, a little kid. Like, since I was in, like, I think, and this isn't little, but you get what I'm saying. Little kids still, middle school. I think, like, 6th grade, I probably started doing this. When people would ever compare stuff and be like, oh, well, this thing's so much worse, I'd always just think, you know, some people say getting shot is worse than getting stabbed. Some people think getting stabbed is worse than getting shot. I think they both suck, so I probably don't want to have to deal with either. It's trying to compare, like, what is worse, like, you've kind of already, you're out of the realm at that point. Sorry, I'm trying to get the membership thing set up. Trying to get the... Oh, I'm so confused right now.
At this and view it as a disgrace.
Most Mexicans ask Trump for military help?
They do not. A little less than half would support U.S. military assistance specifically if it came with government approval.
I don't think we really should intervene militarily with Mexico, but I do think that there's a degree of American best interest, some degree of aid or something like that we could give them. It'll be better for us too. Because, like, there are 2 ways that you can stop people from coming to your country, right? One other way to stop them from coming over is...
Yeah, Ashley Babbitt got shot when she was warned not to pass the point by law enforcement. No, yeah, and it's on video, clear as day. Everybody else going, oh, this guy's got a gun. He said he's got a gun, and if we go through there, we're going to get shot. Everybody else get back. And she's like, nope, I'm going to go. Puts her leg in first, climbs through. It's not like she's peeking her head in. She starts climbing in, and then you just see her drop back. And then they start picking her up and trying to help her. And it's like, yeah, that's a terrible thing that happened to her, but it's like kind of what happened. I mean, there were also, there were other people that died too, that died in the hospital after. Like acting like nothing happened on January 6th is kind of just ridiculous.
To make it so they don't want to. He's like, if they don't even want to, problem solved.
You have just made the argument for USAID.
Bro, if they catch her, they're gonna kill her. The cartel members, I mean, am I really gonna feel bad for that? The cartel members kill people all the time. They think that she's in cahoots with the cartels. I don't know if she is or not. I don't know. Like, proof that she's a cartel asset, though? Proof? No. Evidence? Yes. I don't know. Like, but there's no actual proof.
He doesn't know that Claudia Scheinbaum is corrupt. He doesn't know who organized this protest. He doesn't know what the actual goals of the protest are. But it's good because it's in the direction of what he needs to validate supporting Trump's policies. Asmon thinks the protest isn't being covered by American media because it would convey that
Open the wrong thing. Isn't it so nice to use aliases? Hugo Allen is probably my favorite alias because I used it. It was a play on Gigi Allen. I came up with the name Hugo Henry Allen for H.H. Allen, and it was a play on You Go All In. That's a good play on words there. That's one of my best characters that I've ever developed. It was Hugo Allen was a now I'm just going on a tangent from a random thing that popped up. Hugo Allen, I'm trying to figure out the Discord thing, and I thought it was going to make me log in again, but I don't think so. Hugo Allen was a, what's it called? Fucking self-help guru. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word. I had developed a whole character for it and was going to start filming some stuff, and then the idea fell through. Don't dox cap him. See, that's why I feel like so smart every time I accidentally do something so stupid like that, but then it doesn't show my real name. Like, I feel like both dumb and smart at the same time, because I'm like, fuck yes, I'm so glad I barely use my real name on anything. Like, as long as I don't, like, pull up my bank information, I think I'll probably be fine on not showing my actual name. Who doesn't love a good alias, am I right? I'm really trying to figure out how to change the setup. Unless you guys can just come in. I don't know how the Discord... Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out this Discord thing still. Because I have the integration set up, but it's not giving me the option on how to set up the integration. Links. Connect to their accounts. Okay, yeah, add requirement from YouTube. Add requirement, I don't know. No, not like that, bro. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this after the stream, but I'm going to get that set up so all the members can join in the Discord, and we'll talk about it tomorrow so everyone can get added in. Because, yeah, I'm trying to get that set up. Let's keep getting through this video, though. We have too much time on this.
Mexicans aren't able to assimilate to American culture, and Scheinbaum is unpopular despite opposing Trump.
In order to push the narrative that there is like a parity between American culture and Mexican culture in the way that people from Mexico are going to come to America and seamlessly integrate with the culture.
Has called it a movement financed by right-wing politicians and business.
You're jumping the shark. You're jumping the shark. It's so obvious that's not true.
ASMONGOLD might dismiss that claim out of hand, but let's actually dig into it. Apologies for any mispronunciations of any names. Claudia Scheinbaum said that the protests against her at that moment were a coordinated right-wing effort stoked by online botting, billionaires, and members of the opposing party in an effort to undermine her legitimacy with the populace. So, were there billionaires? Yes, there were. Ricardo Salinas Pliego, a Mexican billionaire who owes the government $4 billion, was one.
Oh, we saw some emails. Send me some emails. I don't care. What are they going to do with those? Send me a few over. There's no way they'll get the logins on them. Give it a shot.
Of the initial instigators.
Don't really care about it.
Haters of the protest on social media, sharing a message from a Mexican influencer, Carlos Bello, who had not previously delved into politics, denouncing the administration. Those calls were amplified until a protest was announced and simultaneously promoted by 179 TikTok accounts and 359 Facebook groups. And on November 1st, after the murder of Mayor Carlos Manzo, every group shifted from a general demand for change to supporting his memory. Were there members of the opposing party? Yes, there were. Vicente Fox, former president of Mexico, the guy who during Trump's first term said they weren't going to build the fucking wall, supported the protests. Here he is wearing a one-piece shirt. Very Gen Z. Were there bots? Yes, there were. Javier Negre, the founder of La Derecha Diario, and Agustin Antonetti are two right-wing digital strategists with connections to Salinas, and have operated in South American politics previously, and have used bots and artificial promotion of hashtags on Twitter like Narco Presidente in the Mexican election. They both participated in the creation of this movement. And the final piece of evidence that this was astroturfed is that the protest following this one only garnered 200 people. There is not broad dissatisfaction with Scheinbaum in Mexico.
Right, it's all bots and right-wing extremism. That must be it, guys. Yeah, for sure, guys. 100%, that's what it is. She still says she has 80% approval rating? Really? I see that.
She has 70% approval. A crowd of people is not indicative of nationwide popularity.
Do you believe that ICE human rights violations are committed with total impunity? I disagree with the idea of human rights to begin with. People don't have innate rights. Rights are invented. There's no difference between a right and the way that you should treat somebody. So you've started off the conversation on a lie.
Okay, cool. What do you think about ICE's violation of people's invented rights?
A human rights violation. According to who? Somebody who disagrees with you? Oh, okay. Well, let's just listen to them tell you why you're wrong. No, I don't think so.
Well, there are the people who died, the people violently detained without cause, the people deported against court orders, and...
Does he not know what jumping the shark means? I don't think he knows what a lot of things mean, to be completely honest.
their legal status, the people arrested despite following the rules they were given to avoid deportation, the people who died, and the people who were violently detained without cause.
So he's saying this about Donald Trump? What the fuck?
More Epstein cope that these emails don't literally say, yes, we were best friends doing sex crimes together.
I feel like it's such an abstract thing to say, right? Because if you're saying that he brought up Trump after the relationship had ended, does that mean that he's talking about new things, or is he's talking about Trump in general? I think that's a misleading statement. You know what? This actually makes me think that they were actually pretty good friends. Because there's no way you're going to be emailing somebody years after the fact, still mauling out over it, unless you guys used to be boys. Yes, he was patient zero for TDS. Exactly. Very close. But like, obviously he didn't, like, Epstein clearly doesn't think that about Trump, because if he did, he wouldn't have been friends with him for all those years.
Yes, the people who might have one specific thing in common that they can't share with anybody else wouldn't override their other feelings about each other that they might find distasteful.
He's close to no one. Well, if he's close to no one, then I guess then you weren't close to him, right? If you're saying this. I would not look at Jeffrey Epstein as a reliable narrator. It's worth taking into account, it's worth reading and listening to, but I wouldn't just believe it.
In the span of one day, we've gone from,
oh, it could make somebody look bad? Too bad. You shouldn't have gone to an island with a pedophile.
To, well, being in the files doesn't mean you're technically a pedophile.
Well, Trump's name being in the files doesn't mean he did anything wrong. Like, Epstein is crashing out about Trump and they're not even friends anymore. So are you counting all the times that he's complaining about Donald Trump in his emails? It's so dishonest.
Would those be the... Oh, my God. Like, first of all, this is completely different. But even if that was, like, the claim is that, like, oh, these are just emails and stuff where they're talking about Trump, why would those need to be redacted then? That just seems... I don't know. It's just all this stuff so stupid. This dude is such... It's not even good cope. These copes are terrible.
Just release the files, we'll figure out who the weirdos are, and arrest them.
And also he has an opinion about the concerns about Trump's health, given that he got an MRI that he won't explain the purpose of.
Maybe there's something wrong with Trump. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe he has cancer. Maybe there's some other big issue. Maybe it was an MRI. They needed to do that because he's the president, and they do an extra level of testing for somebody who's the president. I don't know. It could be 50 different reasons.
Okay, but the issue is we still don't know, and he won't tell us.
I think it's important for people to know whether the president is physically capable of doing the job.
I'm going to warn you now, if this video is spiking your blood pressure, 1, I'm sorry, and 2, it's going to get worse. Because Asmongold is about to react to Kyle Kalinski's video calling him the dumbest person of 2025.
Look, you do a massive disservice. You got this giant audience of people who follow you, and if you're out there...
The disservice is disagreeing.
Kalinski's arguments kind of suck because he's basically blowing hot air for his own audience rather than trying to say anything substantial. But Asmongold's response is something. He starts off with a whopper on Trump's cuts to the NIH, which include cuts to pediatric cancer care.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe the research was done in a way that was bad? Every time that people say something like this, the implication is that, oh, they're curing cancer or something like that. This is bullshit. Yeah. And also on top of that, yeah, just because you're doing research doesn't mean that it's a good allocation of government money.
Asmon will not look up to see whether this is even remotely true. Federal budget cuts, amongst other things, include $4 million from the Pediatric Brain Tumor Consortium, an organization that does research on rare cancers affecting thousands of children every year. You might think on principle that the government shouldn't fund bad science, but they aren't checking on the validity of the research because the mechanisms aren't in place to do an audit like that, let alone that quickly. And if you need evidence, over the course of this year, the government has fired thousands of people and then had to hire them back because they didn't realize they were necessary. This is not being done with care or concern for the consequences.
But I do think they're probably overshooting and probably firing too many people too quickly. But I think that the inevitability of this is not to be denied. But it's for cancer kids.
Okay, great emotional argument.
Because the idea of, oh my God, he's cutting research for cancer kids. Oh no, that sounds bad.
What he will look up.
Yes, it only sounds bad to cut research for cancer kids. You know, Perry would love that take.
Is whether the Weather Service cuts.
Oh, that was another part I didn't spring up. Because, like, here's the thing. Purple Perry Gaming was, he made, during our debate, he decided to make the point, too, that it's so messed up for people to use, like, emotion to try and get people to donate to child cancer research. They should just do it because it's the right thing to do. And I was kind of like, well, why do you care about what Graham's doing then? And why do you not care about them? Like, why wouldn't you care about them donating to it more so? You like vote for a right reason, not the wrong. Like, it just seems like a weird, like a weird point regardless. But then I decided to look it up afterwards, and we spend way more money on adult cancer research than we do child cancer research. Like, he was just like absolutely wrong, and it would be a much better thing to do to try and get people to care more about child cancer research because people don't spend the money on it. It was just actually just so weird. Oh, Internet Tough Guy's here. I pour lean in my math. That's how it goes. I about to enter in Einstein mode. So true.
Were actually to blame for flash flood deaths in Texas.
According to three formers, staffing shortages in national services are nothing new. So this has already been happening. It was already happening, and it was...
I am dubious that cutting staff for the Weather Service as we encounter more and more extreme weather events will have a positive overall impact on our ability to navigate them in the future, even if you accept that it wasn't a problem this time.
This is the thing, right? You give a specific example, and it falls apart.
Now, what about Trump cutting the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's budget in half?
Good. They weren't doing their job.
The CFPB was created after the 2008 financial crisis and has a budget today of a little under $1 billion.
They obviously had no fucking idea what they were doing.
But prior to the cuts, they had clawed $21 billion back for consumers and imposed $5 billion in fines. Again, this is an institution that has a higher rate of return for the people it helps than the taxation it costs to operate.
The scams have been through the fucking roof. So there's a bureau of people that are supposed to stop scams. And you want to keep them on payroll? They sucked.
Firing government workers who are veterans?
Oh no, you can't fire veterans anymore.
Trump is firing 80,000 people at the Department of Veterans Affairs. There is no way to fully predict the impact of so many people losing their jobs in such a short amount of time, or the reverberations it will have across the broader economy. But this will mean that care for veterans will get worse.
Another emotional appeal.
Firing 250,000 government workers overall.
Good. It should have been more.
Apparently, Asmon isn't worried about the economic impact of sudden large-scale job loss. I'm scared to hear what he thinks about gutting USAID.
Oh, no. That's right.
It's America's responsibility to pay for people that have HIV and AIDS in Africa.
Unironically, yes.
Oh, yeah.
The total cost of USAID fluctuates between $40 and $60 billion, or around about $105 per person in the United States, and less than 1% of the total federal budget. Since 1990, USAID has helped cut mortality for children under 5 in half, and 90 countries had their under 5 mortality drop by 2/3. PEPFAR, which provides AIDS medication, has saved 25 million people, and currently helps 20 million people, including 500,000 children.
People have been dying in droves.
Is he specifying in America or not? No, he's not. It's because it's not happening in America.
If you don't believe the numbers that say hundreds of thousands of people will inevitably die as a result of dismantled infrastructure to provide aid, or that the people who can migrate will inevitably put even more pressure on American immigration services that will be much more expensive, which Asmon understands based on his analysis of Mexico, what about the fact that USAID's support confined disease outbreaks to parts of the world that meant they had a much harder time finding their way to the US? For example, the West Africa Ebola outbreak in 2014. USAID led the response, and he dismantled USAID while another outbreak is ongoing.
It's because you have people here that are dying from lack of medical care. You have people here that don't have housing. Where's the priority list that a veteran ever gets outranked by a person in Africa? Oh no, you can't fire veterans anymore. Yeah, I agree with it. Good call. W. And also all of these examples here that he's given are policy decisions and not actual violence. I was discussing things like Charlie Kirk and Jay Jones in the clip. And so he's misinterpreted what I've said, and he's even making an argument that doesn't even make sense in the context of what I said.
All of these things make people more susceptible to violence and overall suffering. And regardless of if it's directly violent, his casual willingness to vocally endorse choices that have and will lead to more people needlessly dying is more monstrous than anything Jay Jones has texted. But we're not done yet. Asmon's perspective on the government killing people they've labeled as terrorists has changed in the last 5 years.
Yeah, and that's also kind of a weird, because I was trying to think of who that was, because he said Charlie Kirk, and obviously Charlie Kirk was assassinated. That's the easiest example you could give if you want to talk about violence happening on the left or something, if that's like really the claim you want to make. But the Jay Jones thing is like a weak comparison, because that's the guy who was just, it was like a message he sent to somebody, right? It was like a message, or is that what it was? No, maybe I am thinking of someone else. Oh yeah, it was this. You weren't simply asking questions and you know it. I genuinely was. I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand the logic. You weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Yes, I told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. And so I found it funny too that was all that they could actually pull as him calling for violence, when you can tell this is a crass, uncouth statement that is pointing toward that the idea that people only care about issues when they are personally involved or personally affected. And I do think that this is a fucking terrible thing to say. Even if you're just giving an example, you should not be like, oh, well, if his kids died, he'd probably care. Like, yeah, he probably would. But there's an easier way to talk about somebody's hypocrisy than making references to their children dying. But this is still in no way similar to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Just someone's off, someone's aside, basically.
5 years.
Yeah, it's a really bad text, but it's a weak example of violence, exactly.
Let me get this straight. So the U.S. government can read a license plate with a satellite from outer space, but you think that a Twitter post that said that the people were innocent is more accurate than that?
People in glass houses shouldn't throw tweets.
And they're trying to think that it's new.
But to his main point, we have not gotten any evidence that these people are absolutely guilty of crimes, that the crimes would require this response, or that the repercussions of carrying out these responses would be worth it versus other means. He's just taking Trump at his word.
Sure. Because they agree with it, because it's the right thing to do. It is. Absolutely. Blow up the boats. Without even a question. How could you be against that?
You don't just shoot people randomly. Who determines who a terrorist is? The person with the gun? What happens when they're wrong?
If I saw somebody running at my house with a bomb, I would want to shoot them before they got to my house. I wouldn't want to try to apprehend them, arrest them, and try to put them through a whole process. No, you just fucking shoot them. And he'd do the same thing.
The analogy doesn't work because the urgency of someone being immediately outside and someone being thousands of miles away are completely different.
Did Captain win the debate? I left early. I ran away. I ran away scared. He just didn't want to stop talking. I ran away scared and I hid. I'm hiding, afraid. No, I swear, every time I'd ask him, I'd go, cool. And then I'd go, can we be done now? He'd go, well, what do you think about, and then just go on to the next topic. It was honestly kind of funny. It was a bit endearing.
It's insane. Okay, well, that's a good argument for why they're not narco-terrorists.
Trafficking narcotics,
yes.
The penalty is not instant death. Are you?
Yeah, it is. And if it's not, it should be. How about that? Who's going to stop us? Yeah, exactly.
Like, I guess if we can vote on that, sure, but I don't think that is the current stance of most people. Again, I would hope.
Fuck them.
You don't give the government unilateral authority.
Perry seemed like a lonely guy. I think I said it earlier. I checked his stream after I was done streaming, just to see if he talked about me much after I was done. And apparently I read in the chat, I was one of the only people that actually called in. He was called like 3 people before me and no one picked up. So when I asked him, I was like, am I the only one that's willing to talk to you? It might have been true. I don't know how true it was, but it might have been true.
Authority to execute people on the premise of a crime that hasn't been proven after the execution has already taken place. Or, as Asmon said,
who determines who a terrorist is? The person with the gun? What happens when they're wrong? Do you ever think about this?
And now more equivocating of rhetoric that comes with a bunch of claims.
I don't know why I know this lore, but his OG name was Purple Pepsi Gaming? Are you joking? Internet tough guy, I need you to be 100% serious with me right now. The way you framed that, I don't know why I know this lore, sounds so genuine. What up? Oh my god! I basically said I don't really want to talk to him again. If we're gonna have a debate, I probably want to do it with someone who's not. Here's the thing: he doesn't want to admit that he's arguing in bad faith. Fine, someone that's better at debating. But if I do ever talk to him again, I'll make sure to call him Pepsi. What up, Pepsi? What up, Purple Pepsi Gaming? I do need to ask him if he's ever heard of Perry Grip, though. That's the real question.
Claims that would each require extensive work to counter, so please don't confuse my brevity for a lack of substance.
To be fair, this was after 4 years of them trying to delegitimize Trump's presidency by him being connected to Russia.
Multiple people on Trump's campaign were found guilty of crimes connected to Russia, even if the direct collusion theory some people promoted didn't pan out.
There was, remember the hashtag not my president, where people were saying that, oh, he's just, got elected because of Russia.
A Twitter hashtag is not indicative of people trying to delegitimize an election. Trump lost the popular vote in 2016 by a significant margin, and his many character flaws were apparent in the way he talked and operated.
While I do say that January 6th was a bad thing, I don't think
Asmon has zero knowledge of UCMJ, let alone ethics. It's astounding. With context, it's so much worse. Well, I'll be the first to say that I'm not super knowledgeable on ethics, yes, but UCMJ, I guess I'm maybe not familiar with the acronym. UCMJ. Oh, Uniform Code of Military Justice. Yeah, I'm not super knowledgeable on this. I'm definitely more knowledgeable on ethics, on the topic of ethics, but I do think that, like I said before, I do think that Asmon does speak from a high level of arrogance over intelligence. I've spoken about this at length. No, I've spoken about this briefly in previous streams when talking about Nicholas Fuentes and Hassan Piker in the context of them both exuding. It's when arrogance and ignorance clash. When you have a high level of arrogance and an ignorance in the topic that you are deciding to engage in, and so you are just so like verbose in the way that you present your ideas, and like you're so forthright in the way that you talk about things while lacking like every bit of knowledge, and it comes through to the layman like most of the time, but only so much as the layman is willing to research afterwards, which is kind of the issue. Because if you're willing to just accept people at face value, then you might accept the topics like these things as they're being said. But if you're willing to do the littlest bit of research, you might, your intuitions might be more true than you thought. Calling him by his government name. Got to make sure we know who I'm talking about.
Think that, again, Republicans did not invent election denial. And it turned out that all that, by the way, was bullshit.
Remember Al Franken? Al Franken was a senator. There was a picture that he took where he was like fake grabbing somebody's titty while they were sleeping.
Though that would be the most well-known of Franken's transgressions, he was also accused of forcibly kissing a woman who was performing with him at a USO show, once again showing that Kulinski needs to stop using Twitter as a source.
Well, I think if you want to talk about a policy decision that's like very unhinged that makes people radicalized, I think that a good example of that is the trans in sports. Also, like trans kids using bathrooms. Now,
here's my take on trans people in sports. Okay, sports are privately owned institutions most of the time that have the right to design the rule set in whatever way they want. But personally, I don't give a fuck who's in sports. Let the best sports player be there. Let them play the sports. Who cares? I want to see people on drugs doing sports. I want to see the farthest we can take our physical bodies. Where can we take our minds? Where can we take our bodies? That's what sports is supposed to be about. Don't give me all this horse shit about, put them all on drugs. See who can run the fastest. I don't care what they look like. I want to know who the best is. That's my take on sports.
You can make an argument that this isn't really a big issue, but if it's not a big issue, then why are you fighting it so much?
Is my hair thinning because I'm getting older, or because I find clumps of it in my hands moments after I hear comments like that? They are not some grand-scale interference in the ability of...
Captain, end the stream before Sim leaves. I do think I'm going to have to end soon. I've been going for 5 hours. I thought I'd be able to get through this, but we've only gone through... We still have an hour left. I don't think that's going to be possible. I keep pausing. We're going on tangents. We're going on... This is kind of like... It's another somewhat pointless video. I disagree with Asmon on a lot of topics, but it does, at the end of the day, just seem like he is a bit dumb. And like I said, there is like this thing where ignorance meets arrogance, and it kind of like blows up. We'll get through this day, though, the end of this this streaming day, and then maybe I'll call it from there. There's still a bit of time on that, yeah. Almost to day 4.
Cisgender kids to get scholarships or recognition. The biological condition of those kids is not inherently an advantage either, because traits that are advantageous vary from sport to sport before you even get to whether the kid in question
Does bro have the whole Diary of a Wimpy Kid series on his bookshelf? Look to the left. Oh shit. I think you're right. He does up here. Yeah, these are all the fucking Diary of a Wimpy Kid books. Right? Or maybe I'm tripping. Are you talking about different ones? I was looking at these first and I was like, what is this, Dork Diaries? Didn't the Dork Diaries ones... I guess they were a little bit different. I thought they had the... For some reason I thought... I guess the fronts of some of them are have different patterns. I thought it was like a checkered pattern on it. It does look like Diary of a Wimpy Kid. I don't think it is, though. Is it? Diary of a would-be. Holy shit, I think it is. I'm like, I need to see the spine of it. Here's the spine of Cabin Fever. I think it is. Why does he have two of them? I literally think it is. He's just filling it up with whatever he can. I swear this is two cop Cabin Fever. Asmund was arguing in support of Hegseth. His argument falls into hell when you take into account Geneva Convention laws and the UCMJ. Hegseth committed literal war crimes. And that's that's kind of like the point I was making before. It's just he speaks so like knowledgeably about things that he's unknowledgeable of. And I do think it comes across to a lot of people, but I guess there are also like a large group of people that are so unknowledgeable that it slides right past them. It is a goated series, Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
Has that trait to a degree that would be advantageous in the first place. It is not worth this level of national scrutiny to monitor this issue.
That argument is of the same validity of flat Earth. This is a flat Earth argument. I think loving Hitler...
What about Hollow Earth? We thought about that?
Is bad. Absolutely, it's bad.
And now for why Trump insulting everyone is acceptable, because people have been insulting him.
Okay, so what I find to be funny about this is that, yes, Trump has used negative words about Democrats, but how many times was Trump called a Nazi? How many times was he called a racist? How many times was he called a Russian asset? I would say calling somebody vermin, radical, or a lunatic is not even remotely in the same category as calling somebody a Nazi.
Trying to assert that someone isn't a Nazi at the same time they're using the exact same rhetoric Hitler used against Jews is not going to be very convincing.
I think the reason why people like Kyle were upset is that the words that they have used for many, many years, things like Nazi, racist, etc., all these bullshit words, have effectively lost all of their meaning.
They haven't lost their meaning. People have just had their sense of shame eroded by the ways social media simultaneously isolates us in echo chambers and creates competition for attention via the most extreme ideologies. It's not that calling something racism doesn't mean anything. It's that racism itself doesn't mean anything because it's become so normalized that people have, ironically, built up a tolerance.
And this is after they tried to put him in jail and, you know, like fucking gave him a mugshot, charged him 34 times for the same exact crime.
They didn't charge him 34 times for the same crime. He did the same crimes multiple times by funneling money through his campaign to pay off Stormy Daniels to cover up their affair.
I thought he was being hyperbolic until I saw the full clips. But he's fully Twitter brain, just like Hassan. And yeah, I think that kind of shows through in a lot of the stuff we saw earlier. It seems like it's kind of just a lot of like Twitter clips, and not necessarily showing Twitter clips all the time, but like Twitter clip reactions, Twitter clip style reactions, I guess I should say. And I think that the biggest issue that I've always had with Asmongold is how many people just say, oh, he's just trolling. Oh, it's just a character. It's just a joke. It's this, it's that. And it's like, those things fall apart when you actually take into account like that it seems to be pretty consistent and like in one direction. So it could be like, I really find it hard to believe that any of this is like wholly trolling. Like he trolls on certain videos, certain clips and stuff. But again, it's like being a troll is just kind of pointless on a certain level.
It's pretty obvious that this has been weaponized from both directions.
Who's the biggest commentator on the right these days? Nick Fuentes. Here's some stuff Nick Fuentes has said. Quote, Hitler was really fucking cool. I admire Hitler.
And how many crazy leftist people are out there? Oh, but Hassan said this thing. What the fuck does that have to do with me? What Nick Fuentes said, like, I don't have to defend that. I didn't say that. Why the fuck would...
Well, you denounce it, though. You don't have to defend against it, but will you say that it was an abhorrent thing to say? What do I need to? What's your fucking opinion on it then? Like it's stupid to just go like, oh well, why do I need to have an opinion on it at all? Well, do you? Well, do you or don't you? Well, I don't really care. That's an opinion to have. That's also a weird one, but like this idea that it's just like, well, I exist in the ether. It's like I don't get it. Everybody has an opinion about like something if you bring it up.
Why even bring that up? There's nothing to do with it. I will say it's not a matter.
There's nothing to do with it. The point is that it is propagated ideology. It is sprouting up through these different communities, and there are people across the board who are fans of all these different creators. They're like, get Nick Fuentes on, get Nick Fuentes on. I don't know how many people that I've seen in Matan's comments going like, get Nick Fuentes on, you need to have Nick Fuentes on. Like, Matan just had another amazing episode with Stuart and Cliff. I never know how to say their last name. Neshel? With, like, 2 black Israelites and Bert. let me show you.
Don't you? $1,005 chances that it was actually on the 25th.
But why are you
no
celebrating
record that
it
it was
when
the
there's
25th.
no Bible to say to
So the
celebrate
problem
his
is that
birth?
somehow we
I love having Bert off to the side. He just kept going, that's right. That's right. But I literally saw people in these comments going, no, you should have had Nick Fuentes on. He would have destroyed these black Israelites. Do you not understand that Matan is just fucking with everybody here? He's just having a good time fucking with everybody at this. Cliff and his son Stuart are 2 of like the bigger Christian creators. Like I don't understand. Like I don't know necessarily a lot of their perspectives. They seem like they don't seem to be creationists. They seem to be at least somewhat critically thinking. But definitely ideologues on some level, just because, I mean, that's kind of what comes with being a Christian, I think, to some degree. And that's not necessarily negative, but it's kind of what you have to lean on at a certain level. But he has them against 2 black Israelites and Bert, and basically has he has Mike as the second, or as the third for Cliff and Stewart as well. I'm sorry, I don't remember. Takaza? I don't remember what their names are. I've got to be honest. Matan kept trying to get him to say his real name. He's like, "What's your birth name?" He wasn't saying "What's your birth name?" He kept saying, "What's your real name?" It's Bert. Bert was on. Here, I'll show you. Bert bisexual. Will it come up? No, it won't. Bert fish tank. There's a video of him talking about being bisexual, which I think is the best thing. Oh, can I not find it? What's his actual name? What's his last name? Because his name is an acronym. It's Bert. Black Urban Raw Top. But he was on Sam Hyde's fish tank. He's a sex worker. Hey. Well, maybe, but hey.
Matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's very obvious that the Democrats have been the massively violent ones. And if you look at all of these studies, by the way, that were conducted, these studies don't show a massive rise in violence that happened in 2020. They don't show the massive rises in violence that happened during the Tesla bombings, for example. And the reason why is because all of these studies are biased.
So here's the obvious thing that Asmon gets wrong about crime in 2020. There were, in fact, noticeable spikes in crime, but there were also noticeable drops in others. You have 3 seconds to guess why this might have happened.
COVID.
It was COVID. The spikes in crime have some correlation to BLM, but it wasn't an aberration in criminality. It was the main focus of people's attention while everyone was mostly stuck inside, and therefore it became associated with the overall trends going haywire. And I'm not dismissing the idea that there was violence during BLM that wouldn't have happened without it. A police station was burned down. There was about $2 billion in property damage. But here are the FBI's own statistics, not the calculations made by whatever university you'll probably think is biased. Joe Biden didn't switch out the FBI director Trump appointed, Christopher Wray. For all intents, these are Trump's numbers: arson, larceny, and robbery, and then compare those to burglary, impersonations, and shoplifting. You can see that crimes went up or down relative to the proximity they have to other people. Unrelated, did you know that the FBI tracks how many people get charged with treason?
But any reasonable person who just looks at the news can clearly see that every single time that there is anything violent, besides maybe January 6th...
It wasn't COVID. It was the libtards. I should have known.
Maybe one or two other times. The majority of mass violence and mass hysteria is done by Democrats.
Asman, intentionally or not, has completely forgotten the threats against school boards, the plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, the Paul Pelosi hammer attack, 2020 threats against election officials, and QAnon.
Yeah, but who cares about those? Who cares, though?
This is not a both sides issue. 2020 has been gradually elevated by the right-wing media as a period of extreme violence, and January 6th has been gradually minimized.
And they are justified, rationalized, and considered okay by so many liberals, and that's a huge problem. The difference between me and I think a lot of people like Kyle is that if I say something that I think is wrong, I will say, I think that was wrong, I shouldn't have said that. But the problem is that people like Kyle don't accept that.
Well, I guess we'll see.
This is the mindset of the people that are making videos about me, disagreeing with me, crying about me, etc.
Well, I'm definitely doing two of those things.
Maybe one day, once a week or so, I'll have to react to some videos and things like that that people make of me.
In the unlikely chance he actually does that for this video, I hope you can at least say I'm approaching this in good faith.
So what did we learn? Indie Game Awards, more like Karen Woke Awards. Mexico 100% organic, astroturfing, children with cancer. Should I check if this is a problem or just trust my first assumption? USAID, why should America keep millions of people alive with specialized infrastructure it took decades to construct when we can disassemble that infrastructure and not use it to help people here?
Jesus, bro, the damage is insane.
There's been a lot of people talking about me, and it's been great.
So Dr. K was talking about people that had, he's like trying to draw a distinction between people that had like legit like mental pathological illness versus people who just have logically come to a conclusion that their life isn't worth living. And people got mad about that. And I think the reason why is that 80 to 90% of all self-help on the internet is just self-indulgent to make people who are doing bad things think that it's not their fault that they're doing the bad things.
Can you give an example?
There are guys out there that have, they're incels, right? And they think that, the reason why they can't get a girlfriend is because of hoflation.
So like hoes, women, is it women having higher standards?
It's just that simple.
Well, why would they want to date someone that they think's a hoe?
Well, because all girls are hoes.
Oh, they're all hoes?
And so that goes back to my point, right? And so it's like this person thinks that they can't get a girlfriend because of hoflation. No, you can't get a girlfriend because your life is a complete mess. Nobody wants to be around you. You don't have any guy friends either, except for other weirdos on the internet. People seek out different types of like people to tell them that, well, it's actually not your fault that you don't have a girlfriend. It's actually because of dating apps and these other things. They never get challenged to actually improve themselves on a personal level. They just get a fucking vicious cycle of learned helplessness. All they're doing is just feeding,
Those are two words.
Actual like legit thing.
Yeah, it's good.
Apps and these other things, they never get challenged to actually improve themselves on a personal level. They just get a fucking vicious cycle of learned helplessness. All they're doing is just feeding, it's an actual...
Okay, maybe you said I like that one. I thought he said I like that word. I think he said I like that one. Okay, sorry. Sorry, Tectone. God, no. But I don't necessarily have a problem with what he's saying here, but I guess he's using a very specific example. I don't know if it's across the board that way for self-help, but I think any self-help courses being sold, yes. But I think in general, people that are just like presenting things as content, like, I don't know, there probably is a percentage that is done in bad faith, but I'm sure there is also a percentage that does it for the love of the game.
Like legit thing.
It's good.
It's like a feeding frenzy on making themselves feel good for doing.
What is hoflation? I think they basically explained it. I think they're saying hoflation is when hoflation is what's happened or whatever. It's the idea that women have in whatever the past few decades raised their standards to an unrealistic degree. And this is almost like I do love that anytime, because the thing is there are men's issues, right? And I think I made kind of like I kind of waved it off a bit in passing when talking about it previously, because there are men's issues when talking about like male loneliness and the suicide rate and stuff, and like there's certain topics to be had, but hoflation is not one of them. And when people just kind of minimize it down to shit like that and act like that is the true problem, it's like, no, bro, you are the part of the problem. Because like yeah, I think hoflation is literally just the idea that women have raised their standards, but that's almost like purely a counteraction to like the like unrealistic body standards for women that have been created through like you know, the beauty industry and the fashion industry and stuff, and you know, the film industry, most industries. So kind of you get my point, is like and I think that's like one of the major issues with men's help specifically, is because it's always just a counteraction, like it's always just meant to counteract the perceived like ills against them, because it's never actually an internal issue. It is just something that is being put upon them.
Things that are bad, and then consuming media that reaffirms that the bad things they're doing aren't their fault and are in fact not the cause of the problems they have.
I really, really like playing video games.
So I think that's day 4.
Yeah,
so that's day 4. I'm gonna have to call it here, guys. It's been almost 5.5 hours. I really appreciate everybody for stopping in. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. I'm sure most of you have, all of the members in here. Thank you all so much. Rumtum Tugger, thank you so much. One final one sent 1 Captain Quasar gifted membership.
Yay!
Oh my God.
I got a subscriber.
You are all so amazing. Yeah, big sigh for Tanya. But we do love you. We do love you all. I really do appreciate everybody here, all the regular schmegulas, all the members, all the gifted members, all the everybody. You know, truly, it means the world to me that I have anybody in here at all listening to me ramble about nonsense. I hope it's at least somewhat entertaining, somewhat, you know, compelling. I don't know. I hope it does something for you. Truly big appreciation to everybody in here. We're gonna keep being here all through this week. I'll be here tomorrow, be here Wednesday, be here Thursday, be here Friday through Christmas. We'll also be here on Saturday for a members only stream, so all of the new members, you will be excited to see that. I'm gonna try and get the